Hi everyone, this is Prash, and I'm excited to share our audiobook, The Porcelain Cat, a Detective Amarnath mystery, which is now available here on YouTube for free, performed by the talented voice artist Melanie Crawley. This cosy British murder mystery novel set in Victorian London pits the wits of a female sleuth and an unconventional Indian detective against Sherlock Holmes on the foggy, lamplit streets of Victorian London. The book was written by my wife and me as a joint project, and we were thrilled to hear it brought to life and hope to continue the series in the future. The book is available in Kindle and paperback form on Amazon and was originally released on Audible in 2023, but we've decided to make it more accessible by offering it on YouTube. Please note that YouTube may include advertisements, but if you would like to listen to it ad-free, you can purchase it on Audible and most other audiobook platforms. We retain the copyright of this audiobook, so please note that unauthorized copying or distribution of this material is against the law. We appreciate your support and we hope you enjoy the story. Let me know in the comments what you think, and if you'd like to see more of Detective Amarnath and Madeleine Carmichael in the future.
The Porcelain Cat, a Detective Amarnath mystery. Written by P&M Ganandran. Performed by Melanie Crawley. Chapter 1. My unsuitability for West End tea parties. It was on a chilly autumnal day that the morning papers heralded the start of a most extraordinary mystery which would require the services of a detective. Not just any detective, of course, but one of the greatest minds of the era. I read the article with no small degree of interest over my toast and poached eggs, and knew that something was afoot, although I could not at first have realised how serious the problem would soon become, and how much it would impact the course of my life. The Times, the 19th of October, 1900. The constabulary has been investigating a series of daring burglaries, commencing on the 2nd of this month, with the latest taking place as recently as yesterday evening. Simpson Street, Tuckworth Road and Jarvis Gardens were the scenes of these crimes, which have been occurring at a rate of almost one a week. On each occasion, the householders were not at home and reported having received a mysterious letter the previous evening inviting them to a soirée on the night of the burglary. Valuables such as ornaments and jewellery have been stolen in all three cases, including a porcelain cat of particular sentimental value. Scotland Yard is following all leads with due haste and consideration, and it has been speculated that Inspector Lestrade will call upon the services of Mr. Sherlock Holmes to assist him in this endeavour. I allowed myself to suppose that a conversation on the matter might be taking place at this very moment at 221B Baker Street.
I say, have you read this morning's Times, Holmes?
Why, old fellow, of course I haven't.
You have been sitting there with it since it first arrived. Well, they think Lestrade will be calling upon you to request your services in solving this string of burglaries. Not a very singular case, though, I should say. Most uninteresting, in fact.
Oh? Holmes would light his pipe and cross his long legs one over the other.
On the contrary, my dear Watson, I have some knowledge of the case and suspect there may be more to it than meets the eye. If indeed Lestrade wishes to consult me, I may delay the other little trifles I'm working on at present and have a look into the matter. It looks quite ordinary to me, Holmes. Do you really suppose Lestrade will bother you about such a case?
I am certain of it. At this very moment he is disembarking from a hansom cab and leaping up the front steps like an eager bulldog. No sooner had the words been spoken than there would be a rapping upon the front door, followed by an announcement from the long-suffering landlady, Mrs. Hudson. "Inspector Lestrade for you, Mr. Holmes."
How the devil did you know?
Watson would ask, throwing down the newspaper in defeat with bulging eyes, despite having witnessed such apparent magic tricks many times before. I would dearly have liked to be part of such a scene as I allowed myself to imagine, but regrettably, I had no business to be involved. I had once knocked upon the door of 221B Baker Street and requested admittance, sitting eagerly amidst the scents of pipe smoke and roast beef while Mr. Holmes worked busily at his chemistry experiments and asked me to explain my problem. I had no case that needed solving, but wished to offer myself as his assistant. I have long been fascinated by the vagaries of crime and the reasons ne'er-do-wells and villains behave as they do. That is why I scour the papers every morning to learn as much as I can of their exploits, and I must confess, I have spent many a dreary afternoon dreaming of being a truncheon-wielding member of the force, raiding an abandoned warehouse near the docks wherein a notorious mastermind lies in wait for a ship to transport him far away.
Madam,
Mr. Holmes sneered at me when I had explained my intention.
I have no time for such nonsense. I welcome many young ladies into my parlour to beg for their husband's exoneration from a gruesome murder charge, or for their indiscreet letters to be recovered from an unscrupulous blackmailer, but I have never before been invited to employ one of them as an assistant.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I said, meeting his eyes, I am no ordinary young lady. I consider myself rather fortunate to have no husband accused of murder or otherwise. As for indiscreet letters, such things hold no interest for me. I merely offer my energetic and inquiring mind in the hope of furthering my own experiences and, perhaps, to be of some help in your investigations. I am, sir, at your disposal. He strode over to the fireplace, whereupon he took some more tobacco from the Persian slipper on the mantelpiece and examined it closely. Had I not known better of the famous Mr. Holmes, I might almost have thought him lost for words.
Miss,
he eventually said, slowly, glancing down at the card I had placed on the silver platter as visiting etiquette demands.
Miss Madeleine Carmichael,
I reminded him.
Yes, yes. You are no doubt an unusual woman. However, a detective's work is most unsuitable for a lady, and I have ample support from my colleague, Dr. Watson. I occasionally indulge the Baker Street irregulars, as I affectionately call them, as they can enter unsavoury places unnoticed, where I cannot, thus proving their usefulness. You, however, could blend in nowhere except a West End tea party over scones and jam.
I have never been so insulted in my life, I said, eyes blazing. I stood and stomped over to the door, trying my best to look dignified. I am afraid I have never looked very dignified. It is something with which I struggle for reasons unknown, and of which my mother, and in my childhood my governess, had always despaired. At 24 years old, I still had barely a shred of grace, and so I was greatly displeased, but not altogether surprised, when my hat fell off and my hair tumbled unceremoniously down upon my shoulders as I showed myself out.
"I was quite wrong, madam,"
came Holmes's gleeful repartee.
"You would very likely be ejected from any West End tea party to which you attempted to gain admittance."
I gave him what I hoped was a stern look over my shoulder and firmly shut the door behind me, clattering down the stairs as quickly as I could to hail a cab home. I shuddered as I remembered the incident, but it had done nothing to dampen my spirits or my desire to be involved in solving crimes. I am now fortunate enough to find myself the assistant and official chronicler for a detective of even greater renown than Mr. Holmes, at least in my opinion. I shall not elaborate yet how this delightful change in fortunes came about, but it shall take its proper place in the timeline of events which I am about to describe. It did indeed all begin with the newspaper article about the string of burglaries, and a great deal of what happened next was quite unexpected. I hope I shall acquit myself as a tolerable diarist for my employer, as the good Dr. Watson does so for Sherlock Holmes. Chapter 2. A Gentleman of Good Standing. Frederick and Ellen Willoughby had been married some 30 years, and for that time had been living in Radnor Terrace. They were comfortable enough, but not wealthy, and Frederick earned a moderate wage at the premier mutual insurance firm, for whom he regularly travelled door to door collecting subscription monies. Ellen was somewhat older and suffered from poor health, so the pair were rarely seen socially together outside their home. However, Mrs. Willoughby played the piano, and they held a small gathering in their parlour every Friday evening, when they enjoyed a little music and song. They frequently invited Henry Grafton to join them, a bachelor who lodged in their upstairs rooms and maintained a quiet existence, working as a clerk at a local chemist. Mr. Willoughby was in the habit of playing chess at the nearby Warwick Lane Club on Thursday evenings, while his wife remained at home. One particular Thursday evening, a peculiar and unexpected telephone call was received at the club shortly before his arrival. When he reached his destination, a member relayed the message to him, much to his bafflement.
"Frederick,"
he greeted him.
"A fellow just telephoned for you by the name of R.L. Sherwin. He wants to speak to you about taking out an insurance policy and has invited you to meet him tomorrow at 7 o'clock at 68 Rookwood Gardens North. He said you may bring your wife along and make an evening of it if you wish."
"I haven't heard of any R.L. Sherwin, nor of Rookwood Gardens North," Mr. Willoughby replied, removing his pork-pie hat and scratching his cheek in thought. He was not a gentleman of exceptional breeding, but most knew him as a reasonably sound fellow and of uncommon intelligence for his station.
"Well, he has heard of you,"
his fellow chess-player replied, twirling a strand of his moustache around a finger,
"and he sounded quite keen to take out insurance from you. The way he spoke, it sounded as though it would be quite a sum. You will go, of course."
"I suppose I must," said Frederick Willoughby with a smile. "I shall find the place, I'm sure. He left no telephone number upon which to contact him."
"No, he was in quite a hurry. Just his name and the address in Rookwood Gardens North."
"Very well, then. Shall we begin the game?" Mr. Willoughby suggested, perking up and remaining in high spirits for the remainder of the evening. He was in such a buoyant mood that he put a wager on himself to win the match. His opponent on this occasion was Eric Farnsworth, a rather dark, sallow man of gloomy countenance. He was said to be an ex-convict, having been charged for petty theft several years ago, but he looked as though he had been the victim of something unpleasant himself, given his lack of cheer. His black, bushy eyebrows fairly met in the middle, and some had described him as a ham-fisted loafer who only ever exerted himself to play chess or to drink ale. How he obtained a living was for anyone to surmise. Farnsworth chewed on his cigarette bitterly when Mr. Willoughby made short work of the board and won the game and the wager, but no further words were exchanged between the two. When Mr. Willoughby returned home to Radnor Terrace, he informed his wife of the mysterious invitation. "What do you think of that, Ellen?" he said, removing his jacket and settling himself by the fire, for it was a chilly late October evening. "I might have a bonny sale tomorrow of quite some value, with luck. I know that Rookwood Gardens West is full of large houses, so I imagine the fellow has money. But I confess, I've never heard of Rookwood Gardens North." "You'd better set out early tomorrow evening then, Frederick, to find the place." "Will you come with me? Mr. Sherwin extended the invitation to you." "Oh, I should like to," replied Ellen with a sigh. "My rheumatism is troublesome at the moment, and my knee feels about to give way every time I stand up. But a spell away from home might do me some good. You'd better tell young Mr. Grafton upstairs that he shan't have his evening of music tomorrow."
"All right,"
Frederick said, hitching up the knees of his trousers as he stood and strode towards the stairs.
"I shall tell him now. Hello? Mr. Grafton?"
A moment or two later, Mr. Henry Grafton appeared at the top of the stairs. He was tall, noticeably slender, and walked with a hunched gait, perhaps due to the hours he spent at his desk for his work as a clerk. He was around 25, somewhat pale and rather self-contained, and gave no trouble as a lodger.
"Yes, Mr. Willoughby?"
he asked. His voice could not be described as strong, and carried the slight tremor of someone who suffered from nerves.
"I'm afraid we shan't be enjoying our usual music tomorrow evening, Henry. I've been invited over to meet a gentleman about some insurance, and Ellen is to come with me."
"Oh, it's no problem, Mr. Willoughby. No problem at all. I shall keep a quiet evening upstairs and look forward to next week all the more."
"Good night then, Henry."
"Good night to you and Mrs. Willoughby, sir."
"Splendid fellow, isn't he, dear? Grafton, I mean."
Frederick Willoughby said to his wife when he returned to the parlour and rubbed his hands together to keep warm.
"Yes, he certainly gives us no trouble, and his rent money helps a great deal. Anyway, my joints are playing the fool, and I've a lot of pain, Freddie. I'd better retire to bed."
"Very well, Ellen. I'll join you presently."
The next evening, as Mr. Willoughby was preparing for his outing, the baker's boy, one John Taylor, rapped on the door at 6:05 to deliver their usual freshly baked loaves.
"Hello, missus."
He gave a jovial grin as Mrs. Willoughby opened the door. He had been delivering their bread for many months and was always ready with a smile and a wink. The Willoughbys had no children, but Ellen was always pleased to greet John, who had a certain charm, despite being somewhat grubby.
"Thank you, John,"
she said, handing him a coin.
"You all right, missus?"
He frowned.
"You've come over quite pale like."
"Oh, just a headache, that's all. I am a little tired, I suppose."
Ellen retreated inside to finish the cup of tea her husband had prepared for her, and decided that she did not feel well enough to accompany him to the appointment after all. A hansom cab arrived smartly at Radnor Terrace at 6:30 p.m, which Mr. Willoughby had arranged ahead of time. He only worked 4 days a week and was not at his business on a Friday, so he had found sufficient time to flag down a driver that morning and engaged him to come by later. As he was particularly reluctant to chance the arrangements and lose out on the money he hoped was coming to him through Mr. Sherwin's insurance purchase. "Thank you for coming," he greeted the cabman as he shut the door behind him and settled into his seat.
"Quite all right, sir?"
The driver, Terence Knox, called down from his position atop the horses.
"The wife not joining you after all, sir?"
Despite his attempts to don a genteel accent, his East End roots were clearly audible in his speech.
"No, as it happens."
Mr. Willoughby poked his head out of the window and shouted up to Mr. Knox.
"She wasn't feeling well, so I must go alone." "All right, sir. We'll start off directly."
Mr. Willoughby retracted his head and sat quietly in the cab listening to the rhythmic clip-clop of the horses' hooves against London's stony streets, perhaps contemplating the outcome of the evening's meeting. Some 20 minutes later, the clip-clopping came to a halt and Terence Knox jumped down from his seat and opened the door to speak to Mr. Willoughby.
"We're here at Rookwood Gardens, sir, but it's Rookwood Gardens West. You said north, didn't you?" "Yes, I did.
I hadn't heard of it before, but thought it must be somewhere in the vicinity. It cannot be far, surely.
Well, I've been up and down the road twice, looking out for it, but there's no sign for north. I've been driving around the city all me life, but never heard of there being a north.
Oh, good heavens, I wish you'd said so before, said Frederick Willoughby, wiping his nose with a handkerchief as the cold air affected him. I really must get to this appointment. 7 o'clock, he said, at 68 Rookwood Gardens North. If I miss it, Mr. Sherwin will not think well of me. I hope my employment will not be imperilled.
All right, sir, very well, said Mr. Knox in appeasement. I shall have a closer look, but the time taken will cost you an extra coin.
Please, just help me find it, Mr. Willoughby implored him anxiously. The horses trotted up and down and up, but there was no sign of Rookwood Gardens North. Eventually, Mr. Willoughby alighted and hailed a policeman. "Excuse me, Constable. Do you know of Rookwood Gardens North?"
North? Nah, sir. There's a west and a south, but there's never been a north. Are you having me on?
Not at all, Constable. I am Frederick Willoughby, and I work for the Premier Mutual. I was invited to meet a gentleman named R.L. Sherwin at 68 Rookwood Gardens North at 7 o'clock to discuss his taking out a policy, but we cannot seem to find the place.
I'm afraid you shall miss the appointment then, sir,
warned the constable. Oh my, that really won't do. What time do you have? My watch has stopped working, asked Mr. Willoughby, panic detectable in the quaver of his voice and the trembling of his hands.
5 to the hour, sir. Are you sure you're not having me on?
By no means, sir. I am a gentleman of good standing at my insurance company, and I shall lose out on a sale thanks to this devil of a road. Do you think I ought to try 68 West or South, in case there has been a mistake in the details?
You can do as you wish, sir, so long as you don't go knocking up honest citizens all night. I'm sure they don't care a hang whether or not you sell your insurance policy.
Well, thank you, Constable, sighed Mr. Willoughby. What a fine, helpful gentleman, he muttered under his breath with irritation as he strode back to the hansom cab. Mr. Knox, would you take me to number 68? He asked.
But it ain't Rookwood Gardens North.
I know, but perhaps there is some mistake. I might try asking them at 68 West and see if they have heard of this R.L. Sherwin.
I shall have to charge you extra, warned Mr. Knox.
I am quite sure you shall, snapped Mr. Willoughby bitterly, no doubt becoming quite fed up with the evening's turn of events. Unfortunately for Mr. Willoughby, the inhabitants of 68 West and 68 South had never heard of R.L. Sherwin and bade him vacate their property at once. He had little choice but to ask the increasingly impatient Mr. Knox to return him home to Radnor Terrace. I am afraid, Mr. Knox, I haven't quite enough money to pay you after such unexpected trouble, apologised Mr. Willoughby when they arrived home. As you have asked for extra, I shall have to go inside and fetch it. Would you be so good as to wait here for just a moment?
Well, all right, but see you don't take too long over it,
Terence Knox groused. It was at this point that events took an even more unpleasant and extraordinary turn, promising a conundrum that would stretch the wits of even the most accomplished detectives. Mr. Willoughby appeared to have some difficulty entering his home through the front door and created a jingling and clanking, almost loud enough to wake the dead, which, in view of what came next, is rather an unfortunate description. Hold on a minute,
he called out to the cabman.
"The door isn't working quite right. Let me go around to the back."
Oh, I think not, sir,"
shouted back Terence Knox, leaping down from the cab and following his client.
"Many a time has a knave run off without paying their proper fare. I shall come with you and make sure you don't do the same."
"I'm afraid the back door is just the same,"
said Mr. Willoughby in astonishment, shaking the handle and twisting the key every which way.
"Would you try?"
"Certainly,"
said Mr. Knox, giving the door an almighty shove and almost stumbling inside the house.
"Dear me, I must have loosened it for you."
Mr. Willoughby smiled.
"We're nearly there now. Let me unlock the inner door. This door is just for our lodger, you see. He stays upstairs."
"I don't wish to hear about your lodger, sir," sniped Mr. Knox. "I'm only interested in my fare."
"Mr. and Mrs. Willoughby? Are you home already?" came a call from upstairs.
"Oh, that's him now. Very pleasant young man." "Yes, Mr. Grafton. I couldn't open the front door, so have had to come through the back. Terribly sorry to disturb you."
Mr. Willoughby finally managed to open the inner door, took one step forward, almost tripped over something, and gave a hysterical scream, chilling enough to curdle the blood.
"Ellen! Oh, good gracious! Someone has got her! Murder! Murder!"
Terence Knox pushed his way into the room, and Henry Grafton charged down the stairs as fast as a locomotive on hearing the uproar.
"Mr. Willoughby, what on earth has happened?"
Mr. Knox had the presence of mind to light a candle stub that he carried in his pocket, and his mouth fell open as he surveyed the grisly sight before him. It is to be considered fortunate that the candle's guttering light could not illuminate the full horror of the scene, but it was clear that Mrs. Willoughby lay on the floor in a pool of blood. A poker had been dropped nearby, whose part in the tragedy became apparent enough when the onlookers realised that the woman's head had been bludgeoned in with considerable violence. Mr. Knox and Mr. Grafton screamed in unison, and Mr. Willoughby knelt by his wife's body and wept.
"Who has done this? It is murder! Murder! Mr. Grafton, did you hear nothing?"
"No, sir, I did not,"
the lodger replied, voice shaking.
"But I am afraid it could have been a burglar. You see, when I got home, the back door was hanging open and my room had been rifled. I called for a policeman, but he saw that the inner door was secure and believed all was safe. I remembered you had said that you and Mrs. Willoughby—"
At the mention of his wife's name, Mr. Willoughby once more broke into noisy sobs, still on all fours in the pool of blood.
"I remembered you said that you and Mrs. Willoughby would be out this evening, so I had no reason to think she would still be at home. Good Lord! Suppose she has been lying there dead this whole time and me upstairs unaware."
"Now, look here," interjected Terence Knox. "I'm very sorry, sir, but I must ask you for my fare. I didn't expect to get dragged into anything like this, and I'm owed—"
"Can't you see what's happened?"
Mr. Grafton exclaimed, his own voice wavering as he put a consoling hand on his landlord's shoulder.
"Sir, I must insist you leave off." "Pay the man, please, Henry,"
croaked Mr. Willoughby, eyes still glued to his wife's body, but finger pointing tremulously towards a chipped teapot on a dresser in the hall.
"Certainly, Mr. Willoughby, certainly,"
said Mr. Grafton, emptying the coins from the teapot into the cabman's hand.
"Would you be so good as to fetch the police, sir? Somebody ought to stay here with him."
"Yes, I shall fetch them on my way." grumbled Terence Knox. "I suppose I shall have to leave them my name and address for a statement. I'm quite sure I missed out on several good fares due to all this."
He left the house and went in search of a policeman, and perhaps for many weeks afterwards rued the day he had been booked to take Mr. Willoughby to Rookwood Gardens North. Chapter 3. Even great masters had to start somewhere. It was shortly after the gruesome discovery of Mrs. Willoughby's body that my employer was called to assist with the proceedings, although, of course, he was not yet my employer at that time. I first heard of it at the dinner table, as the senior prosecutor, Mr. Cedric Lancaster, was a friend of my father and was visiting us for the evening. He had explained as much about the case as he was permitted, which was not much more than was printed in the papers, but it transpired that Mr. Sherlock Holmes had been called to the murder scene in Radnor Terrace, as the Times had predicted, although I am sure they had not expected a murder. The police suspected the terrible killing was indeed part of the recent string of burglaries, and now that there had been a gruesome murder, Scotland Yard needed as much help as they could get. At the time, I knew little more of the case than what I heard over our potato dauphinoise. After all, it had been over a week since the original newspaper article about the burglaries. I gathered that the bachelor, Mr. Henry Grafton, who lodged in the rooms above the Willoughbys, had been arrested on Holmes's advice. Henry, naturally unwilling to go to the gallows, had since written to his cousin Edward, a well-to-do barrister, maintaining his innocence and begging for help. News of this had reached the prosecutor, Mr. Lancaster, and he was regaling my parents with the ghastly tale. Aware of their disapproval of my interest in the criminal and the macabre, I pretended to be engrossed in my custard flan while listening closely. It seemed that Edward Grafton had contacts at Scotland Yard, notably with Thomas Napier, police superintendent, and had requested that another detective be called in to review the case. After all, as he had argued, it would not do to hang a hitherto respectable, law-abiding man without being absolutely positive. Grafton held some sway as a barrister, and his opinion was generally respected, so the police superintendent was willing to grant his request to ensure the case was tried with all possible justice. Napier had also gone to school with the barrister Grafton, and had at some time in his youth no doubt met the cousin Henry, who was in such dire straits.
"So, you see, Carmichael, there will be a short delay before the trial can begin, while we allow the second investigation to take place,"
Mr. Lancaster explained to my father.
"What an interesting affair,"
my father said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. My father is a doctor, a very upright gentleman, and not given to displays of emotion, so I cannot positively state his opinions on the matter, other than he usually relished discussing others' difficulties over the dining table. I have always been frustrated by my mother and father, as they have been so privileged that they can never understand the hardships suffered by some. I, too, have led a sheltered life under their roof, but have sought new experiences at every opportunity, and some of the places in the city I have visited without their knowledge would make their hair curl. I felt a little sorry for this Henry Grafton, as I believe one ought to be considered innocent until proven guilty, and it must be very unpleasant to fester in a dank jail cell until somebody decides whether you are to be hung.
"The strangest thing about it all is the detective that Superintendent Napier is bringing in,"
Mr. Lancaster continued.
"A funny little fellow by all accounts. All the way from India, would you believe? They wanted someone from the outside, for objectivity." "You mean he's an Indian gentleman, or that he's a Briton residing there?" No, a genuine Indian detective. Amarnath is his name, I think. Have you ever heard anything like it, Carmichael?" "Certainly not. A peculiar idea indeed. I can't imagine why the judgment of London's own Mr. Holmes is deemed insufficient. What are this chap's credentials, anyway?" "They say he's very experienced. About 40, I think. Top of his game in India. Though how that measures up, I shouldn't like to say. I suppose if all else fails, he could be of some use in carrying the great Mr. Holmes's bags and pouring tea for the local constabulary."
My father laughed aloud, and at this juncture I could keep silent no longer. "Why shouldn't he be just as good as Mr. Holmes, if not better?" I asked, firmly laying down my spoon. "Don't worry about matters that don't concern you, Madeleine," my mother said. I sensed the faint hope in her voice that I would hold my tongue and refrain from embarrassing them in front of their friend Mr. Lancaster. "Why shouldn't it concern me, Mother?" I replied. "Crime and justice concern each one of us, and I should like Mr. Lancaster and Father to explain why they doubt that this detective from India could be as good as Mr. Holmes, or better." Mr. Lancaster gave a condescending laugh.
"Dear girl, most of what they know in the colonies was learnt from us. Yes, Madeleine,"
my father added.
"when did you last hear of an erudite Indian physician or lawyer?"
"I'm sure there are plenty of very good ones in India." I raised my voice and stood up as tall as I could. "The reason they are not here is because people like you will not welcome them. If I were in their position, I would not rush to visit London either. I put it to you that this detective will solve the crime to the satisfaction of all, and will prove Holmes's theories to be wrong. What's more," I continued, not allowing them to get a word in, "what's more, I shall work with him as his assistant and help him bring the case to a satisfactory conclusion." A stunned silence fell before Mr. Lancaster and my father began to laugh.
"Madeleine,"
Mr. Lancaster chuckled,
"if you were a man, I would be tempted to take you up on such a wager."
I bristled with anger, but regretted my forthright statement. How on earth would I persuade this experienced Indian detective to take me on when I had already failed in my application to Mr. Holmes? All I knew was that I must, because I refused to admit defeat. I felt my hair tumble down around my shoulders once again, always at an inopportune moment when I should have looked my most dignified. I sighed. Whatever it took, I would become a detective's assistant. The next morning, I presented myself at Scotland Yard and requested an introduction with Detective Amarnath. I half expected to be turned away, but when I gave my name, they were willing enough to accommodate me. With my father's connection to the senior prosecutor, the Carmichael name is often sufficient to gain admittance to certain places, for which I was very grateful indeed. Had they known the reason for my visit, I do not imagine they would have welcomed me inside so quickly. I was shown into a cramped, gloomy office towards the back of the building and waited impatiently for the gentleman seated behind the desk to look up and acknowledge my presence. He was rifling through some paperwork whilst humming a tune which I recognised as one from a local music hall, one of the places in the city I visited regularly, telling my parents instead that I was watching the ballet with a friend. I cleared my throat and the gentleman looked up.
"Oh, I am sorry. I didn't see you there. What can I do for you?"
His voice was clipped and polished and only very slightly accented. I noticed he did not remove his derby hat, but I supposed this was his custom and was not intended as a slight. I took a deep breath. "My name is Miss Madeleine Carmichael, and I have heard that you are here to investigate the murder of Mrs. Willoughby and prove the guilt or innocence of the accused, Mr. Henry Grafton." He stood up to shake my hand, and I realised that he was not, in fact, a funny little fellow, as Mr. Lancaster had suggested, but was quite as tall as my father, and just as smartly turned out. The buttons on his coat shone almost as brightly as his shoes, and he looked altogether efficient and commanding. Yet, for some reason, he seemed to me much less imposing than Mr. Holmes, as his mouth looked to be constantly on the verge of twitching into a smile, and his eyes sparkled with a jovial energy.
Detective Rahul Amarnath,
he introduced himself.
You are well informed. I am indeed here to review the tragic Willoughby murder. But how do you know so much about it?
I have long been fascinated by criminal behaviour, and would like to be your assistant, I said firmly, sensing that he would appreciate plain, bold speaking. I confess I have previously offered my services to Mr. Sherlock Holmes, but he refused to take me on. When I heard of your experience and credentials, I felt it would be an honour to work with you, and I would dearly like to sharpen my own wits and insight, whilst being, I hope, of some use.
A delightful idea, he responded at once. I have always thought that women should play a greater part in society's work, but many do not share my views. As you can see, the establishment is not enthusiastic to welcome an Indian detective either, despite my connection with Superintendent Napier. Look at this broom cupboard they have put me in. But it doesn't matter. I will be walking the streets for the greater part of each day, as in this case, not much can be found behind a desk.
I blinked a few times, trying to decipher whether he had just accepted my proposition or not. I watched his face closely to see if I could detect any sign of mockery or jest, but I saw none, other than that permanent hint of a smile. "Will you allow me to be of assistance?" I pressed.
I am afraid I can't pay you. I am being offered only a nominal fee for my own services. I have been in London for some weeks, tutoring the police in new fingerprinting methods, so they have already paid for my travel from India and cannot afford more.
I am not often rendered speechless, a fact to which many would attest, but on hearing this I very nearly was. Detective Amarnath was ahead of his time and his peers, and had been brought in not only to review the current case, but to advise the British police on new methods. My chest tightened with anger as I remembered my father and Mr. Lancaster's base assumptions of his skills. "That is quite all right," I explained quickly. "I do not need money, and would consider it a great privilege to be your assistant and gain such experience."
Well then, perhaps we ought to hold a short interview first, as is customary. Would you care for some tea?
"Thank you, yes," I answered, starting to feel nervous. What if, after conversing with me, the detective decided I was unfit to be his assistant? He bade me sit down at the desk, and within moments had conjured up 2 chipped rose-patterned teacups and a large teapot, which he placed on the table before proceeding to pour. I shuffled in my seat and tried to arrange my facial expression to look eager and quick-witted, yet steady, the result of which I am sure merely made me appear slightly mad.
I shall tell you a little about myself first,
Detective Amarnath began, and I felt more at ease, knowing that I needn't answer any questions just yet.
I worked for the Imperial Indian Police for almost 20 years. I started as a youth of 18, at the bottom, of course, with no skills whatsoever except dogged determination. I eventually rose up the ranks to inspector. But of course, everyone must begin where he is, for even great masters had to start somewhere.
I took a sip of tea and nodded, noticing it had been sweetened with honey, which I found surprisingly pleasant. "Is this your first time in England?" I asked. "You mentioned you were brought here just recently to lecture."
Yes, it is. I was invited to set up a new Bureau of Fingerprints in London and arrived 3 weeks ago. As of the last 2 years, I am no longer an inspector. Instead, I conduct private work and consultancy for police departments seeking to move criminology forward into the new century. As I was on hand, Scotland Yard invited me to act as the independent investigator they needed for this case.
How did you become so knowledgeable in such modern techniques? I asked in awe. I bit my lip after I spoke, hoping he did not think I had taken over the interview, feeling it was my place to direct questions at him instead. He did not seem to mind, however, and responded willingly.
I was lucky enough to be trained by an expert from Argentina, a learned fellow called Vucetich, when he visited India in 1895. I often consult his work,
he explained, pushing a heavy tome towards me. I read the spine with interest. General instructions for the anthropometric system and fingerprints. I should dearly like to learn more about this finger mark technique, I said, enthusiastically opening the cover and peering inside.
Perhaps there will be an opportunity for you to do that. But tell me, Miss Carmichael, when did you first develop such an interest in crime?
I noticed that he had a slightly unusual manner of speaking, sometimes sounding very British indeed, but at other times using words or phrases that would be more suited to a different part of the world, perhaps across the Atlantic, and I wondered if he was very well travelled. I was very young, 8 or 9 years old, I should say, I answered. My father is a doctor, you see, and one evening, after dinner, there was a dreadful hammering at the door. He rushed to see what it was about, and there was a 4-wheeler parked outside. The driver was holding another man upright on our steps and calling for help. He had found the fellow robbed and injured on the street and had bundled him into his cab and driven as fast as possible to my father, knowing he was the nearest doctor. The victim was barely conscious and blood gushed from a number of wounds under his waistcoat. I paused, remembering the horrid scene.
Go on,
Detective Amarnath gently encouraged. Well, of course, my father hurriedly brought him inside and did his best to help, but I am afraid he had lost too much blood, and nothing could be done except to make him comfortable. He had been stabbed for his money, of which I don't suppose there was a great deal, and he was not altogether richly dressed and appeared to be a normal, everyday sort of gentleman. I still remember the caustic smell of blood in the air and the stains in the hallway. The police never found the poor man's killer, and I vowed I would seek to fight for justice in any way I could. I took a deep breath and remembered where I was, having been transported back to my childhood by relating the story, and was somewhat surprised on recalling myself back to the present that all my nerves had disappeared.
What a terrible thing to see.
The detective raised his eyebrows and took a long drink of tea.
Of course, events witnessed as a child can shape the mind for better or worse. Tell me, what did you do then? How did you hope to work for the side of justice?
I dreamed that one day women would be accepted into the police force or as private investigators. I knew it would not be easy, but to prepare for such a chance, I spent every free moment perusing the newspapers to keep a file of interesting clippings and learn about the crimes committed in the city every day. I even took a cab to Pentonville and loitered outside, hoping I would overhear a snatch of conversation in the exercise yard or witness a scene that would teach me about the criminal mind.
And did you?
Asked Detective Amarnath, smile broadening. I'm afraid all I learned was that prisons are very dismal and oppressive places, Detective, and criminals must be desperate indeed to commit acts that would lead them there. I had not long formed this opinion, however, when a policeman came along and asked me what I thought I was doing before bundling me into a cab and sending me home.
It is probably just as well,
he guffawed, and somehow I knew he was not laughing at me, that was simply entertained by my story.
Yes, criminals are often desperate, but may also have diseases of the mind that lead them to behave that way. Do you believe it is always their fault?
I thought carefully. It was something I had considered before when trying to understand how a person could attack another so violently, like the poor gentleman who was carried to our door so many years ago. In some cases, yes, I responded slowly, but possibly not always so. I have read with horror of many petty crimes punished with lengthy sentences. Suppose a starving man steals bread. He ought to be found work and assistance, not locked away. As for others, perhaps they enjoyed little enough of a childhood and were not taught right from wrong, as you and I have been.
Very astute,
Detective Amarnath said, smile remaining.
I am now wondering which aspects of a case would lead you to determine a suspect's guilt in a murder like Mrs. Willoughby's.
I have heard of the Porcelain method, I began, the identification of a suspect by certain physical measurements unique to each individual.
You are very well read,
the detective said.
But that has been considered outmoded for several years. What else?
A confession would help, I suggested eagerly. Perhaps the presence of the murder weapon and, let me see, witness testimonies, of course.
However, witnesses can be bought, can't they?
Yes, I suppose so, I replied hesitantly.
And as for murder weapons,
he trailed off, looking at me with expectation. They could be planted, I replied.
Certainly. And as for confessions,
I suppose it's possible a suspect could be under duress or lying to protect someone. Even delirium or madness could account for a false confession.
Not to mention the police's unfortunate habit of being rather heavy-handed with suspects.
Amarnath nodded.
So, what can we rely on then?
I realised where the detective's train of thought was leading and remembered the expert Vucetich and his book. Physical evidence, I exclaimed, rather more loudly than I intended. Such as boot prints or blood or finger marks, as you are lecturing on at present.
Yes, fingerprints.
He clapped his hands together loudly, making me jump. He nodded, looking pleased, and took a final sip of his tea. I had quite forgotten mine, having been so engrossed in the conversation as to almost entirely ignore my surroundings.
Physical evidence should be viewed as equally important as the theoretical,
he explained, and I could see his energy and enthusiasm for the subject in his eyes and posture.
Alternative theories should be considered too. There are always two sides or more to any story. It is all a matter of interpretation. You see, just as one man looks up at the night sky and calls what he sees a shooting star, another might see just the scientific spectacle of a comet or meteor burning up in the atmosphere.
I blinked, so impressed by the detective's wisdom that I was finally lost for words.
Well, it is settled then,
he announced, standing up and buttoning his jacket.
Shall we begin at once?
Yes, of course. Do you mean to say you are taking me on?
Certainly. I had already decided some minutes ago.
In truth, I did not expect you to agree to my request so easily, I admitted, and if it is not too indelicate for a lady to refer to her stomach, I must note that it was fairly fluttering with excitement.
I saw your face light up as you talked about crime, how animated you became. It would be a crime in itself not to let you follow your dream when I've had the good fortune to follow mine for so long.
Thank you. I beamed. My mother believes ladies ought to smile politely and reservedly, not showing their teeth like a bellowing newspaper boy, but I was so elated to be an official detective's assistant that I really couldn't prevent it.
You will soon learn that I do things a bit differently and not always as tradition expects,"
Detective Amarnath continued. I hung on to every word, determined to learn as much as possible about practical police work.
"These papers, for a start."
He cast the pile of notes from his desk into the wastebasket, much to my surprise.
"I won't allow my judgment to be clouded by the constabulary's existing opinions. We will begin afresh and investigate from the beginning. The beginning, of course, is the most important step, just as breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Now, where would you suggest we start?"
I swallowed nervously, hardly daring to believe I had simply waltzed into Scotland Yard and been accepted as Detective Amarnath's assistant and, moreover, that he was inviting my opinion on our initial step. I thought carefully, not wishing to sound ignorant. Perhaps we should visit the barrister, Mr. Edward Grafton, in the first instance, to hear his client's side of the story, I proposed.
"An excellent idea," he said. "Later on, if you are lucky, you may have that long-hoped-for glimpse of the inside of Pentonville Prison where we shall speak to Mr. Grafton's detained cousin himself."
I could barely conceal my anticipation as I fastened my hat more securely on my head, not wishing for it to tumble off in the middle of the investigation, and hurried after him as he left the room with a lengthy stride, humming all the while.
"Detective, thank you for coming. On behalf of my client, I am extremely grateful for your time at such short notice."
Mr. Edward Grafton, barrister at law, greeted us as we entered his offices. He was rather a stern-looking fellow, with dark shadows under his eyes, but his enthusiasm at my employer's arrival reassured me that he was not unfriendly. I wondered if he was simply tired from the demands of long hours practicing the law and naturally anxious over the fate of his cousin Henry.
"Delighted to meet you."
Detective Amarnath shook his hand and introduced himself, but still did not seem to realize that it was the done thing to remove one's hat.
"I hope you don't mind my assistant, Miss Carmichael, joining us. It would be helpful for her to listen to the facts as well."
He gestured towards me. Mr. Grafton looked askance, but shrugged his shoulders and nodded without further question. I was exceptionally grateful to the detective for introducing me as his assistant, without justifying my presence further. His open manner invited only acceptance, and he behaved so naturally that one might almost believe female detectives' assistants were actually quite commonplace.
"Would you kindly take notes?"
Amarnath asked me politely, and I willingly took my notebook and pen from my handbag. I travel everywhere with them, as one never knows when it might be necessary to take down the details of a criminal's distinguishing marks upon witnessing an incident. Not that I have ever been lucky enough to do so.
"Please explain the case from your point of view, Mr. Grafton,"
the detective said, leaning forwards in the chair that he had been offered. I noticed then, and many times thereafter, that when interviewing anyone connected with a case, the detective always focused most intently on the person speaking, his eyes darting continually between the speaker's face, hands, and posture. Not a single detail went unnoticed, and he remained fully alert no matter how long a story continued, never missing a word nor a nuance.
"Thank you, Detective."
Mr. Grafton brushed a hand over his tired-looking eyelids and gazed into the middle distance, as if remembering.
"I was startled when I received the message last Saturday, so awfully startled. My cousin Henry Grafton had been arrested that morning at Radnor Terrace on the advice of Mr. Holmes, who had been called in late the previous night to consider the dreadful scene. I am afraid it was a grisly sight. The victim's head—"
He paused and glanced at me as if reluctant to give the terrible details in the presence of a lady.
"Don't worry, Mr. Grafton,"
Amarnath reassured him.
I do not think Miss Carmichael will be easily shocked. She is, after all, the daughter of a doctor, and very much intrigued by crime."
The barrister took a deep breath before he continued his narrative once more.
"The victim's head was quite caved in. I don't imagine the laboratory had a great deal of work to do in confirming the cause of death. It was evident she had been attacked with significant force, a great many blows, and a great deal of blood. Some believe that an excessive level of violence, particularly around the head and face, can suggest that the victim is known to the attacker. Perhaps as an expression of deep-rooted hatred or some other reason as yet undiscovered. It may or may not mean something," observed the detective. "My cousin was not the only person who knew Mrs. Willoughby, of course. Surely there are other suspects who ought to be considered. Certainly, and they will be investigated without exception. For the moment, I will make observations and ask questions only, as it is too early to make judgments. It is a foolish man who jumps to a conclusion before he gets there." "Thank you, Detective." When Mr. Holmes arrived, he was at once suspicious that the attack was the culmination of the recent string of burglaries. He examined the house closely and discovered a pair of shoes in Henry's room, which were stained with the remnants of blood. In fact, they looked as though they had previously been more extensively covered, and somebody had attempted to wash them, not quite as thoroughly as they ought.
"Were the shoes proven to belong to your cousin?" I couldn't stop myself from asking. I glanced at Detective Amarnath, worried that he would be quick to silence me, but I was pleased to see that he seemed unperturbed by my participation. Mr. Grafton showed some surprise that I had spoken, but answered me politely nonetheless.
"Yes, I'm afraid they were," he explained. "My cousin Henry is in the habit of owning 2 pairs of shoes, between which he alternates, with the intention that they both wear out all the slower. He was asked to confirm that the bloodied shoes were his, and I understand he stated that they were. It seems odd, doesn't it, that he would so freely admit they belonged to him, knowing that blood had been discovered."
The detective murmured thoughtfully, while fiddling with his top buttonhole so thoroughly that I half expected him to find a flower hidden in there.
"Quite so,"
said Mr. Grafton.
"But that was not all. Mr. Holmes searched Henry's room and discovered a cache of items hidden beneath a loose floorboard under his bed, all of which were confirmed by the police to have been stolen from Simpson Street, Tuckworth Road, and Jarvis Gardens in the recent burglaries. Chief among those items was a distinctive porcelain cat. On the surface, things do appear quite dire for your client, Mr. Grafton."
Detective Amarnath frowned. I must confess my own heart sank somewhat at the tale we were hearing, as I wondered how one could hope to acquit the accused in the face of such a mountain of evidence. Of course, I continued to diligently write everything down and reminded myself that it did not matter so long as justice was done. If Henry Grafton was guilty, the detective would find him so. Even if it meant proving Mr. Holmes and Mr. Lancaster correct, we would at least be sure that everything possible had been done to uncover the truth.
"There is one more thing, Detective,"
explained the anxious barrister, face drawn and dark with shadows.
"Holmes found a half-written letter on Henry's desk. The content was unimportant, but he compared the handwriting to that of the letters received by the 3 previous targeted homes, inviting them to a soirée on the night of the burglary. He declared that the writing was identical, and thus Henry must be the burglar, and by extension, the murderer."
"Why should he want to burgle his own home?" I asked, stretching my fingers which were becoming cramped from my rapid note-taking.
"A valid question."
Detective Amarnath brought up a hand to rub his temple as if stimulating his brain cells.
"I suspect Holmes is of the opinion that it was to cover up his involvement. Am I correct in saying that Henry himself went to call a policeman when he returned home from work and discovered his room had been ransacked? Yes, I believe so, the barrister replied. He told me he returned home at 7 o'clock, as is his habit, to discover the back door by which he enters hanging open. He went upstairs to his room and saw that it was in chaos, although he didn't think anything had been stolen. He ran into the street and hailed a passing constable who came at once to inspect the scene. The inner door was found secure, so there was no suspicion at that time that the burglar had gained access to the Willoughbys' part of the house, and none whatever that a murder had been committed. When Mr. Willoughby came home and discovered his wife's body, was there any evidence of a burglary in the main part of the house? The detective inquired, drawing his eyebrows together and tilting his head back in deep thought so that his hat nearly tumbled off. In fact, there was. Various drawers in the parlour had been turned inside out, and some small trifles taken. Those trifles were among the items discovered under Henry's floorboard. And yet, the inner door was locked when the police arrived? Yes, but Holmes has explained that too. A spare key to the inner door was also found under Henry's bed. The theory is that he stole it previously when planning the burglary and let himself in prior to 7 o'clock that evening, but chanced upon Mrs. Willoughby unexpectedly. I understand she had planned to accompany her husband to his appointment, but felt unwell at the last moment and decided to remain at home. My cousin is then alleged to have silenced her with the poker, as things had gone too far, locking the door afterwards so the police wouldn't suspect anyone had gained entry. He then fetched the constable after rifling his own room and pretended to have only just returned home. By calling the police himself, he hoped to avoid suspicion. At least, that is how I grasp the current arguments. This is extremely interesting, remarked the detective, changing very suddenly from his pose of quiet absorption to one of thrumming energy. I assume your cousin has no alibi. I'm afraid not, shrugged Mr. Grafton. He keeps most evenings quietly in his lodgings. Unfortunately for him, none of the burglary dates coincided with any of the evenings he spent listening to his landlady's piano recitations. Mr. Willoughby cannot vouch entirely for Henry's presence upstairs on the evenings in question, as he is so quiet that one couldn't swear for sure whether he was there or not. I thought we should pay poor Henry a visit in prison as our next line of inquiry, Amarnath said, but I suggest we first meet Mr. Holmes. It seems unfair to turn up the case all over again without his knowledge, so we will introduce ourselves and learn his own thoughts on the case. What do you think, Miss Carmichael?
Yes, that sounds a sensible plan, I quickly agreed, taken aback that he would ask for my opinion in front of the barrister.
Just one more thing, Mr. Grafton,
Amarnath added before we left.
How well did Henry know the Willoughbys? Oh, quite well, I should say, Mr. Grafton answered. He has been lodging with them for about 2 years and always got on very well with them. And do you know of any of Henry's acquaintances? Acquaintances? I shouldn't think he has any, Detective. He is a very quiet fellow and simply goes to work and then goes home again. I beg of you, Detective Amarnath, to do all you can to discover the truth.
Mr. Grafton's voice shook.
I know my cousin Henry, and cannot, in my heart, believe he could have done such a terrible thing. He is a nervous sort, and I can't imagine how he must be suffering locked up as he is. I know it looks as though every piece of evidence points in his direction, but I shall not rest easy until you reach your own conclusions. Mr. Grafton, I cannot yet assure you that you will like the result, but I promise we will uncover the truth, whatever that may be,
the detective declared.
That is all I ask.
Mr. Grafton said, thanking us once more and shaking each of our hands in turn before showing us out of his office. While we waited for a hansom cab, Detective Amarnath continued humming, and I could not refrain from asking him about the song. "Is that not from the latest show at the music hall?" I inquired.
"It is. You've seen it too."
"Yes, although I hope my parents don't discover my propensity for going there. They say it is not a respectable place. In fact, I hope you don't mind my observation, but I am surprised you frequent the music hall yourself. I thought that as a detective you would be far too, well, right and proper." He gave a chuckle.
"Far from it, Miss Carmichael. And I'm surprised you haven't yet noticed my dislike of formality. I have been there twice a week since I arrived in London. It does not do to develop ideas of superiority. And if the Queen herself wishes to enjoy some light entertainment, I don't see why she shouldn't. By the way, I suppose your mother and father are happily unaware you are wandering the city with a detective from the colonies."
I shuffled uncomfortably on the pavement. "Not exactly," I said. "I did announce my intentions at the dining table last night, in front of the senior prosecutor, Mr. Lancaster, no less. But I don't suppose they believe I am really doing so, nor that you would take me on." The detective laughed quite uproariously, seeming to be greatly amused by the whole affair.
"Well,"
he said, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes,
"I hope they will be proud when they hear that you are now a detective's assistant."
"I'm not so sure they'll see it that way," I said ruefully. "I am afraid I'm quite a nuisance to them. Detective, did you not object to my asking questions of Mr. Grafton during the meeting, or of you during our interview?"
"Why on earth should I object? That is what an assistant is for. Even with years of experience, it is possible I may miss something, and having fresh eyes on a case never hurts. You must tell me what you are thinking. Even the tiniest piece of information could make a difference. Take a landscape painting, for example. When you stand back to admire it, you miss much by ignoring the background in favor of the foreground. Evidence, like art, must be analyzed as a complete picture from start to finish, with a critical eye and a questioning mind."
I listened intently, fascinated with the detective's views upon solving crime, and fast becoming used to the aphorisms and wise words with which he peppered his speech. "Well, I am grateful for your interest in my opinions. My mother and father seem to think young ladies should be seen and not heard," I said vehemently. "It is very pleasant for me to feel I am treated as a human being for a change."
"I know the feeling myself, Miss Carmichael. Superintendent Napier may have invited me here, but others are not so welcoming."
I glanced around and noticed for the first time the attention the detective was attracting. Some stares were at best curious, at worst openly hostile. I suddenly realized how difficult it must be to come to another country and be treated as an outsider. In the East End, he would not have been remarked upon as people from all backgrounds congregated there, but here in West London, an Indian gentleman dressed smartly for business was an extraordinary sight. The cab driver who pulled up gave us a suspicious look, but accepted our money readily enough, and as we neared Baker Street, I began to wonder what Mr. Holmes would make of Detective Amarnath, and indeed, what Detective Amarnath would make of Mr. Holmes. Chapter 4. Do not celebrate the day until night comes.
"You mentioned you have met Mr. Holmes,"
the detective remarked as the horses clip-clopped their way towards Baker Street.
"What were your impressions of him? I haven't had the pleasure of meeting him, but I know he has an excellent reputation."
He is a most imposing gentleman. I chose my words carefully. I'm sure he is very efficient in his detective work, but he is somewhat sharp-tongued and traditional in his methods. He was reluctant to even consider my request to be his assistant, but I'm grateful he turned me down, as it has given me the opportunity to take this wonderful opening with you instead.
I did not know I had an opening available until you walked into my office.
He smiled.
However, I am glad you are pleased. I think Mr. Holmes will be surprised to see you arrive in his parlour once again.
As we paid the cabby and stepped down onto the pavement, a bevy of small boys rushed out of 221B, caterwauling and hallooing for all they were worth.
"Bye, Mr. Holmes,"
the tallest one, who I supposed was the leader, called out as they exited the premises.
"Ah, so these are the famous Baker Street irregulars,"
observed Detective Amarnath with interest.
"A very unusual way of collecting facts. Spies in the guise of street urchins."
His smile broadened, and a glint of mischief came into his eyes, which quite surprised me.
"Miss Carmichael, shall we have a little game? I can't help but notice the way some Londoners speak, dropping their letters so endearingly. I'll pretend I have misunderstood and refer to the great detective as Mr. Holmes, as if I really believe that to be his name."
I bit my lip to prevent a laugh escaping. I fear I shall not be able to keep my face in order, I admitted.
"In that case, you must consider it valuable training,"
he advised me.
"Detectives must be able to control their expressions and reveal nothing to a suspect."
Is Mr. Holmes a suspect, then? I asked with a glimmer of mischief of my own.
"At this point, we rule nothing out,"
the detective winked.
"But don't forget how important it is to keep a straight face,"
he added more seriously. I nodded, realizing I had no small amount of improvements to make in this area. I suppressed my nervousness as best I could and noticed recognition in Mr. Holmes's eyes as we entered.
"Miss Carmichael, how pleasant to see you again,"
he said, his tone suggesting that it was anything but. "Good afternoon, Mr. Holmes," I replied demurely.
"And do I have the pleasure of greeting Detective Amarnath?"
he asked briskly.
"How did you guess?"
the detective asked, although I suspected he was exaggerating the surprise in his voice to be polite.
"I provided no card to introduce myself." "Oh, Holmes is very good at these little games,"
chuckled Dr. Watson, who had also risen to greet us.
"I expect he saw some small mark on your trousers which spoke of crouching in bushes to survey suspects, or perhaps some uneven wear on your shoes which indicated many hours of walking the beat. Eh, Holmes? Or perhaps,"
proposed Detective Amarnath with a slightly irreverent smile,
"Mr. Holmes was informed by his Scotland Yard colleagues that a detective of Indian origin had been engaged to look into the Willoughby case. So when I walked in, he must have guessed at once that I am that fellow." "Naturally,"
said Holmes, tapping his pipe dismissively and showering tobacco over the carpet.
"Do you not wish to remove your hat, Mr. Amarnath?" "My hat? Oh, no, Mr. Holmes,"
the detective replied, tapping it as if to make sure it really was still there.
"I never remove it during the day. It is far too risky. When I am entwined in a case, I often forget it and wander off without it. This hat is a continual annoyance to me, and I can't afford to keep replacing it." "Very well,"
said Mr. Holmes, twisting his lip in ill-disguised derision.
"Am I to assume that you wish for some advice on the case? Of course, I thought it was of some interest originally, but now that the villain has been caught, one sees it is really not so singular after all." "I am not so sure, Mr. Holmes,"
Amarnath replied, and this time I noticed a flicker of annoyance from Mr. Holmes at the butchery of his name. Dr. Watson invited us to sit down, mindful of his friend's complete omission of hospitality, and I looked around the room with interest, observing more than I had the last time I was there. For a detective of such an organised mind, Holmes's living quarters were extremely messy. It was well known that he kept his tobacco in the Persian slipper on the mantelpiece, but he also kept his pipe in the coal scuttle and his papers all over the floor. I couldn't imagine how he knew where anything was. Most peculiar of all was a small, ornate dagger lodged in the wall above the fireplace, as though it had been thrown there in a fit of anger. I wondered what his long-suffering landlady thought of his lack of care over the rooms.
"I believe you know my assistant, Madeleine Carmichael,"
Amarnath said, once we were seated comfortably.
"Your assistant?"
Mr. Holmes raised a disbelieving eyebrow.
"I already see that your methods are somewhat unorthodox, Mr. Amarnath. You are aware, I trust, that her first choice was to apply to me some weeks ago?" "Yes, she told me so herself,"
he replied, and I detected surprise in Mr. Holmes's eyes that I had been truthful, perhaps hoping to have caught me out in front of my new employer.
"Some cases offer rather deeper waters than first suspected,"
Holmes continued disinterestedly.
"But this one, as I have said, is an open and shut case, and I have solved it. I'm afraid there is nothing more for you to do." "Perhaps, Mr. Holmes, perhaps. But Superintendent Napier has asked me to investigate it for myself,"
Amarnath replied apologetically.
"Would you mind explaining how you determined the suspect's guilt?" "Very well. On inspecting Henry Grafton's rooms, I found the items stolen from previous burglaries hidden under a floorboard and evidence of handwriting on his desk which matched the letters sent to the burgled Holmes. He is the only one with the opportunity to have committed the crime, and he naturally knew the Willoughbys' home well." "But his motive?"
enquired Detective Amarnath.
"Purely burglary,"
stated Holmes.
"He did not set out to commit murder, merely to supplement his meagre income. It was unfortunate that he found Mrs. Willoughby at home when he believed her to be out with her husband that night. Had she gone with him as planned, she would certainly still be alive." "The handwriting?" Amarnath asked suddenly. "In your experience, what can be gathered from that?" "It is well known that a trained handwriting expert can reliably gather the writer's gender and age as a minimum."
Holmes sniffed, as though deeming the question to be a childish one.
"You can, of course, determine whether a document has been written while in a train carriage, for instance, or whether the writer was frail or excitable. In this case, the writing was undoubtedly that of a man around 25 to 30 years of age, which matches our suspect." "I'm sorry, but I do not agree,"
said Amarnath, calmly but firmly, upon which I noticed Holmes's eyes flicker towards Dr. Watson as he gave a loud puff of his pipe.
"It is impossible to state those facts from handwriting alone. For example, shaky letters may indicate lack of education, not frailty. It can be copied more easily than you may think, and some people with mental disorders have been known to change their writing from one day to the next. This happens with split personalities. You've read, I'm sure, the novel of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde." "Novels are mere frivolities and do not stimulate my intellect adequately,"
sniffed Holmes, raising an eyebrow.
"I assure you, Mr. Amarnath, that the art of handwriting analysis has been proven again and again in my cases. Sometimes we may learn more from novels than we do from the A to Z of Lords and Ladies or Bradshaw's train timetables,"
replied Amarnath pointedly, knowing, I'm convinced, that these were two of Holmes's favourite sources of information. To Holmes's credit, he did not even blink, but swiftly changed the subject.
Even without the handwriting, Mr. Amarnath, the evidence against Grafton is solid. Watson, perhaps you could explain the simple facts to this gentleman."
He slumped into an armchair, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes as if bored with the conversation.
"Well, really... Holmes would be better at explaining it. I mean... Come along, Watson. You have chronicled the case already, have you not? You must be at liberty to detail the key points for our colleague," pressed Holmes brusquely, eyes still closed. Of course. You see, Detective Amarnath, the case was easily enough explained when we deduced that Mr. Grafton lied about getting home at 7 o'clock. In point of fact, Holmes's inquiries led us to discover that he had left work early that day, and nobody from his office could confidently assert his whereabouts. He must have reached his lodgings around 6:30. He had been informed the previous day that Mr. and Mrs. Willoughby would be out that evening, as Grafton himself had planned. He, of course, was the mysterious R.L. Sherwin who telephoned the chess club and summoned Mr. Willoughby to an address which did not exist, with the intention of removing him from the house. How many other people, excepting Grafton, would have known that Mr. Willoughby usually visits his chess club at that time on a Thursday evening?
"Who indeed?" added Holmes flippantly.
"There may be suspects from the club itself,"
suggested Detective Amarnath mildly.
"or perhaps other associates of Mr. Willoughby who are still to be interviewed. But please continue, Doctor. What happened when Mr. Grafton reached home at 6:30? He immediately enacted his plan of burglary, unlocking the inner door to the Willoughby's part of the house, to which he had previously stolen a key. He was shocked to discover Mrs. Willoughby still at home, who no doubt asked him what the devil he was doing. It was, of course, too late to give any credible account of himself, so he took up the poker as the nearest weapon to hand and committed the dreadful murder. He then rifled through the Willoughby's belongings and hid some of the valuables upstairs under his bed with his other spoils, not forgetting to lock the inner door behind him so it would appear that nobody had been inside. He hastily upended his own room before running out into the street just after 7 o'clock, as though he had only recently arrived home, and hailed a policeman to report the burglary. This way he hoped to create an alibi for himself, as he usually returns from work at 7 o'clock and no earlier."
"Precisely, Watson," Holmes said briskly, making Amarnath jump.
"So you feel it is unusual and suspicious that Mr. Grafton left work early that particular day?"
inquired Detective Amarnath. "I noticed that he listened very carefully, and whatever he might have been thinking, he refrained from commenting on the case itself and gathered only the facts. I made notes as Dr. Watson spoke, ensuring we had all the information we needed as to the case that presently stood against Mr. Grafton."
"Absolutely," nodded Dr. Watson. "He is not in the habit of doing so, and nobody could vouch for him. He claimed to have left work early to visit his father's grave, as it was the 5th anniversary of his death. Holmes and I visited the graveyard and confirmed the date did indeed match, but, tellingly, no flowers had been placed there. Why should a man take a trip to his father's grave, yet bring no flowers?"
"That is where deductive reasoning can fall short," Detective Amarnath commented. "You reason that all people visiting graves bring flowers. Therefore, if someone claims to have visited a grave yet taken none, they must be lying. But this is based on a false premise. Some people do not like flowers, others simply cannot afford them. And in some cultures, it is not traditional to put flowers on graves." Holmes opened his eyes and looked sharply at Detective Amarnath.
"Why, pray, do you think the telephone call to the chess club was made deliberately at a time just prior to Mr. Willoughby's arrival there? This again places the evidence squarely against Mr. Grafton, as he knew his landlord's movements." He could not call and speak to Willoughby directly and pretend to be R.L. Sherwin, as Willoughby would surely recognise his voice. Therefore, he telephoned at a time when somebody else would be sure to take the message. I found a telephone kiosk not far from the house, which he undoubtedly used. There is also, of course, the small matter of the blood found upon the shoes, which Mr. Grafton admitted to owning. Can you explain this, too, Mr. Amarnath? I am not yet in a position to explain anything, Mr. Holmes, Amarnath assured him calmly. In addition, Mr. Amarnath, Holmes explained tiredly, if you are suggesting that Mr. Grafton could be innocent, you must be saying that someone else entered the house, committed the murder, and planted all the stolen things under the floorboard. It would have meant the felon had been carrying his spoils around ever since the previous burglaries. You are right, of course, said the detective, looking a little downcast. I simply do not know, but I shall not be satisfied until I do. Thank you for your time in outlining the case. Holmes waved his pipe as if to signal the end of the conversation, and Dr. Watson looked heartily relieved. What part of India do you come from, detective? He asked jovially, moving swiftly on from the business of the case. I was there for a time when I joined the British forces before fighting the Afghans and receiving my bullet wound. He waved at his leg with a wince. Ah, yes, you were in the 5th Northumberland Fusiliers, isn't it? Asked Amarnath. By Jove, yes! How did you know? The chronicler is just as famous as the detective, said Amarnath with a smile. As for me, I was born in a small village in Tanjore in the South Indian state of Tamil Nadu. Later, I moved to Madras, where I began my training with the Imperial Indian Police. I was there for 20 years and had very varied duties, including looking after security arrangements when British royalty visited the country. I suppose you like cricket, of course, enquired Watson politely. In fact, I do not. Amarnath grimaced. I'm afraid it is a mistaken belief that all Indians like cricket. I cannot bear watching a match which goes on for days without a definite outcome. I prefer baseball, an exciting American game which keeps you, how do they put it, on the edge of your toes? I see, said Watson, looking a little disappointed. What have you been doing since the Imperial Police, then, Amarnath? For the last 2 years, I've done private work. Once this case is over, I will complete my task of setting up London's new fingerprinting bureau. I have had the privilege of solving 22 murder cases over the years, and hope to soon add the 23rd to the list. I say, 22 murders? Said Watson in surprise. I certainly wish we received as many interesting cases. Holmes is usually consulted over missing plans or secret codes or perhaps blackmail of dukes. He has only had, well now, perhaps a handful, wouldn't you say, Holmes? Holmes narrowed his eyes at his colleague in irritation, as if unwilling to admit that he was not as experienced as Detective Amarnath in homicide cases. I wish you luck, Mr. Amarnath, in your investigation, said Holmes, leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes once more, which I thought rather rude. You won't, of course, find anything new that I have not already considered. I rather expect you will need to return to Baker Street for advice before the week is out. Perhaps you're right, Mr. Holmes, but I have learned that one should never celebrate the day until the night comes, as so much can happen between now and then. Our only aim should be to ensure the right man is found guilty. Dear, dear, I am not sure that Edward Grafton will be entirely pleased with the detective he has hired to exonerate his cousin. He does not even know the proper pronunciation of simple names. Now, go on your way and leave me to smoke in peace and enjoy looking out of the window. I rose from the chair,
and was about to make a cutting remark, but Detective Amarnath silenced me.
"We should be too big to take offence, and too noble to give it,"
he said peaceably, nodding at Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
"In any case, I hope I have given you none. It was, of course, my little game, and I know well that you are the great Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and not the Mr. Ohms that the East Londoners and your Baker Street irregulars refer to." Of course,"
Holmes said languidly, curling his lip. I received the distinct impression that he did not take kindly to any hint of mischief directed at him.
"Just one more thing, Mr. Holmes,"
Amarnath said, raising a hand as if a thought had suddenly struck him.
"What did you make of the teapot?"
"The teapot? Oh, you refer to the fact that it was not stolen, of course," Holmes replied with little interest.
"I deduced Grafton knew that leaving it untouched would make the police more likely to believe the burglar did not know the house well. Grafton, of course, would no doubt have been aware that his landlord kept coins in that teapot, and availing himself of the contents would have added to the suspicion against him. He no doubt calmed down in the aftermath of his violence and thought about how best to cover up his involvement. In any case, it was mere loose change and barely worth his notice."
"I see," Amarnath nodded politely.
"Yes, it could happen that the irrational brain kicked in and triggered a fight-or-flight response, so to speak, culminating in the murder. Then, after the frenzied attack, the killer calms down sufficiently to concoct a plan. However, someone who has committed murder unexpectedly, as you say Grafton did, is more likely to be ruffled and in no position to think and plan than someone who premeditated the whole crime."
Holmes raised an eyebrow, as though wondering what more his visitor could possibly say on the matter, and what relevance it had to the case in hand.
"But I do not think the money would have been beneath his notice anyway,"
Amarnath continued.
"The police report said there was almost 6 shillings inside the teapot, I think. Besides, stealing the contents would not necessarily point to someone who knew the house well, as burglars are honed to notice such things. I understand it is quite common for Londoners to keep loose change in teapots, believing, misguidedly, that no one would think to look there. Grafton may have been unaware of that fact, of course,"
Holmes pointed out.
Perhaps.
Amarnath agreed ambivalently.
"In any case, thank you very much for your time."
Watson rose to shake our hands, but Holmes remained seated. "Thank you, Dr. Watson. Mr. Holmes," I added, as we closed the door behind us and walked sedately onto the street, where we hailed a hansom cab.
"I think I may not have made a friend in Mr. Holmes,"
said the detective solemnly. However, I couldn't fail to notice that his smile remained, and he did not seem at all troubled by this observation. Chapter 5. One has more to fear from the living than the dead.
"Is Mr. Farnsworth here?"
Amarnath inquired of the secretary of the chess club as we entered. It had been a long day, as we had visited both Edward Grafton and Holmes already, but it was a Thursday, and it seemed the perfect opportunity to speak to Mr. Willoughby's fellow players on the evening they typically met. We had heard the constabulary mention that Eric Farnsworth was an ex-convict and had been inside more than once over the years for various petty crimes, and Willoughby had played against him frequently, so he seemed a reasonable person with whom to launch our inquiries.
"Yes, sir. He is the rather surly-looking cove in the corner."
The secretary pointed towards the dingiest part of the room. When we went over to introduce ourselves, I saw that this description was accurate. Mr. Farnsworth did not smile, and unfortunately suffered from having somewhat simian features. He put me in mind of the work of Cesare Lombroso an Italian criminologist who believes that a person's facial features predispose them to a life of crime, with those of jutting chins and low brows more akin to apes than humans in their moral code. Of course, I believed none of it, but it crossed my mind that Mr. Farnsworth would have presented a fascinating example for Lombroso to examine. He looked up with annoyance as we sat down at his table. He alternated between chewing tobacco, guzzling his pint of porter, and staring at the chessboard in front of him, even though he appeared to have no opponent.
Would you mind if we asked you some questions?
Amarnath approached him, flashing his police identification badge.
Do you know that Mr. Willoughby's wife was murdered last week? That I did.
Farnsworth grunted.
Funny sod, Willoughby. Never trusted him. Shame, though, what happened.
You don't trust him? Why not? Amarnath inquired with curiosity. I was swiftly learning that the detective never let anything slide which might be relevant, even if it seemed a throwaway remark. Farnsworth was reluctant to answer at first.
I don't trust police, neither. Especially not Indian ones,
he added guardedly. I studied him closely, fascinated to be witnessing a conversation with a real live criminal. I wondered what had made him the way he was, and wished we could explore his experiences further, but I knew we were here to focus only on his knowledge of the current case.
I understand,
said Amarnath evenly.
I must admit, I don't always trust the police myself. I am no longer with the force, but have taken on the case privately.
He leaned closer to Farnsworth across the table and frowned.
Did, by any chance, the police do this to you?
He asked, pointing to a dark shadow under Mr. Farnsworth's eye that suggested he had been at the end of someone's fist a short while ago. He shuffled on his chair uncomfortably.
Why should you care?
He grunted, gulping down the rest of his pint.
I detest violence, Mr. Farnsworth,
Detective Amarnath explained.
I know the police sometimes resort to such methods in their desire to eliminate crime. I want to change that. I am on good terms with Superintendent Napier and intend to present to him my views on it while I'm here. I would not mention your name.
Well, sighed Mr. Farnsworth, some of the tension leaving his shoulders.
You got it right, of course. Just because I've been done before for theft, they always look to rough me up a bit when they see me, even if I ain't doing nothing wrong. Not all of them, like, just one or two. I've gone straight now, mostly. Anyway, I try. Got a job down the tea warehouse. There is no saint without a past, and no sinner without a future,
observed Detective Amarnath, and I copied his philosophical words down into my notebook at once to make sure I would not forget them when chronicling the case later.
You seem different from the others, Guff,
said Farnsworth, beginning to open up a little more.
I'll help if I can, but I don't know much, see? Just that the night before it happened, Willoughby was in here playing chess with me, and he was in high spirits. So high that he put a wager on himself to win, and he did just that.
Do you know why he was in such high spirits? I inquired.
No, miss. Wouldn't like to say.
Was this before or after the phone call he received that night? The detective asked, narrowing his eyes in thought.
He had been telephoned by another member here, hadn't he? One Mr. A.C. Goodwin, I think? Couldn't vouch for that, neither.
Farnsworth shrugged.
I was just sitting here drinking before he came over, and I didn't catch what he was talking about.
I was most impressed by the detective's clever line of questioning as I realised that he was testing Farnsworth to establish whether he knew more about it all than he was letting on. He did not even blink or show any signs of acknowledgement that Amarnath had been mistaken about the name of the caller or that he had been a member of the club, so it seemed that he was telling the truth.
Mr. Willoughby wanted to have a wager, you said?
The detective continued with interest.
5 bob he wanted. I says no, just 1. I know he cheats, he must do. But you don't want to say nothing, 'cause he's not like the boys you normally brawl with, you know? He wouldn't get his fists out if you called him a cheat, but he'd go all quiet and pretend like he weren't seething, but you'd know he was.
Go on, nodded Amarnath.
It's like he didn't show himself fully,
continued Farnsworth slowly, considering how best to explain it.
I always thought there was more to him. Anyway, he don't deserve what happened.
Do you mean to say he might have been the sort to have enemies? I asked, scribbling notes as quickly as I could.
Perhaps, miss.
He shrugged.
I've been playing chess with him for 3 years, but don't know nothing about him, really. You know, there was one funny thing, though. The week before, he looked like he'd been crying, eyes all red. Then, last time I saw him, he was high as a kite, like I said. I doubt he's coming tonight after what happened, so I expect you'll find him home. Thank you, Mr. Farnsworth,
nodded Detective Amarnath.
You've been very helpful.
He handed the ex-convict a card.
This is how you can contact me for the next few weeks while I am in England,
he explained.
If you have any more trouble brought on you unfairly by the police, please come and let me know.
He held out a hand for Farnsworth to shake, which was accepted with surprise.
Another glass of whatever this gentleman likes to drink, please,
said Amarnath to the barkeep, throwing some coins in his direction. We obtained nothing valuable from any of the other chess players, other than the surprising fact that, despite playing Mr. Willoughby often, none of them knew very much about him or his wife. I hurried after the detective as he left the chess club, burning with questions. How did you make Mr. Farnsworth trust you so easily? I asked, impressed. You set him at ease so quickly.
It is simple,
he replied as he hailed a hansom cab, the 5th or 6th that day.
I just behave like a human being and expect that, in turn, they will behave like a human being towards me. We have learned a lot from this conversation.
He clapped his hands together loudly with glee, a gesture which still took me by surprise.
Now, I think it's time to go home. Thank you for your help today, Miss Carmichael. If you are still willing to work with me, we will meet at my office again, first thing in the morning.
Well, of course, I said happily. I had no intention of giving up after one day's hard work. I had expected a complicated answer about his propensity for inviting trust, perhaps that he had undergone training in India on techniques for questioning suspects, but I was surprised to learn that it was just his natural, open demeanour which encouraged confidences. I wondered whether Mr. Holmes found it as easy to glean information from such people, with his tendency towards sharpness and a little condescension. I felt rather guilty for describing Mr. Farnsworth so rudely as of simian countenance, even if only in my own imagination. And all the way home, I turned over in my mind Detective Amarnath's remark about behaving like a human being towards everyone, no matter who they were. At the dinner table that evening, my father studied me over his spectacles as if I were a slightly strange specimen that he couldn't quite understand.
What have you been doing all day, Madeleine?
He asked with suspicion. I have been doing exactly as I said I would, I announced, after hurriedly swallowing my bread and butter. I have been assisting Detective Amarnath in the Willoughby case. Really, Madeleine, you mustn't tell such tales, my mother said with a frown.
No, my dear,
my father said to her.
You're quite wrong. She is telling the truth, for I heard from one of my associates that she was seen wandering around with an Indian chap today, but I preferred to hear it from her directly.
Can I do nothing without one of your network of spies reporting it back to you? I sighed with frustration. Besides, I was hoping for an apology from you and Mr. Lancaster for laughing at me yesterday, for I have proven my worth and been employed by Detective Amarnath, an achievement that yesterday you did not think possible. I spoke to Patricia Askew from next door this morning, interrupted my mother, and my heart sank at what I knew would be coming next. Her daughter Eleanor has got a pleasant job at the new Bearings telephone exchange, and they have plenty more openings. They originally hired boys, you see, but found they were not disciplined enough, so they are seeking young ladies instead. If you are really set upon having a job, then perhaps that would be more suitable. Mother, I have no interest in the telephone exchange, nor could I abide working in the same room as Eleanor Askew and her incessant chatter of dresses and face creams. I have been taken on by Detective Amarnath and cannot let him down now. Well, perhaps you will consider it when he goes back to India, once this horrid business is all over, she said hopefully. My heart sank at the thought. Of course, I knew he would eventually leave England and return home, but I hadn't considered how disappointed I would be when it happened. I would no longer be a detective's assistant, and I doubted anyone else would be modern enough to take me on, even with the experience I would have gained. Well, we can discuss all that another time, said my father, placing his knife and fork to one side and peering at me with renewed interest. What's the fellow like, anyway? My mother shot him a look, and my father raised an eyebrow. I don't suppose we can change her mind now, can we, dear? He appeased her. You know what Madeleine's like when she gets an idea into her head. We might as well find out more about it all and hope she tires of it in due course when she realises how unpleasant and unsuitable detective work is for ladies. I shall not get bored with it. I laid down my own cutlery firmly. The detective is very professional, yet amiable, I continued, in answer to his question. He does not talk much about himself, but I do know he has many years' experience and has solved 22 murder cases. He is different from Mr. Holmes and treats everyone with equal respect, whether they are of high birth or low. And Mr. Holmes does not? Inquired my father. No, not exactly, I explained. He has his Baker Street boys, but that is because he cannot venture into insalubrious places himself without being too conspicuous, unless he is in disguise, of course. Detective Amarnath is recognisable as an officer of the law, but his manner makes people comfortable and trusting. He shook hands with a Mr. Farnsworth at the chess club this evening, for instance, and he is an ex-convict. Good Lord, you've been conversing with ex-convicts, have you? My father said, concerned. My mother emitted a small squeak and fanned herself with her napkin. Well, the detective did most of the talking, I said hesitantly. Besides, he's gone straight, so he said. Anyway, I quickly changed the subject. Detective Amarnath has a great deal of wisdom and says many fascinating things. He has a way of making one see from a different perspective. His mind is open and he does not make hasty judgments. How do people comprehend him? My father asked, and I raised my eyes to the heavens. He speaks impeccable English, I explained. Just because he's Indian, you mustn't think he is indecipherable. It is untrue, and he is very well educated. I should quite like to meet him, he said, much to my surprise. He sounds most intriguing, and I should not wish to judge him unfairly. Perhaps we ought to invite him over for dinner one evening. I suppose it would be courteous to do so. My mother nearly began to shake and turned quite pale at such a thought. What on earth could Margaret make for him? She asked, referring to our rather traditional cook. I wouldn't know what these people eat. Mother, I explained calmly, and with only a hint of facetiousness. I am quite sure he can digest whatever Margaret gives him, just as we do. He is human, after all, and has managed to survive in England for several weeks already.
What are you investigating tomorrow, Madeleine?
My father asked, and I was pleased that his tone was a smidgen less mocking now. I suspect, perhaps, I had simply worn him down over the years, and he no longer had the energy to offer much resistance. "We are to visit the scene of the crime," I announced. "I believe the detective also mentioned that we shall speak to the neighbours of the murdered woman, and perhaps her husband's work colleagues."
"Oh, how ghastly," my mother muttered. "I do wish you would reconsider the telephone exchange."
I gave her one of my most withering looks, but thought it best to refrain from mentioning that we were also going to discuss the case directly with the accused at Pentonville Prison.
"I hope the case continues to a swift and satisfactory conclusion,"
said my father, which was as close as he was likely to come to wishing me well. I grinned and retired to bed as quickly as I could, in preparation for rising early for another long day of investigating. The morning dawned bright but chilly, and the detective insisted on our walking to the scene of the crime rather than taking a hansom cab. I had noticed that he always carried an umbrella, even though it did not look likely to rain.
"The fresh air works wonders for the mind,"
he said briskly as I shivered.
"A breeze is far better for the brain cells than a stuffy office. I have never agreed with the fellows who stay awake all night thumping their temples over a case they cannot crack, filling their blood with coffee and their lungs with smoke."
"So, when you are stuck on a case, you like to go for a walk?" I asked, keen to pick up all the detective's little tips and mannerisms.
"Certainly," he said. "A famous adventurer and writer, John Muir, once said that going outside is really like going in."
I pondered in silence for a moment, preferring to work the meaning out for myself before asking. I suppose I could see what he meant, for when one walked among the trees and fields, it felt easy to be contemplative, to reflect on one's day and organise the mind. There was precious little greenery to be seen on London's grimy streets, but I could not deny that the sharp, cold air certainly woke up one's senses. I was surprised that Detective Amarnath did not remark upon the chill, despite surely being used to warmer climes, but physical discomforts did not seem to bother him.
"I study my blackboard first if I am puzzling over something,"
he continued. When we had convened at his office first thing that morning, I had been shown the prized blackboard of which he spoke. On it was a maelstrom of words, lines, and squiggles, with diagrams bringing his ideas together. At first glance, it was chaotic, but a second look revealed rigid precision. The names of everyone involved in the case appeared on the left, dotted with arrows showing links between them. Unanswered questions were on the right, and known facts were in the middle, the latter being unfortunately rather slim at present. "You know, I have been thinking over something myself," I said slowly as we walked. "I cannot get the name R.L. Sherwin out of my head. I am absolutely certain I have heard it somewhere long before this case ever came about."
"Really?"
Amarnath looked at me with surprise and interest.
"Do you have any idea where you may have heard it before? Even the smallest coincidence could be of value to our investigation."
"I know, and that's what frustrates me," I sighed. "I feel sure it might be important, but I simply cannot recall why it seems so very familiar."
"Perhaps you should consult your newspaper clippings," the detective suggested. "You still have them, of course. You mentioned during our interview that you have collected articles of interest for years."
"An excellent idea," I nodded, feeling a little dejected that I hadn't thought of such a plan myself.
"Be sure to tell me if you find anything. Now,"
Amarnath advised me as we approached Radnor Terrace,
"this interview with Mr. Willoughby will be a useful experience for you. One of the toughest parts of this job is speaking to victims and their families. It is not easy to combine sensitivity with the urgent need for information."
I nodded, realizing more with each passing hour that being a detective was hard work, but I was determined nothing would dampen my enthusiasm. Detective Amarnath assigned me the task of noting the external and internal features of the murder house and informed me I would be required to draw a thorough plan of it later, so I paid careful attention. The building was a nondescript end-of-terrace home in a road that was neither very attractive nor especially run down. From the outside it appeared to be in reasonable condition, with no peeling paintwork, but no personal touches either, such as flowers or plants along the front path. When we knocked, a rather haggard man opened the door and looked at us with suspicion.
Mr. Frederick Willoughby?
Yes.
I am Detective Amarnath, and this is my assistant, Miss Carmichael. We are very sorry to intrude at this time, but could we ask you a few questions?
Might I see your badge? The bereaved man asked with suspicion.
Certainly.
The detective produced it for him. Well, Mr. Willoughby waved it away, evidently satisfied. I have already told the police everything, and they have arrested the villain. I have nothing more to say. His face was lined and tired, and although I knew how important it was to gather information, I felt uneasy that we had to bother him like this.
I understand,
Amarnath replied.
but I have been asked to investigate the case again so that no stone is left unturned. There are a few questions that must be answered before the case can be fully closed.
You are trying to acquit that murderer, who was living under my very nose in my own home.
Not at all, Mr. Willoughby,
Amarnath replied kindly.
It is true that I have been engaged by a party interested in Mr. Grafton's welfare, but I am bound to look into it fairly and thoroughly, and this is your chance to cement the case against your old lodger even further. If you can tell us what we need to know, we will be as quick as possible.
Very well, then, Mr. Willoughby sighed, as though all the fight had gone out of him. He opened the door more widely and motioned for us to step inside before leading us into a small but well-kept parlour with a roaring fire going. It was a little too warm for my preference, but I knew that older people often require greater heat, and I supposed him to be in his mid to late 50s. I noticed there was a brand-new poker propped against the mantelpiece, and thought with a shudder of the old one which had been used to stove in Ellen Willoughby's head. I peered around with curiosity, and could not fail to notice a large, sinister stain on the carpet, which looked suspiciously like blood. There was an unpleasant smell in the air, as though someone had tried to clean the place up with carbolic soap, but had not quite succeeded. I felt a pang of sadness as I noticed the piano in the corner, with its lid firmly shut, and wondered if anyone would ever play it again. Mr. Willoughby invited us to sit down, but did not offer us a drink. I studied him closely and judged him to be a fellow of sobriety, with a pale face and rather watery eyes. His haggard appearance was no doubt a result of the strain and sleepless nights since his wife's death, but he had recently shaved and was well enough groomed.
Have you been back to work since last week?
The detective asked.
No, I have not been in any state to do so,
Mr. Willoughby answered quietly. He seemed to stare into the distance, as though remembering the horror he had experienced. I wondered if he would ever be able to sit in this parlour again without recalling the blood-soaked room he had stumbled into that dreadful night.
If you are able, would you tell me everything from the call you received at your chess club up until the terrible scene when you returned home that Friday evening?
Amarnath asked as gently as he could. What followed was a painstaking explanation of the hideous events which I have already described early on in this chronicle. I shall not record it all again, nor the gestures which showed us the exact spot of the terrible crime. but will instead note down the pertinent questions which the detective asked after Mr. Willoughby had finished his story.
Mr. Willoughby,
he inquired thoughtfully, leaning forward to meet the bereaved man's eyes.
the original police notes mention that as you entered the house that night, you immediately gave a cry of murder, which was witnessed by your cab driver, a Mr. Knox, I think?
Yes, that's right. What of it? Willoughby replied.
I was wondering how you knew so quickly that your wife had been murdered, and that it had not been a simple accident, perhaps.
It was fairly obvious from the sheer amount of blood all over the room, Willoughby snapped sarcastically, lip trembling. I did not need a detective to explain to me what had happened.
Of course.
Amarnath nodded apologetically.
I just need to check every little detail. I am sure you understand. Would you mind telling me again which door you used to enter when you arrived home that night?
I tried to get in through the front door, which you came through yourselves just now, he answered tiredly. When I could not get the key to turn, I went around the side of the house and to the back door. Well, we call it the back door, but it's really at the side. Might we see it? I asked, thinking of my task of drawing a plan of the house. Detective Amarnath looked pleased with my question. I suppose so, Mr. Willoughby replied, standing up slowly and walking across the room in a way that made me think him rather frail. He opened a door and showed us a small hallway. This is our inner door, he explained, gesturing weakly. As you can see, there is another set of stairs out here that fiend used to get to his room. And just along here is the outer back door through which I gained entry that night.
By fiend, of course you mean Mr. Grafton, the accused,
Amarnath clarified. Yes, of course I mean Mr. Grafton, Mr. Willoughby snapped.
He could access the back door and his room only,
the detective continued.
So we thought,
sniffed Mr. Willoughby, his lower lip shaking.
As I told the police, there are 2 keys for the inner door. One which I keep on my person, and a spare which is kept in the house. Some weeks ago, the spare went missing, and I believed it had fallen down and been lost under something. Now we know.
He took a juddering breath.
That Grafton, I could barely say his name, had stolen it and kept it. He used it that night to enter the house. You didn't trouble to look for the spare, or have another made?
Amarnath inquired.
No, sir, I did not.
He sniffed sadly.
My wife rarely went out alone, and did not need one, and I believed the spare had merely been misplaced. I'm getting old, and I do not have a firm back, so I'd been putting off the task of moving the furniture to find it.
I understand, Amarnath assured him.
Would you please take us outside, so I can see if there are any other ways the culprit could have entered? I see you are still keen to exonerate Grafton,
Mr. Willoughby spat.
We already know how he gained entry. The spare key was found under his bed, which anyone at Scotland Yard could tell you. Please, indulge me, sir.
Amarnath mollified him, and I was once again impressed by how he managed to keep people on his side.
I just wish to dot the I's and cross the T's, as I believe the expression goes. You see, the defense lawyer, I'm sorry, you call them barristers, may bring these questions up at the trial to plant a seed of doubt in the jury's minds. If I can prove there was no other way the scene could have played out, there is a greater chance we will see justice done.
Oh, I see. Mr. Willoughby nodded sadly, his flash of anger leaving him at once. I quite accept your point. I suppose it is the same in my line of work.
where precision is vital." His lip quivered.
"Sorry,"
he said in a wobbly voice.
I just miss Ellen so much."
"It is completely understandable," Amarnath said reassuringly. I hoped we would finish our interview soon, as the man's grief and sad eyes made me quite uncomfortable, and I was sure that all three of us would feel better once the meeting was concluded. He opened the side door, which led into a small alleyway accessible by anyone, no doubt the way that Mr. Grafton had entered his lodgings every day, and showed us further along to a small scrubby patch of garden surrounded by fences, populated only by a small brick outhouse.
"Please don't stand out in the cold, Mr. Willoughby,"
Amarnath said.
"We will have a look around and come back through when we have finished."
Mr. Willoughby nodded and retired indoors. I noticed the detective's manner change instantly, and his eyes darted around, glinting with intelligence as he absorbed the scene. He strode purposefully over to the outhouse and tugged the door open. I followed him, wondering what on earth he was looking for, as at first glance, all I could see inside were some rusted gardening tools. I watched, fascinated, as Amarnath knelt on his hands and knees and covered every inch of the stone floor, rubbing his hands over the surfaces.
"There is unlikely to be any physical evidence left," he explained, "after the police have trampled the place and cleaned everything up, but it is always worth checking."
"Do you suppose the assailant could have waited in here, watching until they thought the house was empty so they could commit the burglary?" I asked.
"Perhaps. Or this outhouse may have no relevance at all, but it must be considered in any case. Aha!"
He clapped his hands together, and this time I didn't jump, having become a little more used to the detective's habits. "What is it?" I hissed.
"Some dried blood," he said, pointing at a spot on the corner of the floor. "How interesting."
"But the murder took place indoors, did it not?" I asked in confusion.
"Yes, it did,"
he murmured, deep in thought.
"It could be unrelated to the case, but I would like to know how blood came to be in here."
He took a further look around the outhouse and the garden, not seeming to notice the dusty, grimy patches his trouser legs had acquired.
"There doesn't seem to be any other method of entry," he muttered.
"And there were no signs of a break-in anyway, except for the back door which Mr. Grafton said was hanging open when he returned home from work," I added. Amarnath jiggled the back door handle of the main house.
"Whatever caused it to stick when Mr. Willoughby tried to get in last week, it's in working order now, sure enough."
He frowned. When we went back inside the house, we found Mr. Willoughby warming his hands near the fire, face just as pale and careworn as when we'd left him a few moments before.
"Well?"
he asked, looking up as we entered.
"It is a delicate matter, and we do not wish to cause you more distress,"
said Detective Amarnath.
"But I noticed a spot of blood on the outhouse floor. Do you—"
"Oh, that must be from a chicken I killed for lunch on Friday morning,"
Mr. Willoughby interrupted.
"I see." The detective nodded. "Forgive me, I had to check. Do you usually buy live chickens? It is surely easier to buy them prepared, at least for someone of my limited cookery skills,"
he added with a smile.
"Fairly often," Mr. Willoughby shrugged. "I find the meat more pleasant when fresh. Was there anything else, Detective? I am very tired, and talking of this makes me feel quite unwell."
He folded his arms about himself as if to keep warm, and looked very lost and lonely. I felt pity for the poor man.
"Of course, Mr. Willoughby. I am very sorry to have kept you. Just one or two more questions, if you don't mind. Do you have any work colleagues who might wish you ill? It is the Premier Mutual, isn't it?"
"That's right."
None whatever. And did your wife know many people? Friends, perhaps?
No, Detective. She suffers... Oh, goodness. I shall never get used to this. I mean, suffered from ill health and did not often leave the house, as I told you. She spoke to no one except our nearest neighbours and that demon Grafton. He began to sniff, and a tear ran down his cheek. Cursed. If only I hadn't gone out that night, my dear Ellen might still be alive.
Mr. Willoughby, I understand things seem very bleak now.
Amarnath said quietly, putting a consoling hand on his shoulder.
It will get better in time, I promise you. The murderer who took your wife will be found, and I will not stop until justice is done.
The police have their man already,
Mr. Willoughby reminded him, shaking our hands limply.
Please, just do your best to have him found guilty.
He sniffed, and took a greying handkerchief from his pocket, upon which he loudly blew his nose.
I am afraid we have kept you far too long,
the detective said regretfully.
Could I ask if you have the time?
It is 11:15,
Mr. Willoughby responded, glancing at his timepiece.
Ah, you have had your watch repaired?
Amarnath asked. Mr. Willoughby looked at him blankly for a moment.
You did say to the police, of course, that your watch had stopped on the night of the murder.
The detective explained his comment.
You were obliged to ask a constable for the time. You must have had it fixed since then, as you have the right time now.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Willoughby brushed the question away with a wave of his hand.
It is sometimes a bit temperamental, that's all.
By the way, I suppose you have already had a locksmith out to change the locks and keys?
The detective asked offhandedly, as though the thought had only just come to mind.
Why, no,
Mr. Willoughby said after a second's pause.
I did not think it necessary. After all, I can sleep safely in my bed, seeing as Grafton is in custody.
Of course.
Amarnath nodded. Before we left, we briefly examined Mr. Grafton's room upstairs, but found nothing to shed any further light on the case. We thanked Mr. Willoughby for his cooperation once again, and were about to depart when the detective reached out and jiggled the front door handle.
This one is also fine now, Mr. Willoughby, and no longer stuck.
He checked.
Yes, they're both all right. Perhaps Grafton tampered with the doors that night to delay my entry.
He shrugged. His remark about the doors made sense, I observed as we walked away from the house. Grafton must have locked the back door eventually after the constable came to look at the burglary. Perhaps something had happened to the lock during the break-in.
And yet,
said the detective,
there was no damage to either the front or back door. I checked very carefully. Of course, you would expect none if the culprit had the key all along, as Grafton did. But then why did Mr. Willoughby find the front door jammed too? Even if Grafton had caused trouble with the back door, it seems strange for the same thing to happen at the front.
Why did you inquire as to whether he has changed the locks? I asked.
Oh, I was just curious,
Amarnath replied thoughtfully.
I thought he might have been quick to change them for his own safety. After all, there is no guarantee that Grafton would be found guilty, and there could be a risk, at least in Mr. Willoughby's mind, that he could return to wreak further violence.
I see, I nodded. Do you think it is of any significance that he has chosen not to? I suppose it would be far from his thoughts presently, being so overwhelmed by grief and shock.
You are right, the detective agreed. I do not think it is of any importance at the moment.
What should we do next? I asked, thinking hard about the case and wondering how we would ever solve it.
We will visit the neighbours, he announced,
stopping outside the next house and rapping smartly on the door. I remembered his remark the previous day about walking the streets for hours and spending very little time at his desk to solve this case. I sighed inwardly, realizing we had a long day ahead of us, and that I must quickly become accustomed to the physical rigours of detective work. 2 hours later, we had confirmed with a succession of neighbours much of what we had already been told, but achieved little else. We learnt from a gentleman next door with a ruddy complexion and a crisp moustache that Frederick and Ellen Willoughby had kept themselves to themselves, and the only event on their social calendar was the weekly piano playing and song on a Friday evening, to which Mr. Grafton received a standing invitation.
I didn't mind it, really,
he assured us, stroking his moustache thoughtfully.
I quite liked some of the songs. Could hear 'em through the wall, you see. Real shame what happened. My favourite was There's a Good Time Coming, you know.
He suddenly broke into song.
There's a good time coming, boys, a good time coming. We may not live to see the day. Oh, how does it go? Oh, yes, but earth shall glisten in the ray of the good time coming.
We thanked him and hurried to the next house as quickly as possible, where a young woman bouncing a toddler in her arms confirmed that Mr. Grafton routinely arrived home at 7 o'clock each evening, but that she had not noticed him last Friday. I don't spend all my time looking out the window, she said indignantly. Unfortunately, not one of the neighbours we questioned had heard anything on the evening of the murder, nor had they noticed what time Mr. Grafton had returned home from work.
It's a shame nobody saw him that day.
Detective Amarnath shook his head as we walked away from Radnor Terrace.
If somebody had witnessed him coming home at 7 as usual, it might have been enough to release him, although of course we would still be no closer to finding who committed the crime.
It strikes me as strange that nobody heard a scream or anything of the sort, I said, adjusting my hair and hat to ensure I still looked as neat and dignified as I could, which I am certain wasn't very.
An excellent observation, Amarnath smiled. A bit odd, isn't it? Ellen Willoughby was hit with a poker several times, but she did not scream.
He brandished his umbrella most worryingly as he acted out the scene.
Unless, of course, the first blow surprised her, rendering her unconscious.
Perhaps, I said, ducking out of the way as the detective vigorously loomed up with the umbrella once more.
However, he continued, Holmes's theory is that she got up immediately to confront Grafton when she heard him entering the house unexpectedly. It is unlikely she would have heard nothing and sat there meekly. Grafton, or anyone who wanted to burgle the place, would have thought nobody was at home, and so would have taken no trouble to enter quietly.
It doesn't add up, I said, trying to imagine it all in my mind like a scene from a play.
No, it doesn't,
the detective agreed.
And that is what makes me uneasy. The mustachioed fellow next door, the one with the baritone voice and aspirations to vaudeville, said that he hears their music through the walls, and he was home that night.
So why could he hear no struggle or scream? I finished.
Perhaps,
he replied, clapping his hands together as if pleased with his train of thought,
perhaps because there really was none to be heard after all.
What do you mean, detective? I struggled to see the pertinence of the point.
Never mind for the moment, Miss Carmichael, he said enigmatically. It is something I will have to mull over. By the way, I must insist you call me Raoul. I really do not like this excessive formality.
Oh, I couldn't. I was shocked. You may call me Madeleine, but I'm afraid I simply must call you detective. I am not an advocate of the traditional myself, but that is just a little too much, even for me.
All right,
he smiled.
I see we have more work to do before you turn quite so many heads as I. Now then, a life spent in constant labour is a life wasted, so perhaps we should have some lunch and rest our minds a while before heading to Pentonville."
A shiver of excitement mixed with apprehension ran through me at the thought of entering that foreboding prison, but it did not prevent me from enjoying a hearty meal of beefsteak and chipped potatoes at the Guilty Goose, a place I naturally would not have frequented alone, but certainly did not object to. In truth, I was somewhat surprised that the detective would visit such places too, but I suspected he felt equally at home whether in high company or in a seedy dive. I imagined he would retain his aura of calm concentration even if an alehouse brawl broke out in front of him, which he would somehow disperse peaceably with no recourse to fists or truncheon.
"Madeleine, why on earth do the British name their inns so strangely?"
Amarnath asked, as he mopped up his leftovers with a hefty chunk of bread. He ate even more enthusiastically than I did, and I had to hurry to catch up and clear my plate.
"I can understand the fox and hounds in the countryside, for instance," he continued, "but I do not see how a goose can be guilty of anything. The most morbid pub name I ever heard was the Beggar's End. I ask you, who would want to dine in such a place? It is bizarre."
"I cannot agree with you more," I laughed. "I'm afraid I don't know why they are named so, but it is something of a joke. There is a king's head in every town, and various odd combinations of two items, such as the crown and ferret, or the dog and dinner plate."
"It really is a mystery to me,"
Amarnath said, looking around and studying the other patrons closely. Fortunately, it seemed to be one of the quieter, less rowdy examples of such establishments. "The names are not the only mystery," I told him. "Almost every British pub not only claims to have been a stopover for a king or queen on one of their journeys, but they must also have a ghost."
"A ghost?"
repeated Amarnath disbelievingly.
"One has much more to fear from the living than from the dead."
"Don't say it too loudly," I whispered. "The British are very proud of their ghosts. Usually they are the spectre of some poor victim of a foul murder, a highwayman buried alive, or a priest bricked up in the walls, or something equally dastardly."
"If ghosts really did exist, they might be able to tell us who was responsible for their death and make detectives' jobs far easier. London is certainly rife with murder and mystery."
He glanced uneasily towards the dark corners of the pub.
"I think perhaps we ought to choose a better class of dining house next time."
I laughed at Amarnath's mannerisms. Although he sometimes burst out with loud chuckles, he also had a very amusing way of delivering entertaining sentences, completely poker-faced.
"Anyway, shall we play a little game?"
he suggested. I readily agreed.
"There is a fellow sitting over there."
He nodded towards a corner where a rather scruffy, down-at-heel man sat reading a newspaper, pencil held between forefinger and thumb.
"What can we deduce about him?"
Amarnath asked me. I looked at him carefully. "He seems worried," I whispered. "His appearance and his newspaper make me think he could be concerned about an investment, as he is short of money."
"Perhaps," replied Amarnath. "But he could also be looking for jobs or reading the results of the latest horse races he has betted on. He could even be a wealthy fellow in disguise, due to meet some insalubrious friends here who he does not want to be seen with. But we cannot tell from looking at him, Madeleine. Maybe his ruffled appearance is normal for him, and the explanation for his reading the newspaper might be entirely different."
"I see," I said. "Then what could we do to find out more about him?"
"Talk to him, follow him, enquire as to his acquaintances,"
shrugged Amarnath.
"There would be many ways to do so, but the point I wanted to make to you was that deductive reasoning has its limits. Remember, appearance means very little on its own."
I nodded, grateful for the lesson I had learned. It had been very easy to form the notion that we could guess at the finer details of this man's life without ever having met him.
Well, we had better move on from this dark and dingy place,
the detective said as I leaned back in my chair, fortified after such a pleasing luncheon. What are we to do next?
There are a couple of things I'd like to check at Scotland Yard. Shall we meet back in that tiny room that passes for my office at, shall we say 5 o'clock? We can then travel to Pentonville.
Do you require my assistance meanwhile? I offered, eager to continue with the case.
Yes and no, he replied. You will have the tedious task of drawing up the plan of Radnor Terrace, and I suggest you go home to do it. While you are there, you could tell your parents that you will be dining out tonight with myself and Mr. Edward Grafton, who is keen to meet us to discuss our progress. That is, unless you have other plans.
No, not at all. I shall certainly come. I perked up at the prospect of an excursion that evening, even though I was in no mood to think of dinner yet after such a satisfactory lunch.
Do not fear, Madeleine. I shall explain my afternoon inquiries to you soon enough,
he said conspiratorially. Knowing that all aspiring detectives must complete their share of mundane tasks, I resigned myself to writing up the morning's notes and completing my diagram of the Willoughby house. Chapter 6. Like a feather caught in a hurricane. As we set out towards Pentonville later that afternoon to hear Mr. Henry Grafton's account of himself, I did not know what to expect from the accused man. Indeed, Detective Amarnath would no doubt caution against forming preconceived notions, but I must confess I was surprised by his shy and retiring manner when we met him. In appearance, he was much like his cousin, the barrister Edward, but was a few years younger and with a great nervousness about him. He did not sit down when we were shown into his cell, but seemed to shift from foot to foot, never settling in one place for more than a moment.
I wouldn't go in there if I was you,
the jailer warned us when we requested entry.
He's a murderer, you know. Are you sure the young lady ought to go in? Your warning is appreciated, but he is innocent until found guilty, the detective reminded him. As for Miss Carmichael, she is my able assistant, and I imagine your advice will fall on deaf ears.
Well, it's at your own risk. The jailer shrugged and requested that the detective open the large carpet bag he had brought with him to check the contents before we entered. I tried to peer inside, but to no avail. I swallowed hard as the cell door clanked shut behind us. It was even danker and more forbidding inside the prison than it seemed from the outside, and the sight of the grey stone walls through the tiny window, almost tall enough to blot out any view of the sky, was most unnerving. I was not surprised that Mr. Grafton was agitated. Someone from a neighbouring cell was rattling his bars and bellowing, which was greeted by a curse from a jailer and the sound of a blow, followed by an unsettling silence.
Mr. Grafton,
said Detective Amarnath, putting out a hand for the unfortunate man to shake.
I am sure you know who I am, as your cousin has asked me to look into this case in the hope of finding evidence to acquit you. This is my assistant, Miss Madeleine Carmichael, and you must be absolutely honest with us both if we are to achieve anything.
Yes, Detective. Henry Grafton nodded, and if he was surprised by being faced with an Indian detective and a female detective's assistant, then he was certainly too preoccupied to show it.
I shall tell you everything, as I have already done for the police and Mr. Holmes twice over. Poor Mrs. Willoughby. It's a dreadful business. I do not know how I came to be a normal fellow with my life before me one day, then a felon the next, facing an imminent journey to the scaffold.
His voice wavered as he spoke.
Please tell me, first of all, said Amarnath, whether you have ever heard of R.L. Sherwin.
Not
before I was told that I'd telephoned Mr. Willoughby and claimed that was my name. I swear I have never heard it in my life, sir." The detective nodded. "Now, why did you choose not to place flowers on the grave of your father when you visited him last week?" "He never liked flowers, Detective. Couldn't stand them, in fact. Said they put him in mind of death and decay, and that something beautiful was made dismal by putting them all over graveyards. Thought they belonged in gardens only, you see."
"So you have never been in the habit of putting flowers on his grave?" I inquired curiously, remembering Amarnath's astute observations on the subject during our meeting with Mr. Holmes the day before.
"No, miss. Never." "You did leave work early last Friday, though, to pay your respects," Amarnath confirmed. "Yes, sir. That's right. I left work a quarter of an hour early so I could stop at the graveyard on my way home for a quiet minute or two to myself." "What time was that?" "I left at 6:15, Detective. I usually finish at past. "And the time you usually get home?" 7 o'clock, every night, sir." He nodded vigorously, wringing his hands together. "Last Friday I got home at the exact same time, for I left work early, and visiting my father's grave took no more than a quarter of an hour." "Did you ask anyone at your place of work for permission to leave early?" Amarnath asked, drawing his eyebrows together in concentration. "No, sir."
Henry Grafton looked down at his feet sheepishly.
"I had finished my work, you see, and thought I shouldn't be needed again as the chemists had already closed. I'm a clerk there, and had completed the ledger for the day. I was feeling mournful on account of it being the anniversary of Father's death, and was anxious to leave." "I am sorry to hear it," said Amarnath kindly. "How long have you been working there?" "For 2 years, nearly," Grafton replied, pacing up and down the tiny cell. "Same time as I've been lodging at Radnor Terrace. I thought of both Mr. and Mrs. Willoughby as good friends, and they were helpful to me. They invited me to join in with their songs every Friday night." "And did you think highly of your colleagues at the chemist?" asked Amarnath. "Yes, as much as one can," he answered. "They were hard-working sorts. A little stuffy, perhaps. But it was a good, solid job." "Did you ever struggle to pay the rent?" the detective pressed on. "No, sir." He shook his head several times. "I don't earn much as a clerk, but I don't have many expenses, and the rent was not much. If I ever need a small loan to buy a new suit or some such, my cousin Edward is always very generous."
The interview continued in the same vein for another half an hour, and Henry Grafton confirmed in more detail what we had already gleaned from other sources, that he had seen the back door hanging open when he returned home at 7 o'clock that fateful evening, and found his bedroom rifled, although he could not find anything missing. He had hailed a policeman to report the ransacking, who took down the details and tried the inner door but found it secure. There was nothing more for Henry to do but lock the back door and restore his room to rights. The next thing he knew was the commotion downstairs when Mr. Willoughby returned home and discovered his wife's body. Henry Grafton was decidedly under the impression that both Frederick and Ellen had gone out that evening, as he had been told so the night before. After Henry explained everything, the detective placed a hand on his shoulder and looked at him with a piercing gaze, halting the prisoner's frantic pacing. "Mr. Grafton," he said seriously, "I must ask you a candid question and expect a candid answer. Is there anything more you would like to tell me about the burglaries or Mrs. Willoughby's death? If you had anything whatsoever to do with it, I must know."
I would still do my best to ensure your character and circumstances are considered at the trial." "No, Detective Amarnath," Grafton replied, voice heavy with emotion. He had been stuttering a great deal, but his words now were clear and decisive, although imploring. "I would never have done anything to hurt the Willoughbys, and I don't understand how anyone could." He swiveled his head back and forth to look both of us in the eye in turn. "I have never seen any of the items that were found under my bed, and I have told you the complete truth about the whole thing. I beg you to help me, Detective. I am as innocent as a lamb." "Just a couple more things then, Henry," said Detective Amarnath, calling him by his Christian name from that time onward. He opened his carpet bag and took out a bundle of strange items, including a pair of shoes and a separate pair of laces. "Would you mind trying these on?" Henry Grafton looked as baffled as I did. "Just the way you normally would," the detective encouraged him. "Imagine I am your shoemaker fitting you for a new pair." Henry followed his instructions, removing his prison-issue shoes and sitting down on the hard wooden bench that doubled as a bed to begin lacing the new ones. Amarnath watched him closely, and I noticed a smile creep across his face. "This is excellent," he cried out, clapping his hands together and nearly making the poor nervous Grafton leap out of his skin. "Why?" he asked. "What have these shoes got to do with it?" "I bought these shoes this afternoon from a local cobbler," the detective explained. "Earlier, I visited the evidence lab at Scotland Yard to look at the blood-stained shoes which they said belonged to you. You agreed they were yours, but I believe they cannot be." "Not mine," Grafton said, voice wobbling. "But I really thought they were." "Did they feel any different?" Amarnath continued. "I know it was a week ago now, but think very carefully." "Well, it was all so sudden. I didn't have time to think." Grafton frowned. I suppose I thought they were rather tight, but they looked exactly like mine, and they must have been." "Why must they have been?" I probed. "Because, you see, I have 2 pairs, and there was only one other in the house, which were the ones I'd been wearing on my feet all day." "I have noticed the way you laced these shoes," explained Amarnath, clearly pleased with his discovery. "These are identical to the shoes which now sit in the evidence lab, but you have laced them using alternate eyelets and have tied them much looser than the ones I saw at Scotland Yard." "I do have wide feet, Detective, and always lace my shoes this way to give myself more room. I'm struggling a great deal with these prison shoes, as they're too tight, but cannot be adjusted." "What does this mean?" I asked in astonishment. I remembered how during my interview the detective had quizzed me on how evidence could be fabricated. Are we saying that somebody has planted the bloodied pair of shoes in Mr. Grafton's room to make everyone think they were his? "You may well be right, as unnerving as it sounds," replied Amarnath. Mr. Grafton's fingers trembled as he unlaced the shoes and handed them back. "Or is it possible they really were Henry's shoes?" I asked. "Could the criminal have simply relaced them to fit?" "I do not think so," the detective replied. "It is possible, but the criminal must have been aware he had precious few minutes. He may not have known what time Henry was due to arrive home, and wasting time in relacing shoes would have been foolish." "But in that case, what happened to my second pair of shoes?" Henry asked, eyes wide and watery. "That is a very important question," said the detective. "We will look into it as part of our inquiries." "Then you believe me?" he asked, hardly daring to hope he might have a chance of freedom. "I do, Henry," said the detective. "We have one further way of proving it amongst these items I have brought." Another matter I looked into this afternoon amongst the evidence bags was fingerprints.
Aha! Just like in Vucetich's book, I remembered.
Quite right. I have the equipment here to take a sample of Henry's fingerprints, which can be compared with those on the stolen items. Mr. Holmes has done us a good turn by insisting the police handled the valuables carefully, so they were not too badly smudged. Luckily, they haven't been returned to their rightful owners yet, since the investigation is ongoing. I managed to lift some prints from the porcelain cat, which is just the right material for the oils in the fingers to stick to.
How does all this work, Detective?
Henry asked nervously.
I have a dactyloscopic table here,
Amarnath explained, unpacking his bag and carefully placing the equipment on the wooden bench.
It consists of a marble board to which ink is applied, a zinc plate to ink the fingers, a roller, and a wooden grooved board where the fingerprints are taken.
Dactyloscopic? I asked, pronouncing the word hesitantly and peering at the items with excitement.
Yes, despite its colourful name, it has nothing to do with dinosaurs,
answered the detective. We all laughed, and I sensed that Henry Grafton was grateful for the momentary lightness of the mood.
Did you know, Detective, that's the first time I've laughed since this whole terrible business.
A shadow of a smile fleetingly brightened his features.
It's such a relief to know that despite my situation, I have not lost myself entirely. Thank you.
I am glad.
Detective Amarnath smiled.
Remaining positive is half the battle. Anyway, my old friend and mentor Vucetich first used this method in 1892 to solve a murder case with this comparative dactyloscopy technique. It is more reliable than other methods of taking fingerprints, such as Galton's.
What do you need me to do?
Mr. Grafton stretched his fingers awkwardly, as though unsure of what would happen to them in the process. Amarnath guided his hands towards the equipment and firmly pressed each finger into the ink before using the grooved board to capture the marks. He then took a piece of paper from his pocket, upon which was a copy of the prints obtained from the porcelain cat.
I am looking to match certain identifying points.
He narrowed his eyes and looked between the two.
Every person's prints are completely unique, which can be proven by comparing the marks called the arch, the whorls, and the inner and outer loops.
I held my breath and noticed that Henry Grafton was very pale, his feet tapping the stone floor in agitation. There was a long silence before the detective slowly laid down his equipment.
It is as I hoped, he beamed. None of your prints match the one on the stolen item.
Mr. Grafton wiped a hand across his brow, and his lip quivered as he realised what this meant.
You mean you can prove I'm innocent?
Amarnath placed his hand on our client's shoulder once more.
Yes, Henry, I can,
he said jovially, almost unable to contain his delight.
However, I am afraid you must be patient. If we rush, we may tip off the real murderer, and besides, we need a little more evidence to ensure we have a solid case. Can you cope in here for a while longer?
Henry's face fell, but he nodded bravely.
Yes, I can, he sighed. Now there is hope. I know I can survive this terrible ordeal. I cannot thank you enough for taking on my case, Detective.
That is my job, Henry. We will be back as soon as we have more news for you,
Amarnath reassured him.
But in the meantime, it is vital that you tell no one else about this. Only you, I, Miss Carmichael, and your cousin Edward must know, until we can gather more water to fight this fire.
Of course, Detective.
Henry nodded energetically.
I wouldn't dream of breathing a word.
Oh, I almost forgot. Just one more question, if you wouldn't mind, Henry,
the detective said.
Have you ever been a gambling man?
Never,
the accused man said firmly.
I don't see the point in wasting money like that. My uncle tried to interest me in horse racing years ago, but I found it very dull. Thank you, Henry, Amarnath replied. I think that's everything. We shook hands, and my spirits rose the further away we moved from that dark, oppressive place. I could now add being inside a prison to my list of life experiences. It was a place that had always fascinated me, but it had been far more disturbing than I could have imagined. I fear he is like a feather caught in a hurricane. Detective Amarnath shook his head as we walked. I feel sorry for him, I agreed. He seems to have been caught up in all this so suddenly. It is strange that the evidence all pointed towards him, up until the fingerprints, I mean. Strange indeed, said the detective thoughtfully. Perhaps it pointed towards him a little too strongly. Why did you ask him about gambling at the very end like that? I inquired. It was a little technique of mine, he explained. I began addressing him in a friendlier manner to make him believe I was on his side already. Then I threw in that question at the last moment to catch him off guard, in case, perhaps, he had a motive after all. I see, I nodded. You thought perhaps if he gambled, it would suggest spiralling debt and the need for money, hence a motive for burglary. Absolutely. In any case, a clever lawyer would uncover any scandalous facts about him and use them at the trial to discredit him. It's always best for us to find out any secrets first, so we know what we are dealing with. And as his own cousin is defending him, we must make sure everything is, how would you put it, above board? Someone could say that Edward has been swayed by his family connection. You suspected Henry was innocent soon after meeting him, though, didn't you? Did your instincts tell you he was truthful? I asked. Yes, but never forget that a detective cannot go by instincts alone, Madeleine. Broadmoor is filled with men who appear polite and decent on the surface, but committed violent crimes in the passion of a moment. This case may be a very important one for the upcoming birth of the new fingerprinting bureau, and we must ensure the evidence is solid. I only wish there had been fingerprints on the murder weapon that we could have tested. Then the solution might have been an easy one. It does surprise me that there were none. I understand, but why must we keep this a secret for now? It is wise to be careful in case somebody on the inside is involved. The detective lowered his voice a little. I am afraid officers of the law are not always above reproach. Back home, I was once involved in a murder case where the suspect was of a high caste and bribed a judge. What happened? I asked, horrified. He got away with it. Amarnath shrugged, but I could tell that it bothered him a great deal more than he let on. So, he added, you see how important it is to keep things to ourselves for now, just in case. I remembered the bloodied shoes which had either been relaced by the criminal or could not after all have been Henry's, as his feet were simply too wide. You really think somebody is trying to frame him? I shuddered. It looks that way, he agreed, remaining silent and looking rather worried for the remainder of our journey. We were on our way to the music hall where we would meet Edward Grafton to take in a few songs before dining at the nearby Whistler's Arms, so I suppressed another shiver at the memory of Pentonville and tried to look forward to the evening's entertainment. The music hall was as jolly as it always was, and we enjoyed several numbers, including Daisy Bell, The Bicycle Maid for Two, Burlington Bertie from Bow, and the wonderful Marie Lloyd's Pop Goes the Weasel. What does it mean for a weasel to go pop? Whispered the detective during the applause. I don't know, I shrugged. In truth, I don't think anyone knows what it means. They're just silly words. Ah, well, that is the joy of the music hall, the detective said, grinning energetically, barely taking his eyes off the stage.
I noticed that Edward Grafton looked a little uncomfortable and realised that as a respectable barrister, this was not a place he would usually visit. I had not, of course, told my parents of our plans to come here either, as I was quite sure they would consider it unseemly. Perhaps Mr. Grafton was simply keen to hear news of his cousin, as once we were seated at a table, tucking into hearty plates of stew, he became a little more animated. I had noticed the staff giving the detective stares and glances, but fortunately it seemed to be nothing worse than curiosity at his unfamiliar skin tone, or perhaps it was simply because he steadfastly retained his hat upon his head, rather than removing it to dine.
Detective, have you found anything so far that may acquit poor Henry?
Mr. Grafton asked, fortified by the meal, but still pale and drawn.
We have,
Amarnath replied enthusiastically.
that is, Miss Carmichael and I, believe strongly in Henry's innocence, and we now have evidence to prove it. His fingerprints do not match those on the stolen items, and I am convinced that the shoes he was persuaded to say were his did not belong to him after all. That's wonderful news, wonderful,
said Mr. Grafton, swallowing a piece of beef a little too soon and suffering a coughing fit. Once he had recovered, he thanked Detective Amarnath profusely.
I really cannot tell you how grateful I am, he said. And to you too, of course, Miss Carmichael. When can he be released? I am afraid we must investigate further before he can be set free,
the detective explained as sensitively as he could.
Of course, the question remains that if Henry is not the burglar and the murderer, then who is? There is still work to be done. By the way, hypothetically speaking, if Henry was in trouble over his gambling debts, who would he go to for help?
Edward Grafton was visibly shocked.
Gambling debts?
He repeated disbelievingly.
Henry has no debts of any kind, and most certainly doesn't gamble. I cannot think of a fellow less likely to do so. What on earth do you mean by it, Amarnath? I apologize, the detective reassured him. It was merely a way of confirming what Henry told me earlier. I'm sure you understand that the prosecutor will be looking for any possible way to discredit your cousin, and I had to be sure there were no hidden motives that could be used against him in court. Please forgive the question, as no offense was intended. That is quite all right,
nodded Mr. Grafton, looking relieved.
I suppose I ought to be glad you are being so thorough. I must say, if you were not a policeman, you would have made an excellent barrister. How will you proceed next, detective? I think that, like an iceberg, much of this case is hidden below the surface. Unfortunately, our colleague Mr. Holmes and the police have looked, but not quite seen. But we cannot blame them, as it is easy to see how they were mistaken. At first, it really did look like a firm case against your cousin. A little too firm, I think. What do you mean, detective? I think somebody has very deliberately tried to make your cousin appear guilty.
Mr. Grafton blinked and shook his head.
Who on earth would do such a thing to poor Henry? He asked, bewildered. I am sure nobody would wish him ill. He's such a quiet, inoffensive fellow. It may not be anyone who bears a particular hatred, the detective responded. It may just be that he is a convenient victim. There are many people still to interview, including Mr. Willoughby's workmates and the coroner. I hope the post-mortem may reveal more clues. I wish you luck, detective,
Edward Grafton sighed as he loosened his tie.
I only pray you can find the real criminal before the powers that be hurry the case along to trial. Don't worry, Mr. Grafton,
Amarnath said calmly, despite the concern I had seen in his face earlier.
We will get to the bottom of everything. For now, let us move on to more pleasant topics. It does the mind good to have a rest from its continual work. What do you think of this delightful food?
he added, clapping his hands together with relish. It is very pleasant, I answered. The lunch we took earlier at the Guilty Goose was also most admirable. I have always enjoyed food a great deal, eating with somewhat more energy than my mother would consider ladylike.
It is quite agreeable,
Nodded Mr. Grafton.
but, Detective, are you not accustomed to more vivid flavours? I have heard that Indian cuisine is more colourful and interesting than our rather plain fare. Oh yes, it is different from what I am used to at home,
Amarnath said, swallowing a big spoonful of stew.
but different does not necessarily mean better or worse. It is good to have experiences in life, and something as simple as trying a new dish can widen one's horizons and bring new perspectives.
And new perspectives are exactly what a detective needs, I observed.
What sort of foodstuffs do you eat in India?
Grafton inquired curiously. He struck me as a traditional meat and potatoes sort of fellow himself, but I was gratified that he was showing an interest in Detective Amarnath's culture without judgment.
A lot of our dishes are made with vegetables or grains,
Amarnath said, thanking the waitress as she removed our empty plates and placed a large pot of tea in the middle of the table.
Spinach and potatoes, lentil dal, flatbreads. Many meals are taken without meat, and eggs are a luxury. Fish are available in South India, but much scarcer in the north. And is the food very hot?
Mr. Grafton inquired.
People think so, but it is not always. Many specialities are more aromatic than fiery. Cardamom and turmeric are widely used spices, among others.
I should love to try some real Indian dishes, I said, feeling hungry at the thought, even though I had only just finished the stew. At home, I found our cook Margaret's meals somewhat plain and wished that more exotic choices were available.
Perhaps you will be able to one day,
Amarnath smiled.
but any imitation is never the same as the real thing. Life is more modern now, but when I grew up in a village, food was cooked over a wood or charcoal fire. It gave it such a powerful taste that you can't quite achieve in any other way. Sometimes my mother would cook pulses overnight for the next day over the dying embers of the special stove we called chulla. I suppose it isn't as easy to get a quick meal like it is here.
Mr. Grafton mused.
We can wander into a tavern whenever the mood takes us and have a pie brought over in minutes. That's right,
Amarnath nodded.
In the village, mealtimes were slow and the whole family would talk around the fire while the food was cooking. Of course, when I moved to Madras, it was different, just as cities and the countryside are different here. Ready-made street food was more popular and widely available there.
Does your family still live in your old village in Tanjore? I asked, realizing that the detective had never mentioned them before. His smile faded, and he fiddled with his buttonhole for a moment before he answered.
They are dead,
he replied simply, looking up again.
There was a dust storm when I was 10 years old. I was staying with an aunt some miles away, and so I survived. My father, mother, brother, and sister all perished.
Oh, I'm so very sorry,
I said, dismayed. I blinked away tears at the thought of someone losing their family at such a young age. Edward Grafton looked troubled too, and mumbled his sympathies.
It was a long time ago,
said the detective, a faint smile returning, but a trace of sadness still visible.
I don't return there often, as there is nobody left to see. All my friends have moved on to the cities, and I don't know where they are now. But I suppose the tragedy is what made me who I am today. How?
Mr. Grafton asked.
It fanned the flames of my desire to become a detective. I understood how it felt to lose people, and although mine were taken by nature, I saw how painful it must be for the families of those taken by crime. Since I had nothing else in life to distract me, I threw myself into police work with every ounce of energy I had. My work was more than just a part of me. It became me. Do you see?
Mr. Grafton and I both nodded, although we could never really have understood such a dreadful experience. Well, Detective, even if you can no longer find your friends in India, you will always have some here, I said.
Thank you, Madeleine. That means a great deal. Now, have either of you any knowledge of America?
I haven't. I shook my head, but I would love to go there one day.
I've never been out of England,
Mr. Grafton added.
Don't tell me you have travelled so far afield. I have indeed.
Amarnath's eyes sparkled once more, and I noticed how lively he became when discussing his varied experiences.
International travel is the best way to broaden the mind,
he continued.
I was there in 1893 to see the World's Fair, which oddly enough was the time that murderer H. Holmes was operating in Chicago. The servant girl annihilator,
he struggled a little over the pronunciation of the word,
was also killing around that time. A fascinating country with many different cultures and landscapes, but also some terrible criminals. I would like to hear more about them,
said Edward Grafton,
although they sound awfully unpleasant. Perhaps I will tell you about them sometime.
Amarnath nodded.
But it is not the best discussion for mealtimes.
Well, your mention of H. Holmes has reminded me of our own Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Edward turned the conversation onto another subject.
Tell me, Detective, you met him yesterday, did you not? What did you make of him? He is well-educated and upright, sharp and intelligent, yet dour.
Dour? Whatever do you mean, Amarnath? Grafton asked.
He does not often laugh, I think,
he elaborated.
He can be a little imposing. Certainly he is a respected investigator and friend to Scotland Yard, and I had heard of him before I came here. I would never speak ill of another detective, but I do think his methods are a little outdated.
He does not consider modern techniques, you mean? I suggested. He looks for boot prints and cigar ends and so on, and I've heard he's an expert in navel tattoos, but that does not always help if they are not there to be examined.
Exactly, the detective replied. Such methods are useful when present, particularly in cases of missing people or the more mundane crimes, and we can't deny that Holmes's deductions are legendary. But murder, cold-blooded murder with misleading clues left behind, I think modern techniques must be embraced to solve such a case. Such as these fingerprints you've been using, Grafton inquired. Absolutely. It doesn't do to become too confident in one's own deductions, as in a case where evidence has been planted. Facts can be overlooked. Circumstantial clues have been used to arrest poor Henry, for instance, although we must admit those facts do point quite decisively towards him. Indeed, it does seem as though someone has tried very hard to make him look guilty,
Edward Grafton added with concern.
Even the police and Mr. Holmes thought Henry was the murderer.
Yes, sighed Amarnath.
And that means we are dealing with a dangerous criminal mind, one who has been able to, how does the phrase go, pull the wool over such experienced eyes. I only hope you can sort the wheat from the chaff to find the real truth,
Grafton said, rubbing his eyes tiredly.
With determination and the newest scientific methods, we will get there,
Amarnath assured him. Yes, I added. I have seen the detective at work, and I believe you can rest easy, Mr. Grafton. I am certain he will solve the case.
I am sure he will,
nodded the barrister.
What did you think of Holmes, anyway?
He asked me.
I'm very intrigued to hear of such a renowned character.
I consider Holmes to be rather an advocate of the rich and famous, I pointed out. He has a long and illustrious client list, most of whom are high up enough in society to be able to pay well. I do not think he often mixes with anyone who is not a duke or a Bohemian king. Edward Grafton gave a rare chuckle, perhaps feeling a little more relaxed thanks to the snifter of brandy which I saw him swiftly consume after the meal.
How, then, would you describe your employer?
He asked. Detective Amarnath is... I searched for the appropriate words. The defender of the disenfranchised and unfairly persecuted, I finally announced. Amarnath clapped his hands and roared with laughter, startling several people at neighbouring tables who directed some rather unfriendly looks at our party.
I like that description very much, he said. Now then, I must be unfairly persecuting you both by keeping you out so late. Shall we leave?
I took one last sip of tea and we departed the Whistler's Arms, no doubt much to the relief of the other patrons. We took a shortcut through an alleyway which Mr. Grafton assured us would lead back to a busier street from where a cabby could be hailed, and I had no idea that anything was wrong until the very moment that two large figures lumbered out of the shadows, blocking our path.
Good heavens,
Mr. Grafton said in panic.
Oi, hand over your money,
came a gruff voice as one of the figures stepped forward. In the dim light of the moon, I saw that he had a sallow complexion, a bristling, carroty moustache, and a scar across one cheek. They both wore dungaree trousers with open black coats, and they did not look friendly.
Come on, don't hang about if you'd like to get home safe tonight,
the other one grunted. I saw a flash of metal as he reached inside his coat, and I felt my heart race as the fact registered in my mind that he had a knife.
Now, look here,
blustered Mr. Grafton. One of the roughs reached out a brawny arm and pushed the barrister hard, sending him tumbling to the floor where he knocked his head. I rushed towards him to see if I could help, and I heard one of the crooks bellow,
I won't tell ya again. Give us all your valuables and sling your hook. I do not understand your reference to fishing,
Detective Amarnath remarked calmly, before taking up his umbrella and knocking one of the thugs over the shoulder with it, making him drop the knife. The other one lurched forward, fist outstretched, but the detective simply sidestepped him and brought up his own fist to meet the man's jaw. The hoodlum staggered backwards, and his friend bent down to retrieve the knife. As he rose, he was met with another blow from Amarnath's umbrella, this time on the head. The one with the freshly bruised jaw was about to take another turn when a shout from across the street made everyone stop in their tracks.
Hoy! Leave 'em alone!
My eyes widened as I looked up to see Eric Farnsworth from the chess club racing towards us, rolling up his sleeves as though he meant business. The two ruffians did not look as troubled as they ought to have done, for as they advanced on Mr. Farnsworth, waving the knife they had now managed to retrieve, he simply moved towards them with a scowl, wrapped his thick hands around each of their necks, and knocked their heads together. As they slumped to a heap on the ground, Mr. Farnsworth tucked the knife safely away in his pocket and hurried towards us.
Detective, Miss Carmichael, ain't it? You all right? Yes, thanks to your timely intervention, said Detective Amarnath, brushing down his jacket. It was lucky you were in the area. Is everyone conscious?
I'm perfectly fine, I called over from where I knelt, but I'm afraid Mr. Grafton has taken a nasty knock.
I'm all right, I think,
he murmured drowsily, pulling himself up into a seated position.
No great harm done, I'm sure.
He looked towards the toughs lying unceremoniously on the ground, and then back at the detective and Mr. Farnsworth, eyebrows raised.
What on earth happened?
He asked, having missed most of the excitement. You probably don't want to know. I replied, assisting him to his feet. Mr. Edward Grafton, this is Mr. Eric Farnsworth, a gentleman from the chess club who we met in connection with the case yesterday. Mr. Farnsworth put out his hand to shake Mr. Grafton's and nodded.
Thank you, Mr. Farnsworth, said the detective again. I think we would have struggled if you had not arrived when you did. Oh, I dunno, detective. It looked like you weren't doing too badly.
Farnsworth laughed. He jerked his head towards the two roughnecks lying on the ground.
I think they'll regret trying to start on you tonight.
As he spoke, the two villains stirred, and I took a step backwards with concern. I needn't have worried, as they simply looked around, dazed, and picked themselves up before hurrying away into the night. They must have thought better of initiating any further trouble after Mr. Farnsworth had done such a good job of knocking them senseless. Thank you, I added, and Mr. Grafton came to his senses enough to offer his thanks too.
Well, well, said Detective Amarnath, as we all gradually recovered. After a good meal, I usually prefer to have a quiet cup of tea or two, rather than an alleyway scuffle. If I'd known this was such a dangerous area, I might have declined to come.
Farnsworth chuckled.
That's the funny thing,
said Grafton thoughtfully, one hand still nursing the bump on his head.
It isn't usually this bad around here. I'm surprised we were accosted so close to the music hall and the dining houses. It really is quite uncommon.
I could hear the distant strains of singing and the clattering of cutlery from the nearby taverns, and knew he was right. This part of London was not normally disreputable, at least by comparison with the East End, and it was quite a public place. Still, nobody knew when a thug might strike, and we'd been very lucky to remain safe and in possession of our valuables.
By the way, what does it mean to sling your hook? Asked Amarnath.
We all laughed, mostly in relief after the unpleasantness we had just experienced.
It's a rude way of saying go away, replied Farnsworth. Ah, that makes sense. Can I buy you a drink? Amarnath asked him. It's the least I can do after you came to our aid. All right?
Farnsworth nodded, pleased.
Will the other two be safe to get home? Yes, I shall ensure Miss Carmichael gets home safely,
said Mr. Grafton. I thought it more likely that in his current state he would be the one needing assistance, but I chose not to say so. We shook hands again, then took our leave, and as I turned over the shocking events in my head, I realised how truly fortunate we had been, and I was grateful to the detective for having made a friend in Mr. Farnsworth, despite what he might have done, or what laws he may have broken in the past. Chapter 7. Distant water does not put out a nearby fire. The next morning, I witnessed frustration from Detective Amarnath for the first time when he discovered that no post-mortem had been carried out on Mrs. Willoughby's body.
It simply wasn't a priority,
announced the rather rounded gentleman looking after the coroner's office, spectacles sliding down the thin bird-like nose which seemed unsuited to the rest of his figure.
The coroner has consumption, and we have had to bring in another man from outside the county. By consumption, you mean tuberculosis?
The detective checked.
Yes, of course,
the man replied, with a raised eyebrow, and due to the backlog, only urgent cases are being seen to at the moment.
Is murder not a priority?
Detective Amarnath asked, in disbelief.
I understand the cause of death seemed obvious, and therefore a post-mortem was not deemed essential,
the beaky man said in his officious, nasal voice, referring to his notes.
That is not acceptable, the detective insisted, firmly but not rudely. May I ask where the body is now? Is it possible that the coroner plans to conduct a post-mortem but has not found time yet? In the morgue, I expect, was the brief reply. He may do, or he may not. I suggest you wait 3 weeks,
And if you haven't heard anything in that time, then you may return and inquire again."
"Return and inquire again!"
exclaimed the detective. I saw him take in a deep breath before he turned on his heel and simply strode into the morgue without knocking, telling me to wait outside. I shuffled uncomfortably, trying to avoid the furious gaze of the man behind the desk, who peered at me through his lowered spectacles with distaste, as though the disturbance was my fault. I do not know whether there was any unpleasantness or disagreement over the matter, but I do know that when the detective reappeared, his customary smile had returned.
"It is fixed,"
he said, as we walked to our next port of call, the Premier Mutual Insurance Company, where Mr. Willoughby worked.
"The coroner has agreed to send a post-mortem report to me by this time tomorrow. I hope it will give us further clues and a firm time of death, although it would have been more helpful to have had it sooner."
"How did you convince him?" I asked, jaw dropping.
"Oh, I simply threatened to beat the report out of him,"
Amarnath said in such a deadpan, unsmiling manner that I almost thought he meant it until he dissolved into laughter.
"It was just a friendly conversation," he added. "Sometimes it is easier to bypass the bureaucrats and go right to the horse's mouth."
I grinned, always finding his slightly unorthodox use of English idioms entertaining.
"I am sure the gentleman on the front desk meant well, but perhaps did not understand how important it was,"
he went on.
"The coroner is very busy, but agreed a post-mortem must be done."
I was quickly learning that the way a detective communicates is absolutely vital to his or her success. Earning trust and making friends is important to an investigator wishing to be furnished with all the facts, and I wondered how I would ever manage to command such easy respect and inspire confidences as Amarnath so naturally could. I had no sooner finished thinking this than I was given a task of my own for which, I must confess, I did not understand the reasons at first.
"Madeleine, would you mind going into that dress shop and inquiring whether a Miss Emily Renfield works there?"
"Does this have any bearing on the Willoughby case?" I looked at the detective in confusion.
"No, it does not,"
was the simple reply.
"It is a small question I am looking into on the side, but if I entered a ladies' dress emporium, I would be sure to attract suspicion. In the interests of discretion, perhaps you could take over?"
I was excited to be making an inquiry on my own, but still did not understand its relevance. I was surprised that Amarnath would have time to investigate anything else at the moment, and did not know from whence this case had suddenly sprung, but I behaved in a manner befitting a detective's assistant, and followed his instructions promptly. As I swung open the shop door, my nostrils were assailed by a melange of perfume scents, my ears by the rustle of expensive fabrics. It was a place in which my neighbour Miss Askew would undoubtedly have felt much more at home than I. Feeling self-conscious, I adjusted my hat and ensured my hair was tucked neatly in place, attempting, no doubt fruitlessly, to exude confidence as I approached the counter. A very well-groomed lady narrowed her eyes at me, blinking her long eyelashes and tapping her manicured fingers on the desk. "Good morning," she greeted me insincerely, voice as sharp as broken glass. "How can I help you?" I was wondering if a lady by the name of Emily Renfield works here." "Why do you wish to know?" I bit my lip and thought quickly, not having expected to be questioned. "She used to lodge with me and left behind a monogrammed handkerchief when she moved out recently. I wanted to return it to her, but could not quite remember the name of the shop she works in." The woman sniffed disdainfully, as though monogrammed handkerchiefs were dreadfully outmoded. "Well then, she's over there." She pointed towards a rack of dresses, which I could see a figure busily rearranging. "But you might tell her that we are a workplace, not a lost property office." I thanked her quickly.
hoping I hadn't got this Miss Renfield into trouble. I hurried towards her as though I was intending to speak to her, taking my own handkerchief out of my coat to make the ruse realistic. I stole a quick peek at Emily Renfield, but then turned the corner and hid behind a mannequin dressed in a ghastly pink frilly robe that resembled an unappetizing blancmange. I now had a small problem, as I didn't want to arouse suspicion by leaving too quickly, nor did I wish to speak to Emily and make her aware that somebody was looking for her. I had not been apprised of the full story, but it seemed foolish to engage with the object of the investigation, so I waited a moment or two before peering cautiously around the pink monstrosity to check whether the unfriendly woman at the counter was looking in my direction. As soon as she turned towards the ledger, I hurried out of the door and met Detective Amarnath on the street around the corner. I felt rather guilty, even though I had not done anything wrong except ask a question. I truly loved being a detective's assistant, but I would need a great deal more experience if even such a simple assignment made my heart race. "She is in there," I panted, before outlining the details of my brief inquiries.
"Did she look like this?"
Amarnath presented me with a small photo of a young lady with a bundle of glossy black curls and piercing blue eyes.
"I only caught a glimpse of her," I nodded, "but that is most definitely she."
"You have done wonderfully well,"
Amarnath congratulated me.
"It was not only a challenge of quick thinking, but of observation. I offered few instructions, but you completed the task very imaginatively. You certainly have a proclivity for this line of work."
I grinned like a Cheshire cat.
"Who is she, anyway?"
I asked, desperate to know why I had been sent on this errand.
"I am afraid I cannot tell you yet,"
the detective said regretfully.
"I will explain eventually, but the privacy of my client must be respected for now, until the affair is resolved. Thank you, Madeleine, for a job well done."
I was very pleased, and I hoped I would soon have yet more opportunities to hone my skills. At the Premier Mutual, we met and heard about a variety of characters, some bizarre, some hostile, and some terrified to be interviewed by a detective. It appeared that the police and Mr. Holmes had already made cursory inquiries, but had not seen fit to speak to any of Mr. Willoughby's colleagues at great length, having already determined Henry Grafton's guilt. Our aim was to learn as much as we could about Mr. Willoughby and whether anyone wished him or his wife ill.
Uncovering as much about the victim as possible is the key to a thorough investigation,
the detective explained to me before we entered the tall, imposing building.
As we know little about Mrs. Willoughby due to her quiet lifestyle, the next best thing is to learn about her husband and his circles.
I was ecstatic to be allocated 2 interviewees of my own, and although they were only the receptionist and the tea lady who would probably not have had much interaction with Mr. Willoughby, I was delighted that the detective trusted me to ask questions alone so that we could save time. I did not learn anything of use from the receptionist, as she had only just started with the firm, but I did obtain some interesting pieces of information from the tea lady. "Mrs. Banbridge, how long have you known Mr. Frederick Willoughby?" I asked, pen and notebook in hand.
"Oh, dear me, well now, I should say nothing short of 15 years,
she said, with a thick Cornish burr, twisting her apron nervously in her hands as she perched on the edge of her chair as if she were about to leap up at any moment.
"Has he returned to work yet? Since the, dreadful event?"
I asked as tactfully as I could.
No, dear me, no. I imagine he's choked with grief, poor lad."
I raised an eyebrow at the description of Mr. Willoughby as a lad, but taking a second glance at the wrinkles around Mrs. Banbridge's eyes, I gathered she must have been over 70 herself.
"Did you speak to him often?" I asked.
Just in passing, like.
She nodded.
When I bring the tea round on the days he's here, if he's not out knocking doors, I mean. He always has a cup at 11 o'clock and again at 1 with his luncheon. Dear me, very particular fellow he is. He won't take tea after that. Made a habit of it, 2 cups a day and no more. No sugar neither.
I see, I said, although I didn't really see an awful lot, and was inwardly hoping these were the right sort of questions as I pondered over what Detective Amarnath would be likely to ask, had he been the interviewer.
Did he talk much about his wife? I inquired, making sure to note everything down to review later. Oh, a little, miss. Just that she was in ill health, the poor duck. He's not that well himself, getting a bit frail, like. Trouble with his innards and all.
Would you say that they were happy? I pressed, suspecting this was something that could be important.
Dear me, I should think so, Mrs. Banbridge replied, seeming a little less nervous now the conversation was underway. He doesn't say much, but when he does, he seems happy enough. Not smiling, exactly. He's not the laughing sort, like. But he was quiet and polite, Dear me, he was never in a rage, not like some of the workers here. My word, the things I've heard sometimes. Did you know, miss, that just a month or 2 ago, one of the insurance men was in such a fit of anger, he threw my tea urn on the floor and danced a jig, scattering sugar from my pot all the while.
Good grief, I said, genuinely shocked that such things could happen in an office staffed by supposedly professional men.
What on earth did he do that for?
Dear me, I couldn't say. She shrugged, shuffling on her chair as if to settle in for a longer talk, which, now she was in full flow, she likely considered a welcome diversion from her work.
He was enraged by something like, that's all I know.
He said to me, and this is the exact words, miss, I'd swear to him. If I wanted a cup of tea, madam, I'd scrape my beard shavings from the floor and mix them with the grime from a chimney sweep's boots, pour over hot water, and still enjoy a better drink than the ones you offer.
Heavens,
I replied, hardly knowing what to say in response to such a story.
I'm sorry you had to suffer such rudeness.
Oh, it doesn't happen often, miss, she said, giving a wide smile which revealed several missing teeth. One of the other gents stood up and said something, mind. He said, "You oughtn't to speak to a woman like that, sir. Do you not regret your hasty words?" She mimicked a well-spoken accent.
Then, do you know what the scoundrel said, miss?
I shook my head, as I could hardly have been expected to have witnessed the events.
He said,
"I am not at all sorry, my bonny boy, and I would say them all over again given the chance. Oh, if you knew the strain I am under, I shall go mad before Christmas."
Would you believe it, miss?
I hardly can, I said, wondering what sort of place this was where office workers danced upon the sugar and threw insults at innocent tea ladies. I resolved to advise my parents never to purchase insurance from the Premier Mutual, as it was evidently staffed by madmen. Anyway, she continued, slowly running out of steam, much to my relief, Mr. Willoughby's not like him, that's for sure. What a difference! He might not be the talkative sort like, but I've never known him to be rude. I can't think what anyone could have against the poor lad.
The fellow,
I hesitated to use the word gentleman, who was so rude to you, Miss Banbridge. Did he know Mr. Willoughby?
He knows him in passing, I'd say, but they don't work close together, like.
Dear me, miss. I suppose these good men are just working so hard they forget what they're saying. I've never seen anything of the sort before or since. Thank you very much, Mrs. Banbridge. You've been most helpful. I stood up and offered my hand for her to shake. Just one more thing, please. Do you know the name of the man who was so rude? Not his Christian name, miss, but I think he's Mr. Fitchell, or Mr. Fitchworth, or something of the kind. He's not been here that long, like, and I don't remember names well. Dear me, a lady detective. The world is changing, and that's a fact. Whatever will it be next? Women having the vote? Are you sure there's nothing else I can help with? No, thank you, Mrs. Bambridge, I said, sensing that she would far rather continue the interview than begin her tea round. But it has been a pleasure speaking with you. She blushed to the roots of her hair, and I was glad I'd said it, because I expect she was not often made to feel useful. I'm afraid I'm only a detective's assistant at the moment, though, I added with a rueful smile, although I hope to be a proper detective one day. If you do think of anything else that could be important, here is my employer's card with his contact details. Thank you, miss, and a good day to you. She bobbed a little curtsy to me, and I went upstairs to find Detective Amarnath, wondering what to make of all that I had learned. The detective and I discussed our findings over an early lunch at the Rat and Rascal Inn around the corner from the insurance offices, and he seemed pleased with my discovery. Yet another bizarre name for an eatery, he observed as he scoured the floor with a critical eye. I hope it does not imply there are rodents here. Or indeed any rascals, I added. Do you think it is possible that this irrational fellow who was so rude to Miss Bambridge could have any relevance to the case? I took a bite out of my doorstop wedge of bread topped with cheese and gherkins. We cannot say for now, mused Amarnath. There are many strange characters in the world, Madeleine, and one instance of anger does not necessarily mean anything. My own inquiries were fruitless, except to confirm that Mr. Willoughby was a quiet man who, as they put it, presented a good account of himself. Hard-working, softly spoken, and generally inoffensive. It seems a little different from Mr. Farnsworth's description of him, I pointed out. He thought that Mr. Willoughby was a cheat and sensed something underneath which did not please him, if I recall. Very well observed, Madeleine. It is true that just because many people agree on a thing, it doesn't make it accurate. Mr. Willoughby may have showed more of his real nature in the chess club outside of work. Then again, maybe he did not like the fact that Mr. Farnsworth is an ex-convict, and it showed in his manner. A simple case of class conflict between them, perhaps. Is it possible that it was just a burglary gone to folly after all? I asked thoughtfully. Maybe it really was that straightforward, as nobody seems to have had much of a motive to hurt Mr. Willoughby or kill his wife. The problem with that, of course, is that the burglar specifically targeted Mr. Willoughby along with the other houses, said Amarnath slowly. He made the phone call from R.L. Sherwin and therefore expected the house at Radnor Terrace to be empty that night. To frame Henry for the crime, he must have known of him too. Everything we've learned so far suggests that it was not a murder to cover up a burglary, but a burglary to cover up a murder. I frowned. You are suggesting that the real motive was to do away with Ellen Willoughby. But is the murderer, then, the same person who carried out the other burglaries, or did they copy the existing method of the burglaries to make the crime appear a certain way? Excellent questions, Madeleine. The detective clapped his hands together and pushed back his chair. We have more work to do before we can answer them, but I believe the murderer must be the burglar because the name R.L. Sherwin was never released to the press. The phone call to Willoughby must therefore have been from the original burglar, for nobody else would know of that name. I nodded, seeing the sense of Amarnath's logic. We shall proceed, he said eagerly, newly energized by the satisfactory luncheon. I must say, the food was more pleasant than I would expect from a place named the Rat and Rascal. I heartily agreed. Distant water does not put out a nearby fire.
the detective continued, buttoning his coat and making for the door.
"We must stick close to the case."
After reviewing our findings to date, Amarnath remembered that Mr. Willoughby had mentioned the baker's boy during the initial police inquiry, who might have been one of the last people to see Ellen Willoughby alive. We found the boy just leaving the bakery on a bicycle loaded with a basket full of warm, fresh, tempting loaves. He winked the wink of a street urchin and made it known that his memory might be improved by some readies. I believe everyone ought to tell freely what they know if it helps to solve a crime, but the detective seemed to understand the nature of London's youth and flipped him a coin or two, unperturbed.
"After all," he explained to me later, "he cannot earn very much as a baker's boy. And I noticed his coat has been patched so many times you can barely see the original colour. Who can blame him for hoping for a little extra?"
Young John was indeed helpful once his tongue had been loosened by the money. "I knocked on Mrs. Willoughby's door at 6:05 that day, mister," he said in answer to the detective's question.
"How do you know that so precisely, young friend?"
"I remember it 'cause the clock tower behind Radnor Terrace had just struck the hour a few minutes before. I normally get there that time anyhow."
"Was it Mrs. Willoughby who answered?" I asked.
"Yes, Mrs."
"Did she seem any different from usual? Worried or scared, perhaps?"
Amarnath prompted him.
"No, mister."
He rolled his eyes back in his head in a frightful fashion, a gesture I took to mean he was thinking.
"She was a bit tired, like, a bit groggy. But I heard she'd not been well anyway, and she never did say a lot."
"Did you know, John, that she was killed soon after you saw her last?"
"Yes, mister. Sad, ain't it? She was nice to me. Sometimes gave me an extra coin."
He rubbed his nose hard, as if to stop himself from crying. I suddenly felt sad for the boy.
"We are very sorry,"
the detective said to him kindly,
"but we are doing our best to find out who did it. Would you tell me how you heard about the murder?"
"I only deliver there Mondays and Fridays now, mister. Used to be 5 days a week, but me master had a phone call from Mr. Willoughby saying he only needs 2 loaves now. It's just him."
"Thank you, John. You've helped us enormously,"
said Amarnath, passing him another coin.
"What do you make of that, Madeleine?"
he quizzed me as the baker's boy bicycled off on his round. "I think it is a strange thing that a husband so shockingly bereaved would remember to reduce his weekly bread order so soon after his wife's death," I said.
"My thoughts exactly," said the detective. "However, one shouldn't judge people's peculiarities too quickly. It would be unreasonable to deduce that just because a man changes his bread order a few days after his wife's death, he must be unfeeling. Perhaps involving himself in practical daily tasks took his mind off his loss."
"I suppose it must be hard for him. His wife's body hasn't been released for the funeral yet, so he cannot even lay her to rest," I agreed. Still, I was uneasy about the information we had received, but did not quite know what to conclude from it. That afternoon, the detective suggested we proceed in separate directions to expedite the collection of further evidence, and I readily agreed, recognizing it as an opportunity to gain more experience and further prove my capability for investigative work. I was sent to confirm various pieces of information, to ensure each fact we were working with had been checked and was, as Amarnath put it, watertight. The task list which I scribbled into my notebook read as follows. 1. Confirm at the chemist where Henry Grafton, brackets HG, works, whether anyone saw him leave on the day of the murder and what time that was. HG says not, but check anyway. 2. Confirm how long it takes to walk from the chemist back to Radnor Terrace. 3. Check that the clock tower can be heard from Radnor Terrace as the baker boy claims, to verify the last time Mrs. W was seen alive by anyone outside the family. 4. Ask the verger at the graveyard whether he saw H.G. visiting his father's grave at around 6:30 on the day of the murder. We are sure he is telling the truth, but corroborating testimony would be helpful. These were comparatively small points, but I saw the importance of checking them carefully and spent the greater part of the afternoon walking the streets from one place to the next, wishing that I had previously taken a greater interest in the outdoors and maintaining my fitness. I was swiftly learning that a detective's work not only tested the mental faculties, but the physical too. However, I resolved never to complain about the conditions of the work, as I was immensely grateful to be involved with the case and to be permitted to assist so much. At first, I had imagined I might be permitted to simply chronicle the case, which would still have been quite an achievement for a young lady. But I was astonished by how much the detective made me feel I was of real help. When we reconvened at his office at Scotland Yard at 5 o'clock, I was able to report the following answers. 1. H.G. was correct in stating that nobody at the chemist saw him leave work on the day of the murder, but it cannot have been earlier than 6:10, as that was the time the manager left, and he was still there then. 2. It took me 35 minutes to walk from the chemist to Radnor Terrace, but I am not accustomed to walking that route and was a little tired, so H.G.'s statement that it takes him half an hour seems very reasonable. 3. Yes, the clock tower can be heard easily from Radnor Terrace, and the clock face seen through the gaps in the houses, so the baker's boy's story is likely to be accurate. It does not appear to run fast or slow, as its time accords with my own watch. 4. The verger at the graveyard knows of H.G. and confirms he visits his father's grave yearly, but unfortunately had been taken ill on the day of the murder and was not at work, so would not have seen him.
Thank you, Madeleine. Your work this afternoon has been excellent.
The detective congratulated me, and I grinned in my most energetic and unladylike fashion.
I have also been busy and discovered some interesting points. Firstly, we have the post-mortem report.
What did the coroner find? I asked, intrigued.
The time of death was found to be between 6 o'clock and 7:30.
That estimate fits with what we know. I tapped my pen against the desk. How can the coroner tell?
Body temperature and lividity. Apparently, the digestion of the stomach contents is unhelpful as a measure of time due to factors like age, gender, and health. In any case, we are confident Ellen Willoughby was alive at 6:05 because the baker's boy saw her. Mr. Willoughby then left the house at 6:30 and says his wife was still alive then.
Then we could narrow down the window of the murder to between 6:30 and 7:30, I said. Unfortunately, that doesn't help Henry, because he was seen at work no later than 6:10, which would have given him time to return to Radnor Terrace and commit the murder.
But it would have been tight,
Detective Amarnath observed, scribbling on the blackboard as he thought out loud.
If it takes him around half an hour to walk home, the earliest he could have arrived is 6:40. He would have had to commit the burglary and the murder in about 20 minutes before reporting the burglary to a constable.
Amarnath had already confirmed the time the constable took his report, and as Henry claimed, it was indeed less than 5 minutes after 7. I worked through it in my mind and anxiously chewed my lip. Cedric Lancaster, the prosecutor, would argue Henry could have done it though, wouldn't he? I asked. He is young and fairly healthy, and if he'd planned the whole thing, he could have set to his task the moment he got home. He might even have run home from the chemist, cutting a few more precious minutes from the journey.
You're right.
Amarnath nodded.
I'll return to the timing again later because something about it bothers me.
He went on to explain that the cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, as everyone had expected. The third point was more interesting, as the coroner had reported there was no evidence of defensive wounds at all, which meant that Ellen Willoughby could not have stood and confronted the intruder, as Holmes proposed. The detective explained that, in his experience, it was very unusual for there to be no defensive wounds. It could have meant that Mrs. Willoughby did not hear the attacker's entrance, but nobody had said she was hard of hearing. As we discussed the case, we both struggled to believe that she simply sat and waited to be struck, unless, of course, she was asleep, although we agreed that she would need to have fallen asleep very quickly indeed after her husband left the house. The next item from the post-mortem was the victim's stomach contents, and I shuddered as I listened. I may have been made of stern stuff, but the thought of the coroner's gruesome work was hideous even for me.
She had recently eaten chicken and potatoes.
Amarnath consulted the report,
which supports Mr. Willoughby's statement that he had killed a chicken earlier that day. She had also drunk tea just before her death. That also confirms Mr. Willoughby's statement taken by the police. Let's see. Yes, that's it. He said that he had made himself and his wife a cup of tea just before 6 o'clock.
"Hold on," I said, flipping through my own notebook to check. "That doesn't sound right." Mrs. Banbridge, the tea lady at Premier Mutual, said that Mr. Willoughby was very particular about his tea and only drank a cup at 11 and 1. She was most certain about it.
"Did you consider her to be reliable?"
the detective asked, fiddling with his buttonhole so much that his finger went right through it, and he had to pull it out with his other hand as it became quite stuck. "Yes, I think so," I said. She had known Mr. Willoughby and his habits for a long time.
"That is very interesting," said Amarnath. "One cannot think badly of a man just because he changes his usual routine. But when someone does something one way for many years, and then one day does something different, I cannot help but start wondering."
"What do you think?" I asked, not quite sure how to put my own suspicions into words, as they sounded too outlandish, even in my own mind.
"In most cases, the murderer is known to the victim. If a wife is found dead, it is usual to question the husband first. At first, we did not think Mr. Willoughby could possibly be a suspect due to the timing."
"He was proven to be out looking for R.L. Sherwin at Rookwood Gardens North," I added. "We have testimony from the cabbie and the policeman he asked for directions. So," I looked through our collection of paperwork once again. "The cab driver, Terence Knox, told the police that he was with Willoughby when the body was found, and that was at 7:45. If Mrs. Willoughby was seen alive at 6:05 by the baker's boy and talked to him for a few minutes, and Terence Knox picked Mr. Willoughby up at 6:30, he couldn't possibly have had time to kill his wife, stage a burglary, and clean all traces of blood from his person."
"Absolutely not,"
Amarnath agreed.
"We have just decided that 20 minutes or so would be an unlikely timescale, even for the young and fit Henry Grafton. Mr. Willoughby would almost certainly be incapable of it, especially while ensuring no blood sprayed onto his clothes. The slightest mark would have aroused suspicion. He also calmly approached a constable to check the time and ask for directions. If he had just committed murder, he would surely have been anxious or agitated."
"It could not have been him then." I shrugged disconsolately, disappointed that we hadn't hit upon something after all. We also both agreed that he would have very little motive. His wife did not have any notable sums of money that he would inherit, and there was no evidence of any other unsavoury goings-on that might explain it. Besides, how would we explain the call from R.L. Sherwin? I added. With a tap of his umbrella against the blackboard, the detective suggested that, motives aside, Willoughby himself could have made the call. He had not yet arrived at the chess club when the call was received, so it was possible that he had stopped at a phone kiosk and disguised his voice. After all, the appointment with the mysterious Sherwin would have served as a marvellous alibi. We also discussed that Mr. Willoughby had been taken a little off guard when Amarnath had inquired about his watch on our visit to Radnor Terrace. He seemed to have forgotten that it had stopped on the night of the murder, and that he'd asked a policeman for the time, and the detective posited that perhaps it had not really been broken at all, but was simply an excuse to make himself known to the constable, providing solid evidence that he was not at home when the murder was committed. But it has been well and truly proven that he was not at home, I sighed, wondering how he could possibly be guilty. The timing simply could not work. And yet, the detective trailed off before suddenly clapping his hands and beaming widely. And yet, he continued, one must beware of false knowledge, for it is more dangerous than ignorance, as George Bernard Shaw once wisely stated. After a further analysis of the facts, we were left with the question of how long it would take to commit a murder. It was simply impossible for Mr. Willoughby to have murdered his wife in between the baker's boy seeing her and the cab arriving for him at 6:30 whilst remaining completely unruffled. We returned to the idea of Mrs. Willoughby having been asleep, which fitted the facts that there were no defensive wounds and that none of the neighbours heard a scream. It would not, after all, take very long to kill an already unconscious woman. The burglary, however, would have been time-consuming, accounting for going upstairs to plant the items in Henry's room, not to mention cleaning himself off to avoid suspicion. As luck would have it, the detective had made plans to gain access to a furnished but uninhabited house in Radnor Terrace at number 77, so we could play out the timings. The house was identical in layout to the Willoughbys, and Superintendent Napier had pulled some strings with the landlord to allow us to have brief access to the premises. I watched as Amarnath acted out a murder rather vigorously with his umbrella before running upstairs to plant some imaginary items, rifling through drawers and cupboards to mimic a murder. Despite having no real blood upon his person, he still looked rather flustered and unkempt by the time he had finished, and he had taken almost 15 minutes to complete his work. As we returned the house to rights, we agreed that there was no possibility that Mr. Willoughby could have committed the murder that night. "We are definitely missing something," the detective mused. "I feel as though we are blundering in the dark with this case. The mystery has many threads to be unravelled, and it took a sinister turn when we first had suspicions of Mr. Willoughby. It is rather like staring into an abyss. He has no obvious motive, and could not possibly have killed his wife in the time available, but something about his manner bothers me. Did you notice that when we first visited his home, he was wary enough to ask to see my badge, yet he showed so little fear of Grafton, the man who supposedly murdered his wife, that he did not even trouble to change his locks?" "I suppose so," I nodded, although I was still in disbelief that he could possibly have committed murder with such violence and callousness. But he seemed such a quiet, pleasant man. His colleagues said as much too, did they not? "That is true. And yet, still waters run deep, Madeleine. When he was in the office, they found him a reasonable, hard-working fellow, but they didn't know him well, as his role took him out knocking on doors much of the time. However, Mr. Farnsworth's opinions of him were a little different." "Do you consider Mr. Farnsworth to be reliable?" I mirrored the question he had asked me earlier. I thoroughly enjoyed the sharing of ideas and developing of theories that this job brought, and it was still a surprise and delight for my views to be openly appreciated and discussed. "I do," Amarnath replied.
He proved himself in coming to our aid last night, and when I spoke to him for longer over a drink afterwards, I found him honest and trustworthy. I learnt more of his life, which made me believe he is not a bad person. He has just made some bad choices."
"What can we do next?" I asked. At the moment, it seems impossible to suppose that Mr. Willoughby could have committed the crime, even if we believed he wanted to.
"I think we should both return home for dinner and a good night's sleep,"
said Amarnath, closing his notebooks and leaning back in his chair.
"Tomorrow we will speak to the lab workers again to see if any further physical evidence has been found."
That evening, I finally had the opportunity to pore over my collection of newspaper clippings about London's crime, amassed over several years and, unsurprisingly, a rather fat volume. I became quite engrossed in the task and felt an unexpected twinge in my heart as I found the article about the poor gentleman who had been stabbed to death and died in our hallway so many years ago. I began to reread it, saddened by the memory, and I confess I very nearly dropped it in surprise as I read the man's name. The victim had been a Robert Lyons Sherwin. R.L. Sherwin. Was it simply a coincidence, or did it mean something? If it did have any significance, I certainly did not know what it was. It certainly explained why the name R.L. Sherwin had sounded so familiar, but I had always remembered the murdered man as Robert Lyons, so it had not fitted together in my mind until now. I slept fitfully, wondering what we could possibly deduce from my discovery. Chapter 8. Always be suspicious of coincidences.
"The fellow brought to your father for help in his dying moments was named R.L. Sherwin,"
the detective mused the following morning, after I explained my findings.
"What a strange thing."
"Could it just be a coincidence?" I asked. "After all, perhaps there are plenty of men in London called R.L. Sherwin."
"I am always suspicious of coincidences,"
Amarnath replied.
"Yes, they can be innocent, but sometimes they point in the direction of something interesting."
"Well, what could it possibly mean? This Robert Lyons Sherwin died 15 years ago."
A sinister thought has crossed my mind. Is it possible that whoever killed Mrs. Willoughby is the same person who killed your Mr. Sherwin so many years ago? Killers have an unusual psychology, and he may have an odd sense of pride in adopting an alias which reminds him of a previous victim. Call it a trophy, perhaps.
"I thought it was just a violent street robbery." I shivered. Everybody did. Although it was strange, as he did not seem to be a rich man or an obvious target. What could have been the reason for such a killing?
Yesterday we struggled to think of any possible reason Willoughby might have wanted to murder his wife. Perhaps murderers, particularly those who kill more than once, may not always have a reason that you or I could readily understand,"
the detective explained.
"It may have been an early exploration into violence. I think we should bear this in mind as we investigate."
I nodded uneasily. As we discussed the plans for the day's work, there was a rap upon the office door.
"I've an interesting finding for you, detective,"
explained the cadaverous-looking gentleman who appeared, clothed in a rather moth-eaten tweed coat and fustian trousers. He looked truly as pale as the murder victim for whom we sought justice, and I imagined he spent more hours than was healthy shut away in the police laboratory, away from sunlight.
"Oh yes, come on in. Mr. Kellaway, isn't it?"
Amarnath beckoned him in.
"It's rather odd,"
the scientist said, running a hand through hair which was as white as his face. "In fact, we reran the test several times as it didn't seem right at first."
"Thoroughness is always a virtue," said the detective, leaning forward with interest. "What did you find?"
"Well,
The blood on the shoes you asked us about wasn't human.
What on earth was it? I cried out in surprise.
Animal blood. We can't determine any further specifics, I'm afraid, but it's animal blood as sure as eggs are eggs. And there's no possibility of any mistake?
Detective Amarnath asked, rubbing his temples in thought.
No, Detective. I asked my senior to run through the results too. We're quite sure. Would you or your senior appear in court testifying to that if necessary? Of course. We've been called upon before, anyhow. Thank you, Mr. Kellaway. You've been a great help,
said the detective, leaping up and shaking the man's hand vigorously.
What do you think of that, Madeleine?
He asked, once Mr. Kellaway had gone, turning to me with a spark of energy in his eyes.
Well, I began. Mr. Willoughby said he killed a chicken in the outhouse on the day of the murder, but why should Henry Grafton's shoes have been out there? Although, of course, they weren't his shoes, were they?
That's correct. Amarnath nodded. In fact, I had another look at the bloodied shoes earlier this morning and noticed an important difference. Do you remember how Henry removed his shoes when we visited him in prison?
I thought carefully. He nudged each one off by pushing the toe of one foot into the back of the other, I said.
Yes. I wondered if it was just because there was no shoehorn available in prison, Amarnath explained. But it appears to be his habit. I checked his other pair of shoes, the unbloodied ones, and there is evidence of creasing and marking on the backs, where he routinely pokes the toe of the other shoe into them to pull them off each day. And, I prompted him, the bloodied shoes do not have any marks. Why would Henry remove one of his pairs of shoes in one way, but use a shoehorn for the other? Therefore, I think we were right to suggest that the bloodied shoes were purchased recently for the purpose of framing him.
I see, I nodded solemnly. So, as somebody was trying to make Henry look guilty, perhaps they deliberately put the chicken blood all over the shoes, then washed most of it off to make it seem as though Henry had tried to clean up after his crime.
My thoughts exactly, the detective agreed. But why use chicken blood when there was a ready abundance of human blood from Mrs. Willoughby?
I frowned. We seemed to be making progress with the case, but the full facts were still unclear, and I knew that Detective Amarnath was worried about the impending trial. By all accounts, Cedric Lancaster was chomping at the bit to prosecute Henry and was not keen to wait much longer for our investigation to be complete. After all, as far as he was concerned, the guilty party was already in custody thanks to Sherlock Holmes. We both had to admit that although Henry's prints didn't match those on the porcelain cat, the only other things going for him were his personality and that his acquaintances spoke well of him. I didn't like to think of the possibility, but as Amarnath pointed out, prisons are filled with such people who have been the perfect citizens until they were pushed into a corner and made an irrational choice.
Yes, why use chicken blood? I echoed the detective. It just didn't make sense.
In any case, this surely means our suspicions of Mr. Willoughby are founded.
Amarnath tapped his umbrella against the floor to the rhythm of a music hall ditty.
He is the only one who could have put chicken blood on those shoes, and those shoes did not belong to Henry Grafton and must therefore have been bought for the, forgive the pun, sole purpose of framing him. If I am not mistaken, this indicates a chilling level of premeditation.
I shivered. How could Mr. Willoughby have sat so calmly in the murder room, stains barely removed from the floor, talking to us about his wife's death with such convincing grief? And wouldn't this also mean that Mr. Willoughby had been responsible for the death of Robert Lyons Sherwin 15 years ago? It was difficult to comprehend. But more to the point, how could he have committed the murder in the time he had available that night? Surely it wasn't physically possible. Could it be, I wondered aloud, that Mr. Willoughby is a poor, innocent soul in all this? Suppose somebody else, the burglar, I mean, came along and, having spotted the remains of the chicken blood, simply used some of it to their advantage to muddy the waters and point suspicion elsewhere. The detective smiled and congratulated me for considering alternative theories, but explained that it would be almost impossible, as blood congeals very quickly once it has left a body, be it animal or human, and would be unusable within a matter of minutes. The blood, therefore, could have been applied by no one but Willoughby. I was grateful that Amarnath always gave my suggestions full consideration, even when they were inaccurate, so that even if I had a foolish thought, it would be responded to kindly and with a full explanation, so I could learn and improve. At that moment, a constable stuck his head round the half-open door and looked surprised at seeing us.
"Oh, sorry, sir," he mumbled. "I'm new here. I was looking for Sergeant Smithy's office." "I believe it is 2 doors down, on your right," Amarnath advised him kindly. After the constable hurried off, the detective carefully closed the door and raised an eyebrow. "Let this be a timely reminder for us to always be aware of who is watching and listening," he said gravely. "We cannot afford for any details of the investigation to be overheard by the wrong people."
After some more thought, we concluded that the daubing of the shoes with chicken blood could have been done earlier in the day to save time later. Working on the basis that Willoughby was indeed the murderer and had planned to blame Henry for it, he would have been aware of how little time he had for the killing, as well as to leave the house in disarray to mimic a burglary. Arranging the shoes earlier could have saved a good few minutes. So that may be why he used chicken blood. I nodded, understanding dawning. Mrs. Willoughby wasn't yet dead, but he wanted blood of some kind to put on the shoes ahead of time, the shoes that were meant to be Henry's. I paused for a moment. Does this mean that Mr. Willoughby was also responsible for the previous burglaries? Or just that he copied the pattern to hide his crime? I asked.
We return to that once again."
The detective sighed, sitting down at his desk and pouring us both a fresh cup of tea from the pot.
"It is a point well raised. I still cannot say."
We thought quietly for a minute or two. Then his eyes suddenly lit up again, and he pointed and gesticulated at his teacup. I could almost see the ideas whirring through his mind at the speed of Stephenson's rocket.
"This tea," he exclaimed, "has reminded me of something important. In your interview with Mrs. Banbridge at Premier Mutual, she said Mr. Willoughby never drank tea after 1 o'clock, and yet he did so on the day of the murder. We wondered why Ellen did not scream when she was attacked by the burglar, and, indeed, why she didn't even move when he entered. I must speak to the coroner and see if he has released the body yet. I have one more question for him."
He hurriedly slammed his cup onto the desk, unfinished tea splashing out, and threw on his coat. Despite his haste, the detective never neglected my training as he turned back just before he left and tested me.
"Why do you think I am going to see the coroner?" he asked, eyebrows raised. "We have just discussed the matter of tea and how strange it was for our suspect to drink it at that time. Tea was certainly found in the victim's stomach, and we are puzzled as to why she didn't cry out at any time."
He looked expectantly at me, and I frowned as I racked my brains. Poison, I realised. Could he have given her something to make her sleep? Or even kill her?
"Yes!"
The detective shouted triumphantly, putting his coat buttons in all the wrong holes, which seemed most at odds with his usual pristine appearance.
"Although not to kill her, I think. The coroner said the blows to the head were definitely the cause of death. Perhaps it was to sedate her before he murdered her. Maybe he couldn't stomach the thought of looking her in the face and killing her while she was conscious of it. But it would fit the facts, wouldn't it?"
Why not just use the poison to kill her in the first place? I frowned. Wouldn't that have been easier and rather less, well, bloody? But suspicion would have fallen on Mr. Willoughby far more quickly, Amarnath pointed out. In poisoning cases, a close family member is usually responsible. As we believe he wanted to make it look like a burglary gone wrong, it makes more sense to stage a violent death, to suggest there was no premeditation, but a simple, spontaneous decision to pick up the nearest weapon to hand. I just hope the coroner can find evidence to prove it, I sighed. Is it really possible to detect poison in the body? Yes, if you know what to look for, he nodded. Some may be undetectable, but there are methods to find many of them. We are looking for something which would be enough to render her insensible, but not kill her. Perhaps something like chloroform, but ingested rather than inhaled. I must hurry in case the coroner has already released the body to the undertaker. What should I do meanwhile? I asked, anxious to help in any way I could. I would like to know where the shoes were bought, he replied. The ones that were assumed to belong to Henry. Could you make a list of all the cobblers within a, shall we say, 3-mile radius? Later we must visit them all in the hope of discovering who purchased them. I have already been to Haverstock and Jones to buy those duplicate shoes we asked Henry to try on, and questioned them at the same time, so you can eliminate that one. I had a good idea who the shoe purchaser might have been, and I suspected the detective thought so too, but the only chance we had of putting the right person behind bars was to gather as much incontrovertible evidence as we could, so I nodded and began my work in earnest. I found a battered map of London tucked into the bookshelf in Detective Amarnath's office and cast my memory back to mathematics lessons at school, to which, I must confess, I had paid very little attention. I had no compasses, so using a piece of string and a ruler, I managed to draw a circle with Radnor Terrace at the centre. I was not quite sure how to determine where all the shoe shops might be, but I knew of 2 myself, so I marked those streets with crosses right away, along with the Haverstock and Jones that Amarnath had already visited. I looked through the books and manuals in the office in the hope of finding something useful, and was rewarded with an 1899 business listing, which I expected would be satisfactory. I was surprised to note that there were a further 2 shoe establishments in the area. That made 5 within 3 miles. I imagined the only struggle the locals had regarding footwear would be which of the shops to choose from. Under normal circumstances, I would not, of course, be so indelicate as to explain that at this juncture I went to powder my nose, but for the purposes of explaining what happened next, I am afraid it is unavoidable. As I was returning to the detective's office, I heard a loud bang, which made me jump. I cautiously opened the door and coughed, as a wave of noxious fumes tickled my nose and stung my eyes. Through the grey, cloudy smoke, I could just make out Amarnath sitting in the corner looking dazed. "Detective, what happened?" I stumbled in. "It's all right," he spluttered with a rasping voice. "A lucky escape." At that moment, a tall man with reddish hair, a worried frown, and a superintendent's uniform hurried in. "Good God, Amarnath, don't tell me you've been brewing up one of your strange tea concoctions. Let's open a window, man, for goodness sake." I sucked in a breath of fresh air in relief as the smoke began to clear. "I apologize for the disruption, Superintendent." The detective gave a wry smile. "I was almost the unfortunate victim of some kind of letter bomb." "Good God," Napier repeated, red eyebrows meeting together like a giant caterpillar over the bridge of his nose. I had never met the superintendent before, but was pleasantly surprised by his rather jolly demeanour. Despite his frown, he had a carefree face and was rather more like an overgrown public schoolboy than a hardened police officer. I could easily imagine him staring out of his office window and wishing he were in a field playing rugger. But to have made it to his current rank, he must also have exhibited a great deal of fortitude and determination.
A letter bomb?
Napier said.
What the devil is going on here? Are you sure you're not hurt? My hair is a little charred around the edges, perhaps.
Amarnath shrugged, his voice returning to normal as his throat slowly recovered from the exposure to the fumes.
I am only grateful that Miss Carmichael was not present. I just returned from a visit to the coroner's office to find a letter had arrived for me, although I was not expecting one. I began to open it when I noticed some unusual dust trickling out of the envelope and a strange smell. I suspected something was wrong, so I threw it over into the corner as far away as I could, whereupon the thing blew up.
Napier finished.
What in God's name is going on when police officers are targeted in their own headquarters? Have you any idea who might have done it?
He gingerly moved towards the little pile of shredded paper and dust in the corner of the room.
No, there's nothing obvious here. The handwriting on the front would have been completely destroyed in the blast. Thank goodness nothing else was. I am concerned that the sender might be the murderer in the Willoughby case,
Amarnath explained, and I gasped.
He may be trying to scare me off, if not kill me outright.
Good Lord, Napier said, pouring himself a cup of tea from the pot on the desk and finishing it in one gulp.
What makes you say that?
Amarnath explained that we had been accosted by thugs just 2 nights before. I confess, it did seem far too much of a coincidence that the detective had nearly come to grief twice in such a short space of time, and shuddered to think what might have happened if he hadn't thrown the letter away from him before it detonated.
It looks like it has been made by an amateur,
he said as he studied the pile of ash on the floor.
Probably saltpeter and charcoal, amongst other things. It could have burnt me badly had it gone off in my hands, but I do not think it would have finished me completely.
I should hope not, I exclaimed. I'm surprised the whole station didn't come running in to see what had happened.
It is just as well that Grafton is safely behind bars,
mused Amarnath.
The prosecution would be only too eager to say that his work at the chemist might allow him access to these components.
What should we do now? I asked.
We must continue with the case, of course. I must continue. I think you should retire from this investigation, Madeleine. It is becoming far too risky.
Quite so, agreed Superintendent Napier, seeming to notice me for the first time.
Good Lord, your father would never forgive me if anything happened to you.
I intend to see the case through to its conclusion, I announced firmly. If I am ever to become a real detective, I will frequently be met with peril and cannot run at the slightest hint of trouble.
You see?
Amarnath raised his palms upwards and shrugged.
It is no use. Nothing will dissuade her. Well, you just see to it that she stays out of trouble as far as possible.
Napier sighed.
The sooner this case is closed, the better.
After a great deal more tea, we felt able to continue our work, and the detective explained that the coroner had agreed to check Ellen Willoughby's stomach contents again to look for poison, as the body had not yet been collected. If we were lucky, we would have the results that afternoon. I showed him my work on identifying all the places one could buy shoes in the area, and he was pleased with the result, assuring me that it was really not so many. After all, some murder cases take so much door-knocking and interviewing that every available policeman is engaged for days, just walking back and forth, finding people. His next suggestion was to pursue the phone call that was made to the chess club the night before the murder. I wondered how we could learn more about it, and he proposed that someone from the telephone exchange might remember the call and be able to tell us something useful about the person who spoke. After all, the man at the chess club who took the call had been of no help, as he did not recognize the voice and could remember nothing. I nearly leapt from my chair with excitement and explained that I knew someone who worked at the exchange, Miss Askew, who lived next door. My mother told me she recently started a job at Bearings and felt that such a post would be more appropriate for me too.
I explained. She does not, as you know, approve of my working with you.
Oh? And is working at the exchange of interest to you?
Amarnath asked. I suspected he already knew the answer, as his habitual smile danced across his face with an extra hint of mischief. Most certainly not, I replied firmly. But my connection there, if you will pardon the pun, may prove useful.
Yes. Perhaps we will find there is a ring of truth to it,
the detective added mischievously. I never thought that a detective would have such a sense of humour. I laughed, bemused.
We must,
he replied.
When you deal with the worst kinds of human behaviour, you learn to add a little humour to the day here and there, you see. Now, I shall leave this job to you. Try to get Miss Askew on your side and see where the inquiries lead.
I did not look forward to a conversation with Eleanor Askew, but I knew she could provide an excellent entrance into the world of the telephone exchange, and if it might shed any further light on the case, then it would be well worth the trouble. What will you do? I asked.
I will begin the search for where the suspicious pair of shoes was bought,
he announced. I handed him the map I'd been working on and began to consider how I would carry out my assignment. I liked the way my employer did not always give me thorough instructions, but left the details to my discretion, such as with my inquiry at the dress emporium and the interviews at Mr. Willoughby's workplace. I was surprised he trusted my judgment, but was determined to continue proving that he was right to do so. We arranged to meet back at the office once more at the end of the day and went our separate ways, with plenty to do. I knew where Baring's telephone exchange was situated, but I could not face another lengthy walk in this bitter early November weather, so I decided to hail a cab. I recognised the cab driver as one who had driven myself and the detective twice before over the last couple of days. He had a sulky countenance and looked as though he would be better suited to lurking in doorways than driving a respectable four-wheeler.
Not going around with the darkie today? Just as well, if you ask me.
I beg your pardon, I said, shocked at the man's rudeness.
Don't look right, do it? Young lady like you walking around with the nawab.
I see you have waited until I am on my own to make such a statement, I replied angrily. You did not have the courage to say it to the detective's face. What a brave fellow you must be.
No need to get nasty,
the slimy ne'er-do-well grunted.
I think you ought to take me advice, that's all. People talk. Anyhow, this country should be kept British, if you ask me.
I am not asking you, I said as haughtily as I could. And I am sure that India would very much prefer to be kept Indian, too. By the way, next time you drive under a bridge, you had better duck.
What do you mean?
Well, that brass neck of yours sticks out so much you might get your head knocked off. Stop here, if you would. The mean-spirited driver was so surprised that he pulled up as I asked, despite it still being quite a distance from where I really wanted to go. I threw some coins at him unceremoniously and jumped down from the cab before giving the door a rather impressive slam. I strode off without looking back, and through my rage I was quite pleased that my hat and hair had remained neatly in place during the exchange and I had not made a fool of myself. However, I was still extremely angry and felt such a hatred of injustice simmering inside me that I had to stop walking for a moment once I had rounded the corner and took several deep breaths. Pushing down my frustration, I plastered a smile on my face as I entered the telephone exchange and quite fortuitously bumped almost immediately into Eleanor Askew. Madeleine, what brings you here? Oh, my! I hoped not to be recognised today in this old dress. I'm waiting for adjustments to be made to all my new dresses, you see, as the waist has to be taken in a little. I'm awfully slender these days, so Mother says, but that is not a bad thing, of course. I've asked for some extra frills to be added to my Sunday frock, but Father says it's wrong to be overdressed on Sundays. Does your father say so too? I blinked at the overwhelming flood of questions and remembered why I usually avoided conversations with Eleanor.
She was, of course, a pleasant young woman, and was far more intelligent than many people imagined, but she could talk the hind leg off any animal unfortunate enough to be nearby. "There's nothing wrong with your dress, Eleanor," I said, with a larger smile than I would have preferred to give. "It's really quite fetching. I'm afraid I'm here on business, though." "Oh, I know," she trilled. "Are you applying for a job here? My mother said your mother would like that very much, but there was some talk about you working with that Indian detective who has come to look into a dreadful murder. Is it true, Madeleine? Do say it's not." "It is true," I nodded. "I am his assistant, and it is in that capacity that I am here. I wondered if you might assist me with my inquiries. It is vitally important, and may help bring a murderer to justice." Eleanor gave a little scream of horror. "Oh, my! What on earth do you want me to do? I am just about to have my hour for luncheon, and I declare, if this continues, I shall need my dresses taken in even further if I haven't had time to eat. By the way, do you think my skin looks better? I've started using a new cream, and it's just wonderful. It feels so much softer, and I hope it makes me look more striking, with rosy red cheeks against my dark hair, you see?" "Yes, you look very healthy," I said, fumbling for an appropriate word. "But look, Eleanor, would you be able to find out who was on the switchboard last Thursday evening? We're trying to trace a call that was made to the Warwick Lane Chess Club, as that person could very well be the murderer." "Last Thursday? Well, I was here. I remember it well because it was my very first day and Miss Holding was showing me how to do it all. She is a helpful dear, really, but to still be a spinster at her age, what a terrible thing. No wonder she looks so tired and dreary. She doesn't hold with face creams, you know. She was quite abrupt with me when I suggested them to her. I do think they would brighten her complexion a little. Still, some people simply don't listen, do they?" I gritted my teeth, fearing that I, too, would soon be abrupt with Eleanor if she continued in this vein for much longer. "So, both you and Miss Holding were taking calls last Thursday," I checked. "Was there anyone else? And is there a way we could ask them all whether they remember this particular call?" "Oh, there's no need!" Eleanor smiled triumphantly. "I remember it. I was the one who took the call, you see. It stood out because it was one of the first I took on my own without Miss Holding's assistance. It was a particularly memorable name, wasn't it? Calling to the Warwick Lane Chess Club. One Mr. R.L. Sherwin, if I remember correctly?" "Why didn't you say so at once?" I asked, astonished. "That is exactly what I was hoping for. Was there anything distinctive about the caller's voice that you remember?" "I should say not," she replied, and I took a welcome breath as she paused for thought for a second. "It was a gentleman's voice, of course, fairly well spoken, but not overly so, not showy, I mean. Not quite as well spoken as your father or mine. I should think he was about 40 or so, not very young, but not terribly old either." "Thank you, Eleanor. This is most helpful," I said, scribbling it all down in my notebook. In truth, I was concerned by her answer, as Willoughby certainly sounded like the older man he was, and I was sure that nobody could mistake him for as young as 40, with the slightly frail, quavering quality of his voice. "Would you recognise the voice again?" I hazarded, although I was not sure how it would be possible for Eleanor to hear it. "I'm sure I would." She nodded vigorously, fiddling with her ringlets and shifting from one foot to another. "We telephonists have a good ear, you see. Even though we speak to many people each day, I feel sure I would know, especially one that was so memorable. It's very rare to receive calls for the chess club, so Miss Holding said, 'Not a game I should like to play, of course. It's hardly ladylike. Not that it would bother you, Madeleine.' She gave a tinkling laugh. "Detective work? Oh, my! You really should think about it, you know. I'm quite sure Bearings would take you on if you applied. It would be so jolly. We could talk about all sorts of things on our luncheon breaks." "Oh, yes, quite," I said, biting my lip. "That would be delightful, but I really am enjoying my work with Detective Amarnath. It is a wonderful opportunity, and I intend to make the most of it. Would you be willing for me to call upon you this evening? I might have the beginnings of an idea of how you could hear the suspect's voice. Will you help us?" "Of course I shall," Eleanor replied. "But I really must take luncheon now, Madeleine. Do come and see me later, and perhaps you can try some of this face cream too. I declare, I really think you are too pale, and it would help a great deal. Oh, I might even be able to show you those new frills if the dressmaker has finished. My, I do hope she has. I can't possibly be seen in this old thing again." With that, Eleanor Askew trotted off with a flick of her hair and a wave of her wrist, and I must confess I felt rather exhausted. I was hopeful, however, that we may make some progress if she was able to identify the man who called for Mr. Willoughby at the chess club, pretending to be R.L. Sherwin, who the detective and I suspected was Mr. Willoughby himself. What I had said to Eleanor was true. I did have the beginnings of an idea, but I knew I should put it to Amarnath first before acting. When the detective and I met back at his office to compare notes that afternoon, he looked satisfied, yet somewhat troubled at the same time.
"The coroner confirmed the presence of chloral hydrate,"
he explained, pouring us each a cup of tea into the chipped, rose-patterned teacups which were becoming so familiar. "What's chloral hydrate?" I asked.
"It's a substance which can make someone go to sleep. Just a teaspoon will do it, but any more than that could be life-threatening. It was once used by doctors to help people who couldn't sleep, or even during operations."
"It seems like it's being used these days for rather more sinister reasons," I shuddered.
"Indeed."
The detective nodded.
"I think perhaps Willoughby found it more palatable to commit the murder when his wife was deeply unaware. Anyway, the coroner tells me it has very little taste and is therefore easily disguised."
Hence the cup of tea, I realised, horrified by the depths of the depravity we were discovering.
"Exactly. The good news for our case is that the coroner can confirm all this in court. He mixed the stomach contents with sodium and—"
He consulted his notes quickly.
"pyridine, shook it up together and then heated it to boiling point. The mixture turned a pinkish red, proving that the drug was present. There's plenty of scientific evidence to prove it was there, and who else could have administered it but Willoughby? Although the prosecution would argue that it looks bad for Henry Grafton, as he works in a chemist and could have had access to poisonous chemicals."
"That is true," I frowned. "Anyway, the presence of poison still doesn't answer our questions as to how the murder was carried out," I frowned. "Did you have any luck with the shoe shops?"
"Ah, yes. I've been looking forward to telling you about that,"
Amarnath replied, crossing one knee over the other and reclining in his chair a little, although his eyes remained keen and alert.
"It was not until the fourth shop that I found something, which is, of course, typical in detective work. It is very often the last place you look. As the Roman philosopher Lucretius once said, 'Drops of rain make a hole in the stone, not by violence, but by oft falling.' Perseverance is the thing."
"What did you find?" I inquired, taking a big gulp of tea which was most welcome after my conversation with Eleanor Askew and my subsequent planning that afternoon.
"Exactly what I hoped,"
he beamed.
"The shopkeeper's misfortune is our good luck, as he keeps very detailed records due to a failing memory. He has a record of an identical pair of shoes to Henry's having been purchased 4 months ago by— Any ideas as to the name, Madeleine?"
"Surely it wasn't Mr. Willoughby," I gasped.
"Sadly not, but something rather close. It was our mysterious R.L. Sherwin."
"So it proves that the person who telephoned the chess club as R.L. Sherwin was the same person who bought the shoes to blame Henry Grafton for the crime, doesn't it?" I checked, working it through in my mind.
"Yes, it does. But we still need evidence to show a jury exactly who R.L. Sherwin is."
"I suppose the shopkeeper's memory is not good enough for him to tell us what the customer looked like. It was 4 months ago, after all."
"I'm afraid not.
Amarnath grimaced. Well, I spoke to Miss Askew this afternoon. I was pleased to report something more encouraging. She was the very telephonist who took the call last week from R.L. Sherwin to the chess club. She is certain she would recognise the voice again, so I have a little idea to which I hope you will agree. It may help us to prove whether it was Willoughby himself.
That sounds interesting. Go on.
Amarnath drained his teacup and watched me closely as I elaborated. Eleanor and I could knock at his door and pretend to be collecting money for a local orphanage. We must visit his immediate neighbours too, of course, to avoid suspicion, but it would give Eleanor a chance to hear his voice. We shall engage him in as lengthy a conversation as possible to give her the best opportunity of confirming it.
A marvellous idea.
Amarnath clapped his hands together with delight, so I knew at once that he approved.
But haven't you forgotten something?
What's that? I asked worriedly.
Mr. Willoughby has already seen you. Don't you think he will be suspicious when you knock on his door pretending to be from the orphanage?
Oh, I realised that. I laughed with relief. I've already considered it. Knowing someone like Eleanor Askew, who is fixated with powders and face creams, is actually rather useful. I shall ask her to make me up to look different and change my hair and clothes. I will be entirely in disguise.
You've thought it over very carefully.
The detective praised me.
Has Miss Askew agreed to all this?
No, not yet, I admitted, but I'm sure she will. I can be most persuasive.
Yes, I can vouch for that.
Amarnath raised his eyes to the heavens good-naturedly.
Now, what if Willoughby or his neighbours feel generous enough to actually donate money for this fictitious orphanage?
Amarnath asked. I've thought of that too, I explained. I am not sure that orphanage managers are always scrupulous, so rather than giving them the money directly, we shall use it to take the orphans out for tea and a good meal one afternoon, so we can be sure they will benefit. In fact, I shall persuade Eleanor that we should do so anyway, even if no donations are received. We can afford it between us, after all.
Then, if you don't mind, I would very much like to contribute to the good cause too, and join you when it is arranged,
the detective replied.
In any case, Madeleine, I must say you have a natural flair for, what's the word? Subterfuge.
I was not entirely sure that this was an admirable quality for a young lady, but I knew it certainly was for a detective's assistant, so I thanked him and finished my tea, feeling refreshed and eager for the evening's clandestine activities to begin. Chapter 9. It is better 100 guilty people go free than one innocent person should suffer. Detective Amarnath insisted upon accompanying me to meet Eleanor Askew and walk with her to Radnor Terrace. I am quite capable of looking after us both, I assured him.
I don't doubt it, he appeased me, but Mr. Willoughby is a murder suspect, and I am responsible for your safety. Superintendent Napier might be a good friend, but he would have my, what do you say, guts for garters if anything happened. Do not forget, we have now been attacked twice, once by thugs and once by a letter bomb. But I will keep a narrow profile.
A low profile, I corrected him with a chuckle.
I will remember that for next time,
he laughed. It was very rare for him to make a mistake, but he seemed to enjoy using colourful English phrases and idioms. It did not take long to persuade Eleanor to give me a makeover. In fact, she barely disguised her delight at having the opportunity to improve my appearance. The detective briefly introduced himself, and I was pleased that Eleanor offered her hand for him to shake without flinching, and did not seem to think him extraordinary for any reason other than his professional interest in the morbid.
Oh my, how on earth can you think about murder all day?
She pulled an exaggerated face that would not have looked out of place in a circus.
I couldn't bear it. I don't know how Madeleine has got me involved in all this. I really don't.
It is not so bad,
the detective said, lifting both palms upwards as if weighing the pros and cons of the job.
It isn't always murder, and it is worthwhile when the criminal is caught. We're very grateful to you for your help, Miss Askew.
While Eleanor prepared her makeup and creams, I took Detective Amarnath next door and introduced him to my parents. My father had, after all, said that he should like to meet him. My mother looked on with wide eyes and had to be reminded to take Amarnath's coat before scurrying off as quickly as possible on the pretence of speaking to Margaret about the beef. My father, however, acquitted himself respectably and welcomed the detective indoors, offering him a drink.
What can I do for you, Amarnath? Whiskey? Wine? I would prefer tea, if it's no trouble, he replied politely. I never touch alcohol. The ancient Greek writer Aeschylus said that in the lack of judgment great harm arises, but one vote cast can set right a house. You see, Mr. Carmichael, it is difficult enough to keep good judgment without clouding it with drinks. Right, of course, said my father, who, I am sure, did not agree. Quite the philosopher, as well as the detective, eh? My daughter said as much. She spends more time with you these days than she does with us. I am sorry, replied the detective with a friendly smile. I'm sure she will have more free time when this troubling case is over, but of course, your daughter has been of great help to me and shows a natural flair for investigative work.
I observed my father raise an eyebrow slightly at the familiarity of our being on first-name terms, but he said nothing because Amarnath, as usual, had somehow managed to get him on his side straight away.
Oh, it's no problem,
my father said, raising his glass.
I should thank you, really, for giving her the chance to poke her nose in. She's been like it ever since she was a child, you know, always reading about the ghastliest crimes and so on. So, Detective, what are your opinions of our fine country?
At this juncture, I decided it would be an appropriate time to take my leave, so I flashed Amarnath a sympathetic look, though to his credit, his expression gave nothing away, and I hurried next door for Eleanor to complete my disguise, while my father and my employer became acquainted.
My, you should let me do this more often. Stop moving around so much,
Eleanor tutted as she applied all sorts of floral-scented lotions and mixtures to my face. I winced as I began to feel as though a thick layer of something or other was being spread over my entire face like wallpaper paste. I was quite sure it would crack if I dared smile or open my mouth. Despite my discomfort, I had to admit I was impressed when Eleanor finally showed me the results in a hand mirror. I really was quite unrecognisable. She had made my skin look bronzed and slightly exotic, as though I spent a great deal of time out of doors, and my limp, pencil-straight hair had been expertly curled into ringlets. My eyelashes were longer, and my nose even looked thinner thanks to her contouring lines, or at least that's what I think she called them. For the finishing touch, I had to squeeze myself into one of Eleanor's dresses, which, although uncomfortable, certainly made me look different, as I would never have been seen dead in it willingly. She cast my plain, sensible dark blue dress aside with a pitying look and fastened the sash around my waist with a flourish.
There you are, she giggled. Do you like it? Would anyone recognise you, do you think? How do you like the cream? Doesn't it make your face feel so much softer?
No, I'm quite sure I would not be recognised, I assured her. I'm not used to the feel of the cream yet, but I'm afraid I prefer being without it. Are you sure there isn't another dress with fewer frills? I feel like a strawberry meringue.
This is my best one.
Dear me, do you really think that young ladies collecting for orphanages knock on people's doors looking shabby? I say, did you know it was from Chipcott's Emporium? Dreadfully expensive, you know. You ought to be grateful. It's the latest fashion. Father complained about my spending money on it, but really, it's so delightful, it's worth every penny. I see. I pretended to nod eagerly. Thank you, Eleanor, for allowing me to wear it. I must say, you've done a splendid job with my face. I was telling the truth about the latter, and was very grateful to my neighbour for so readily agreeing to the adventure. We returned next door to collect the detective, who was suitably surprised by my altered appearance.
Miss Askew, your true calling in life lies not with the telephone exchange, but in the theatre.
He congratulated Eleanor warmly.
I myself would not have recognized my assistant if I had not been forewarned. Shall we go?
Eleanor had kindly supplied us with 2 empty jewellery boxes for the pretence of collecting money, and we were in high spirits as we walked to our destination. "What did you and my father find to talk about?" I asked the detective curiously.
Many things, he replied. My impressions of England, a few facts about detective work, your aptitude for investigation, even a little friendly debate over the moral argument against putting criminals to death. It was a privilege to talk to such a learned doctor.
My jaw almost dropped open as I stared at him. "He spoke to you about all that?" I asked in disbelief. "He barely exchanges a word with me or my mother. I don't know how you befriend people so easily."
I am used to learning as much as I can from everyone I meet.
He shrugged modestly.
I suppose it is a bad habit of mine, always to act as though I am gathering facts for a case.
"What did my father say about putting criminals to death, anyway?" I inquired.
We agreed to disagree on that matter,
Amarnath said tactfully.
As I'm sure you have guessed, I am resolutely against it. Your father thinks it is necessary for a civilized society.
"Oh my, what a terrible conversation," interrupted Eleanor. "Isn't it enough that I must come with you to meet a murder suspect and listen to his voice, no less? Dear me, I could have been quite happy at home resting this evening before another long day at the exchange. But no, here I am wandering the chilly streets pretending to be collecting for an orphanage. It is hardly a difficult question, of course. Murderers and villains must be punished for their crimes, must they not?" "Not in such a barbaric manner," I pointed out. "I once believed hanging was the only just treatment for someone who has ended another's life, but it is misused for those who have committed lesser crimes, and one must remember that mistakes can be made."
Quite right, said Amarnath. The Honourable Benjamin Franklin said, "It is better 100 guilty people should go free than one innocent person should suffer."
"To kill is wrong in any case," I added. "Governments should set an example for their people, not take a life for a life." "Even if it was proven beyond any doubt, Madeleine," Eleanor became more enlivened despite her previous protestations, "would you still think it wrong? What if it was someone who had murdered one of your own family? You would change your mind then, of course." "I confess it would be extremely difficult not to wish for their end," I replied, considering the question carefully. "But what would an execution achieve other than vengeance? I find it ghoulish to think that not so long ago, people attended hangings for enjoyment, just as they would an outing to the seaside."
I could not agree more, said the detective. You see, Miss Askew, I am certain that sentencing people to death does not actually deter future criminals. A great many crimes are committed with passion, on the spur of the moment. They do not stop and think to themselves, I mustn't do it in case I am hung. As for those who do plan their crimes, they often have diseases of the mind and may be truly unable to help themselves.
"Dear me. So what do you propose to do with murderers, then, if they are not to be executed?" asked Eleanor. I was surprised that she had spoken several sentences without any reference to dresses or creams, and wondered if I had perhaps judged her unfairly.
They should be re-educated, if possible, explained Amarnath. There are some cases where, with support, criminals can become valued citizens. Others need treatment for their mental illnesses. If nothing can be done, we as law enforcement can still learn from them. If we work, really truly work towards understanding the criminal mind, Maybe we can prevent such behaviour in future generations.
Well, I suppose it sounds sensible, admitted Eleanor. Oh my, but it must be very hard to look a murderer in the face and know that he will carry on living when his victim cannot. Take this terrible R.L. Sherwin, for instance.
Speaking of which, we are getting close, said Amarnath in a low voice. I'll wait here. Are you both sure of your plan?
Dear me, I think so,
muttered Eleanor, looking very nervous. I nodded and led the way towards the murder house. When we first knocked at the door, I was worried that Willoughby was not at home, as he seemed to take a long time to answer.
Yes?
He eyed us suspiciously when the door eventually creaked open. I felt a sudden flutter of nerves and hoped he wouldn't recognise me through the makeup. Good evening, sir. Please accept our apologies for troubling you at this hour, but we are collecting funds for the Greenbanks orphans. At this time of year,
I am afraid I have no spare coins at present.
He interrupted me before I could continue my speech. Please, sir. Have you nothing at all? Eleanor made her eyes wide and pleading.
I am sorry, but I am in no state to give money,
he answered. He spoke apologetically, but with the suspicions I had at the forefront of my mind, I sensed an undercurrent of something dangerous in his voice, although it could simply have been my imagination.
My wife was murdered last week,
he added.
I cannot think about charity at such a time.
Goodness, I'm sorry, I said, hoping desperately that my meagre skills as an actress were sufficient. Please accept our condolences. Good night, sir.
Thank you. Good night,
Willoughby replied as he firmly closed the door. We did not look at each other or discuss the conversation until we had knocked on several other doors in our pretense of collecting money and were safely out of earshot, having rejoined the detective 2 streets away.
How did it go?
He whispered as we turned back in the direction of home. I looked expectantly at Eleanor. It wasn't him, she shrugged. I'm sure of it. Even if he had disguised his voice for the call, I would have known. It was an entirely different person. Amarnath's face fell, and my own heart sank, although I had half expected it, given that Eleanor's impression of the voice on the telephone had been of someone younger. So, if he did not make the call to the chess club, then who did? I asked.
That, Madeleine, is a very good question.
The detective frowned. He suggested that we make one final stop that evening, back to his office at Scotland Yard, so that Eleanor could listen to something else that might be of value. I was impressed to learn that the detective had returned to Pentonville earlier and managed to record Henry Grafton's voice on a newfangled phonographic device, which he could now play to Eleanor.
We have confirmed that the phone call was not made by Willoughby,
he explained.
But Grafton is still, as far as everyone is concerned, our main suspect. We must prove that it was not him either.
It was certainly not him.
Eleanor shook her head after listening to the brief recording.
My, what a clever device you have there. I'm glad you didn't ask me to visit the prison with you to hear him in person.
Miss Askew, thank you for your proficient help this evening.
Amarnath offered his hand for her to shake once more.
I am sure we will meet again once this is all over, as I understand Madeleine has asked you to join her in taking the orphans out for tea with these funds you've collected. I'll gladly join you.
Thank you, Detective, nodded Eleanor. Truthfully, I found it most exciting. My, what a story I will have to tell people. Not now, of course, she added hurriedly, noticing our warning looks. Perhaps in many years when the case has been completely forgotten. Come on, Madeleine, let me take back my dress and clean all that makeup off you. What an evening!
The following morning saw Detective Amarnath and I discussing the case once again in his tiny office at Scotland Yard. The staff there were becoming used to seeing me going in and out of the building, and to my relief did not ask too many questions. It must have been known that I was involved with the case, but I imagine the general opinion was that the detective was merely humouring me, and therefore they did not trouble to tease me over it. For now, it suited me well enough, but I knew that one day, if I really wished to pursue detective work as a full-time career, I would find it nigh impossible to be taken seriously. "Do you still believe Willoughby could be involved?" I asked him, looking out of the window at the sooty skyline and feeling a little downcast about the progress of the case.
"I do,"
nodded Amarnath.
"but we must be careful not to become Procrustean."
"Procrustean?" I asked. "What on earth does that mean?"
"It refers to Procrustes from Greek mythology," he explained. "He was a villain who captured people and, for sinister reasons of his own, wanted his victims to fit the size of his iron bed. To that end, he either stretched them or cut off their legs. We must not, in our desire to convict Willoughby, stretch or cut the facts to match our theory."
"What an unpleasant fellow," I winced. "But I understand. I suppose we should not assume Willoughby has something to do with it, just as Holmes should not have assumed that Henry Grafton was the killer just because it looked that way on the surface."
"Absolutely. And I am still troubled by what possible motive Mr. Willoughby could have had. Anyway, what did we learn from yesterday's visit with Miss Askew?"
"Well, it wasn't Willoughby who made the call. So, could he have been working with somebody else?"
"My thoughts exactly."
Amarnath uncharacteristically removed his derby hat and fiddled with its band.
"It is uncommon, but not impossible, for a man like Willoughby to share his dreadful plans with another. In these cases, one of the pair is often of stronger character and bends the other to his will."
"The prosecution may argue that it could just have been a burglar who stumbled across Mrs. Willoughby and had to kill her to hide his identity, even if he hadn't planned to," I suggested.
"Perhaps, but unlikely," Amarnath replied. "For one thing, there have been no burglaries since the night of the murder, yet they were happening on average once a week before that, suggesting the murder really was the aim all along. Second, why would a simple burglar go to so much trouble to frame the lodger living there? He wouldn't even have known of Henry."
"I agree," I said. "I am just trying to think of the opposition we might encounter."
"That is very astute."
The detective nodded approvingly.
"It is always wise to predict possible arguments so we can be sure we've covered every angle."
"But if there was a second person involved, how could we find them anyway?" I sighed. "We have interviewed everyone who knows him, both in the neighbourhood and at his workplace, and no such friend has been mentioned."
"He may not be a friend, exactly,"
the detective corrected me.
"But yes, it seems we have spoken to everyone possible."
"You don't suppose Eric Farnsworth could be involved, do you?" I exclaimed suddenly.
"A valid proposal, but I'm sure he isn't," Amarnath responded firmly. "For one thing, he helped us when we were attacked. For another, after speaking to him further, I am convinced he can be trusted. That night in the pub, I asked him if he would keep an eye on Willoughby's movements for me and report anything suspicious."
"And has he?" I was surprised to hear that Farnsworth had been included in the investigation.
"No. He has reported that Willoughby has not played chess since the murder and can tell me very little. You see, asking him to be my eyes and ears, as it were, gave him the perfect opportunity to feed me false information if he had been involved and wished to put me off the scent. His honesty and candour prove he had nothing to do with it."
"That was an extremely clever tactic," I said with admiration. "But if we are sure that none of Willoughby's acquaintances we have met so far are involved, how do we move forward?"
"I would suggest we follow the money."
"Follow the money?"
"We inquire about Willoughby's recent movements at the bank. A man can be as careful as he chooses with secret meetings or telephone calls, but his financial dealings cannot be hidden. There could be a clue, perhaps a bill regularly paid at a certain shop or something like that.
We may even be able to see if he paid for the shoes that R.L. Sherwin purchased 4 months ago, I added, rapidly becoming excited at the prospect, although every time the name R.L. Sherwin was mentioned, it never failed to remind me of Robert Lyons appearing blood-soaked on our doorstep in 1885.
Perhaps,
Amarnath said guardedly, unwilling to become too hopeful.
but Willoughby is clever, and supposing he was involved, I don't believe he would take unnecessary risks. I think his unknown accomplice is far more likely to have been the one to buy the shoes.
We hastened to Lloyd's of London as it was closest to Willoughby's home and workplace, and therefore seemed likely to be the establishment he chose to bank with. The nervous teller was at first reluctant to show us any information, but when the detective produced his identity documents and a letter from Superintendent Napier requesting that all possible assistance be rendered to the holder, he realised he had no choice but to let him peruse Willoughby's account.
What's this?
I pointed to an incoming payment just a few days after Ellen Willoughby's death.
It looks like an insurance payout.
It is not much, though,
mused Amarnath.
The fact he had a life insurance policy on his wife is not enough to convict him. He works for Premier Mutual, and insurance is, as the British say, his bread and marmalade. Employees are probably given discounted insurance packages, and it is surely too small a sum to kill for anyway.
I decided not to correct the detective's idiom, and instead marvelled at how quickly he skimmed through and interpreted the indecipherable columns of figures. It was not long before he clapped his hands together, making the poor timid teller tremble.
Madeleine, would you check your notebook for me? I need the dates of the burglaries that occurred prior to the murder.
Let me see. The first burglary was on the 2nd of October at Simpson Street. Then there was Tuckworth Road on the 10th. Jarvis Gardens followed on the 18th, and then, of course, Radnor Terrace on the 26th.
Good Lord,
muttered the detective.
I think we really have something. Look here.
He gestured wildly with one hand at the numbers in front of him, the fingers on the other fiddling at his buttonhole with agitation.
Look! Willoughby made payments to someone the day after each of the burglaries, including the day after his wife's murder. 1 or 2 of those dates might have been a coincidence, but all 4.
Who did he pay?
I craned my neck and squinted to make out the sprawling handwriting.
George Fitcher. Why does that name sound familiar?
I clicked my fingers as the thought registered.
Mrs. Banbridge at Premier Mutual said that a man called Fitchworth or Fitchwell, she wasn't sure, went into a rage at her, crying out that he was under so much strain he would go mad before Christmas.
Excellent, Madeleine. I really think we are onto something. Fitchworth or Fitchwell sound like Fitcher. We could easily check with Premier Mutual that this is indeed their angry employee. Perhaps the strain of dealing with Willoughby was what caused this outburst.
It could be,
I nodded eagerly.
Do you think blackmail was part of an arrangement between them?
Could be.
He shrugged.
There is certainly enough evidence here to search Mr. Fitcher's house and question him, but Willoughby has been very clever. There is still little to prove beyond reasonable doubt that either he killed his wife or paid Fitcher to do so. Which one of them delivered the fatal blows? Were the burglaries all pre-planned to cover up his intent to murder? A jury would still be unsure.
I suppose it could be argued that the dates of the money transfers are circumstantial, but it does look rather suspicious that they all came a day after each burglary.
In a way, all evidence is circumstantial. Only physical evidence is a certainty, but even how it is interpreted can vary depending on who looks at it,
said Amarnath distractedly, looking into the distance as if thinking something over.
We had better proceed and find out where Mr. Fitcher lives. A search of his home may prove very interesting.
The detective asked the teller to make a copy of the transactions and thanked him profusely for his quick work.
I hope you do not mind playing a little game,
he said, flipping a few coins in the teller's direction.
If anybody asks, I would like you to pretend that we haven't been here. I hope this reimburses you for any inconvenience,
he said with an innocent smile.
In fact, I may decide to bank with you in the future if I stay in England for longer.
Certainly, sir. The teller nodded, promptly pocketing the money. It's police business, of course, and I shall say nothing. We bid him good day and hurried on to the next stage of our investigation.
I told you, didn't I, that I should never remove my hat?
Amarnath said dejectedly, reaching up a hand towards his head and finding nothing there.
I don't know why I did it earlier. It is very inconvenient, and I only hope it will still be in the office when I get back.
Why on earth shouldn't it be? I chuckled.
You never know with hats,
the detective said ominously.
I have lost more hats than I have had hot dinners. I once put my hat down on the grass as I sat under a tree and rested for a while. An Indian palm squirrel appeared from nowhere and carried it off, armed only with hazelnuts. I tried to coax the devil out.
What happened? I spluttered with laughter.
The interrogation was very much a one-sided conversation, he said darkly. But he came out in the end, and I managed to retrieve my hat. I have been very wary of squirrels ever since.
Once the relevant paperwork had been issued permitting the detective to search Mr. Fitcher's premises, we went immediately to his lodgings at 112 Cranshaw Road. In the interests of safety and of having a witness to the search, the superintendent insisted that a constable go with us. Mr. Fitcher was at home and did not take kindly to the intrusion.
What right have you, sir, to come in here with your big talk like a blatherskite?
He complained loudly, dancing around the room like a cat on hot coals.
I have done nothing wrong, I tell you. Good Lord, the strain I am under. Would you like to see my undergarments too, sir? Would that satisfy you? Oh, that's right, sir. Take a good look through my victuals. I am quite sure you will sniff out a crime in the underbelly of my pork cutlets. Oh, the only crime in that quarter is how tasteless they are.
While Constable Reese stood guard to ensure Fitcher did not cause any trouble, the detective conducted the search. I wondered how he would concentrate on his job, accompanied by such a furious running commentary, but he remained focused on his task. I offered to help, but he advised me to simply take down any notes that he dictated. I understood why, as Mr. Fitcher could have protested that an unqualified member of the public had been allowed to search his belongings, and I knew that sort of thing could lead to evidence being declared inadmissible in court.
Mr. Fitcher, what is your connection with Mr. Willoughby?
The detective asked, as he sifted through piles of paperwork, clothes, and trinkets. Mr. Fitcher certainly did not keep his home in an organised fashion.
We both work for the Mutual,
he replied, taking off his wide-awake hat and throwing it on the floor.
Good God, the place takes up enough of my time as it is, sir, without your inquiring about it in my own home. What is this all about, you veritable muck-snipe, you mutton shunters, coming in here and terrorising innocent citizens?
I wondered whether to laugh or be shocked by Mr. Fitcher's vehement vocabulary. I now understood Mrs. Banbridge's story of Fitcher dancing a jig on the sugar and throwing insults at her, for I could see that he was demonstrative and argumentative to the extreme.
You have received money from him,
pressed Amarnath calmly. 4 times, in fact.
What was it for?
It was to repay me for a loan, Fitcher blustered.
Why do you torment me so? I am a beleaguered fellow, make no mistake.
That was a lot of money to loan a colleague, the detective challenged him.
Where did you get so much of it, on your salary? Oh, so now you make comments about my wages. This is too much, sir, really it is. I go to work there. I dream about the place. And I have you coming here to ask me questions about it. A man under the strain I am ought not to be blamed if he goes mad, you know. Or perhaps if he commits murder,
Amarnath asked him, eyebrows raised.
Does the name R.L. Sherwin sound familiar to you, Mr. Fitcher? I wonder if you visited a cobbler a few months ago to purchase a pair in that gentleman's name, or left a message at the Warwick Lane Chess Club pretending to be him. Bells! Bells!
Fitcher grumbled, ripping the buttons from his waistcoat and throwing them one by one against the wall as he leapt from one foot to the other.
Will this never end?
On Amarnath's demand, he reluctantly led us to the back door and into a small concrete square which passed for his garden, in which stood a brick outhouse, much like Mr. Willoughby's. I must confess, I was grateful that Constable Rees followed us, as I did not like Fitcher's temper and felt that he could fly into a violent rage at any time. I noticed Rees pretending to scratch his beard to hide a laugh, clearly amused by Fitcher's verbiage.
There, sir, leave not a stone unturned. Be my guest, sir, and do as you like. I'm harangued at work, and harangued at home, and if I'm still sane by February, I shall eat my hat in front of the Queen herself, and that's a promise.
The detective continued to ignore Mr. Fitcher's ravings as he studied the outhouse carefully. All I could see inside was a broom and a bucket, but Amarnath clearly hoped to see more as he ran his fingers around every square inch and gave a small cry of satisfaction as he found a gap in the wall. He squeezed his hand inside, gave the loose stonework a tug, and suddenly out of the wall tumbled a shiny silver key, which clattered guiltily to the floor, along with a pair of familiar-looking shoes.
What does this key open?
The detective asked.
I do not know, sir,
Fitcher replied, rolling his eyes in supplication to the heavens.
I did not put it there.
Yet this is your outhouse, is it not? Asked Amarnath.
And it can only be reached through your house. It must have been placed there before I moved into these lodgings. Are you trying to make a juggins out of me, sir? I really must insist. Mr. Fitcher, the detective interrupted his tirade. This key is new and shiny, and cannot have been hidden here for long. It looks to have been cut no more than 1 year ago at the most, and yet I understand you have been lodging here for 4. I expect we will find that this key opens Mr. Willoughby's door and that these shoes belong to Mr. Henry Grafton. I think you should come with us to the station. I will not go,
Fitcher bellowed, and his next movement was so sudden that nobody could move fast enough to prevent it. He jumped towards Constable Rees and gripped his neck with so much force that the poor policeman's face turned bright red. Fitcher must have been extraordinarily strong, as Rees was not a small man, but he was unable to fight off his assailant. There was a click, and Fitcher felt the brush of cold metal against his temple, as his jaw dropped almost in time with the cocking of the hammer.
Think very carefully, Mr. Fitcher, or you may not make it to Christmas to go mad or otherwise,
warned Amarnath calmly, small gun pointing directly at the villain's head. Fitcher slowly removed his hands, and Constable Rees spluttered and rubbed his neck.
Are you all right, Constable? Amarnath asked. Yes, thank you, sir. I shall be fine,
he croaked, keeping a wary eye on Mr. Fitcher. The detective kept the gun trained on him, while Rees fitted him with handcuffs.
I shall say nothing, nothing,
Fitcher bellowed as he was pulled off to the station.
You had better be careful, for now you have added assaulting a police officer to your list of crimes,
Amarnath told him sternly, but Fitcher kept up his nonsensical complaints all the way, and I was very pleased when Amarnath suggested we sit down for a refreshing cup of tea before beginning the official interview. You kept your possession of that gun quiet, detective, I exclaimed, once Fitcher had been put into the cells.
I do not usually carry one, he admitted, but on this occasion I had a, shall we say, sixth sense that it might be needed. I collect them.
But you are such a pacifist, I exclaimed. How is it that you collect guns?
To collect them and to use them are two separate things, the detective explained. Their mechanics and how they are made are interesting to me. This one is a Derringer .22 caliber, very popular in America. I became fascinated after seeing a Wild West show there starring Buffalo Bill. In fact, it was in America that I was inspired to wear a derby hat.
How so?
I asked quizzically. Lawmen wore them in the West as they sit snugly on the head and do not fall off when galloping over the plains and gunfighting. They are much more practical than the trilbies popular here. Anyway, there is much to learn about guns.
It is all most interesting, I said. Perhaps you could teach me to fire a gun one day?
Perhaps,
he said, tucking the Derringer safely away in his coat and putting on his hat, which he had been very pleased to find still intact upon his desk.
For now, it is time for me to face Mr. Fitcher once more, although, sadly, it will be from across the interview table, and not down the barrel of a gun.
Chapter 10. Like a crate in the shadows. My parents had given me strict instructions to return home for a late luncheon, as my Aunt Florinda was visiting from Norfolk, and they wished me to be present to greet her. To spare readers the horror of a blow-by-blow account of my dear aunt's eccentricities, I shall gloss over the details, except to mention that this engagement prevented me from staying to observe Detective Amarnath questioning George Fitcher. Once my role as a dutiful niece was over, I hurried back to Scotland Yard for the latest news. Amarnath was seated at his desk with his head in his hands and his eyes closed when I entered, which was most unusual. "Detective?" I whispered. "Are you asleep?"
No, Madeleine. Come in.
He looked up with a weary smile.
I only wish I were. Speaking to George Fitcher is one of the most tiring tasks an officer of the law could possibly contend with.
"I am not surprised," I said sympathetically, pouring him a cup of tea from the pot, which was fortunately still warm. I glanced at a rather enticing Victoria sponge sitting in pride of place on his desk.
"Ah, yes, this is from Constable Reese's wife." Amarnath smiled. He went home for lunch and apparently explained that I had saved his life earlier when Fitcher tried to strangle him. I did nothing so dramatic, of course, but she sent him back to work with this cake as a thank you to me. Have some with your tea if you like.
"How thoughtful of her," I said, taking him up on the offer. "But you really did save Constable Reese, you know. Who can tell how far Fitcher might have been willing to go? It was quite enough for me to put up with him for even a few minutes. What a fellow for complaining. He never stops for breath. Did you get anything useful from him?"
"Not from him, no,"
he admitted.
"Not yet, anyway. But we have made good progress."
At this, he perked up, and his usual good humour returned.
"You remember the partial fingerprint on the porcelain cat?"
"Yes, of course. The one which did not match Henry's fingerprints."
"Well, I'd been hoping to use it for some time, but until now we had no other suspect to match it with. This afternoon, 2 burly policemen helped me to obtain Mr. Fitcher's prints."
"And?" I asked with anticipation.
"And they match?"
he cried out, slapping his hand onto the table and making some of the tea splash out over his papers. He brushed them aside, barely noticing. "That's wonderful," I grinned. "It means we can prove that Fitcher was the burglar."
"Absolutely,"
the detective agreed.
"But the only thing we have to link Willoughby to the case is those payments he made to Fitcher. But which of the two was the real murderer? Let's talk it through. What problems do you see, Madeleine?"
"Of course," I said, settling into my chair and looking up at the blackboard to refresh my memory on certain points. "The first item of concern I see is that Willoughby did not make the call to the chess club.
To any observer, he is as surprised as everyone else when he is summoned to meet the fictional R.L. Sherwin at Rookwood Gardens. His wife was seen alive by the baker's boy at just past 6 o'clock the night of the murder. Willoughby leaves the house less than 20 minutes later with an air of perfect calm and immaculate attire. He makes himself known to the cab driver and even a constable, whom he asks for the time, giving himself the perfect alibi. He was simply not in the house at the time of the murder. The cabby was with him when he returned home and discovered the body.
A very sound summary.
Amarnath nodded.
We know the time of death was between 6 o'clock and 7:30. It is highly unlikely that Willoughby could have committed the murder in such a short time span before he left the house at 6:30, particularly with his obvious frailty and the unspecified trouble with his innards that some of his work colleagues mentioned. We acted it out ourselves at the empty house. Do you remember the cabby confirmed that when they returned home, Willoughby struggled to unlock the front door at first, then went around to the back and struggled with that too?
Yes. What do you suppose that signifies?
I think,
he said slowly,
there was nothing wrong with the doors. There was no problem when I checked them on our visit to Radnor Terrace. Willoughby wanted a witness to the discovery of his wife's body, which he knew would be waiting inside. He could have pretended to have trouble in order to attract Mr. Knox's help, which gave him someone who could corroborate that his wife was already dead when he returned home.
Yes, I nodded vigorously, seeing how it could all fit together. In fact, Willoughby could have deliberately ensured he didn't have enough money on his person, banking on the fact that Knox would want to accompany him in the first place.
I agree. Now, it seems Fitcher was certainly involved and had a spare key. I sent a constable to check earlier, and the one found in Fitcher's outhouse does indeed fit Willoughby's door. So perhaps he was the one to actually commit the murder,
Amarnath suggested. Of course, it was all planned out, I added enthusiastically. Willoughby wanted his wife dead and had planned it for months. He invented the burglaries to make it look as though he too had fallen victim to the thief and that Ellen's death was an unfortunate accident when the villain found the house wasn't empty. In fact, he made Fitcher do the dirty work all along, but Willoughby was the brains behind the whole plan.
I think you are right, agreed the detective. I suspect it was more than money that encouraged Fitcher to agree to the idea. It was not such a lot of money after all. And when I have the chance, I'll ask the bank to show me Fitcher's recent transactions too. It is possible he was up to no good at the Mutual. Willoughby could have found out and held it over him, sweetening him with extra money. The finer details can be filled in later, but I think for now it fits nicely.
So, where did the chloral hydrate come in? I asked.
I suspect Willoughby administered it to his wife, so Fitcher's job would be easier. She was invited to attend the meeting with R.L. Sherwin, and it suited Willoughby to make people believe she would go, but as the cabby said, he explained she felt too ill at the last moment. He made a cup of tea, very unusual for him at that time of day, and used it to drug Ellen. Within a few moments, she would have been deeply asleep. This gave him the chance to rifle Henry's room, leave everything in disarray, plant the porcelain cat and other stolen goods under his bed, and place the new pair of shoes in the room too.
The ones he had probably daubed with chicken blood and then partially washed off earlier in the day to save time, I clarified. The pair he bought, which looked identical to Henry's, but actually were not.
That's right,
said Amarnath.
Not only were there 3 keys, but 3 pairs of shoes. Don't forget, a key was found under Henry's bed, and Willoughby claimed his only spare key went missing weeks before. What he didn't expect us to find was that a 3rd key had only recently been cut and given to Fitcher so that he could gain access to commit the murder. As for the shoes, a fake pair was purchased and no doubt worn in by Fitcher so they wouldn't look too new. I have already checked, and they wear the same shoe size. On the day of the murder, Henry's spare pair was taken away by Fitcher and hidden in his outhouse. Then, all Fitcher had to do was enter the house with the key, use the poker to kill poor Mrs. Willoughby, who was already unconscious, then take Henry's spare shoes away. Mr. Willoughby could have done all the preparation and might also have left Henry's spare shoes near the door so Fitcher wouldn't even have to go upstairs. It all fits, Amarnath said, his words becoming faster and faster as he sensed the case coming together like all the constituent pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. Willoughby wanted nothing left to chance. Fitcher is angry and unpredictable and could easily forget something, so Willoughby made it simple for him. He prepared everything in advance, so his accomplice had only to remember 4 things. Kill Ellen, take away the shoes that had been left for him, lock the inner door so it did not look as though the burglar had entered the main house, and leave the back door open. It was planned almost to perfection.
But not perfect enough, I pointed out. It wasn't enough to pull the wool over your eyes, Detective. Thank goodness Edward Grafton pushed for a second investigation, and that the superintendent called upon you.
If Fitcher had disposed of the key and Henry's shoes rather than hiding them in his outhouse, Amarnath mused, and if you hadn't learnt about Willoughby's tea habits from Mrs. Banbridge at Premier Mutual, we might still be blundering around in the dark. It was made easier with your help, of course, but we haven't quite finished yet. We must still prove it all.
Can it be done? I looked worriedly at the blackboard. It was dreadful that Henry Grafton was still in prison and would be taken to trial within just a few days if we didn't do something to stop it. To know that he had been so cunningly set up, but that there might be nothing we could do to save him, was a sobering thought.
We will do everything in our power, Amarnath said firmly, and I have an idea. I think Willoughby has been so clever that we'll find it difficult to get enough physical evidence to convict him. Fitcher, certainly. But Willoughby? No. So the only other way is a confession. Willoughby will not confess unless he is pushed into a corner, but his accomplice might talk. There is a method I would like to try.
That sounds ominous, I said, only half joking.
Yes, it involves the rack and a great deal of pain,
he replied, with an entirely straight face. I couldn't help laughing.
You know me better by now, I think,
Amarnath added with a chuckle.
It is purely psychological in nature. You may watch and listen from the little window outside, but for legal reasons it is best if just I and Constable Reese are in the room.
Certainly, I nodded willingly. I very much look forward to observing your technique.
Mr. Fitcher, began Amarnath as amicably as if he were sharing lunch with a friend. Earlier you said you do not want a lawyer, is that still correct? If so, I will continue with the interview we started earlier. Now, I must tell you that Mr. Willoughby has laid all the blame at your door. Blame? Blame, sir? For what? For the murder of his wife. He has been very helpful and told us everything just now. He was reluctant, of course, but with a choice between a rope around his own neck or yours, well, I'm afraid he didn't put much value on your friendship.
Amarnath mimed squeezing his own neck with a glance at Constable Reese, who tried hard not to look amused.
Friendship, you call it? If I have a friend like Willoughby, sir, then I have no need for an enemy. I am a wretched creature with nothing but trouble coming at me from all sides. If the Mutual finds out I have been arrested, I shall lose my job as sure as my name's Fitcher.
I noticed he seemed to have calmed down just a little since his outburst during the search of his home, but he was still a most awkward fellow to communicate with, and I was glad I was outside the room and not in it.
I think you have more to worry about than your job, Mr. Fitcher,
Amarnath warned him, still taking a friendly and slightly conspiratorial tone.
Now, personally, I think Mr. Willoughby was the brains behind it all. He has said otherwise, of course. He told us that you dreamed up the whole idea of committing the burglaries and doing away with Ellen, and that you convinced him into it, saying that he would be better off if she were to be, how did he put it, out of the picture? He also mentioned your finagling of funds from Premier Mutual, and has asked for immunity if he tells us everything about you.
Hell's teeth!
Shouted Fitcher, running his hands through his hair in agitation so that it stood up like a lion's mane.
Why am I persecuted so? It is not true, I tell you. Quiet, Mr. Fitcher, said Amarnath soothingly. I know it is hurtful to hear your colleague has done this to you. He tried to make us believe you were the guilty party, although I am sure he was the one who planned it all. Of course, without your testimony, it looks bad for you. And despite our little tussle earlier, I wouldn't want to see you hang while Willoughby goes free. The things he said about you, good grief, Mr. Fitcher. He paints a picture of you as a depraved animal, filled with bloodlust and ungodly powers of persuasion. But I don't think so. You are a hard-working gentleman, and Willoughby has taken advantage of your good nature and led you astray. Do you play chess? No, Fitcher shook his head. Neither do I, but I know enough of it to say that he has treated you as an innocent pawn and played you like a chess game. You have been cruelly led by someone who does not have your best interests at heart. I shall listen no longer, Fitcher bellowed, standing up and resuming his usual practice of jigging from one foot to the other, full of nervous energy. I will not let that devil hang me. No, sir, not when he thought of everything, and nigh on forced me into it after that business at the Mutual. It wasn't very much I took from the subscription monies, but he knew. Oh, he knew, and he wouldn't let me forget it. He talks and talks, that man, if you can call him a man and not a demon. And by the time he was finished with me, my head spun so much I didn't know if I was in England or Australia. And now I've been arrested, had my undergarments and victuals rifled through like a common criminal, and I face a gruesome end. I shall go mad. I know I shall. Come on, Mr. Fitcher, or may I call you George?
Said Amarnath, gesturing at the chair and inviting him to take his seat again. I knew he was using a technique to make Fitcher believe they were friends, making him more likely to let slip all the facts.
I am glad you told me about Willoughby. If you are willing to explain everything, I will write it all down and ask you to sign it. Then we can see that he answers for his acts. What will happen to me?
Fitcher asked, suddenly uncharacteristically meek and quiet, as though all the fight had left him.
I cannot tell you, answered the detective honestly. It depends whether the jury feels sympathy for your being manipulated by Willoughby. The intent was clearly his. But with your help, once this case goes to trial, there is no chance that Willoughby will escape with his life. You might escape the noose, if you help us now. What do you say, George? I knew I would go mad before the year was out, he sighed, the maniacal light in his eyes fading. I shall tell you, sir. I shall tell you all about that creature from hell, dressed in the clothes of a man. At least I will have to live with the strain no longer.
I shivered from my vantage point in the next room and almost felt sorry for Fitcher. But not quite. All it took was to remember the description of the murder scene and the violence of the blows, for no person, however impressionable, could be persuaded to do such a thing unless they had already a propensity for it. I was greatly impressed by the detective's method. He had briefed me beforehand, and I knew that Willoughby had said none of those things. In fact, he was most likely still at Radnor Terrace, completely unaware that his accomplice had been arrested. But by making Fitcher believe that Willoughby had blamed everything on him, he was far more likely to tell the truth about what had happened, particularly if it showed Willoughby as the main ringleader. That had been the detective's hope, which certainly seemed to be bearing fruit. Now, with a signed confession from Fitcher, there was sufficient evidence to bring in Willoughby, and when confronted with the fact that his weaker sidekick had given way, a chance that he would admit everything. An unpleasant surprise awaited Amarnath and Constable Rees when they arrived at Radnor Terrace to apprehend Mr. Willoughby. They had offered no resistance to my intention to accompany them, as they did not expect any roughhousing given our suspect's frailty. But when we rapped upon the door, there was no answer.
"Perhaps he's out, sir,"
Constable Rees suggested.
"Ought we to come back later?"
"I do not like it," said Detective Amarnath, eyes narrowing. He knocked again and pushed the door gently, and to our surprise it creaked open. "Why should he leave the door unlocked?" I asked.
"We will check inside," Amarnath said firmly. "He could have been taken ill."
To our concern, the house was empty of life, and a number of things were missing. The detective checked all the cupboards and dressers and found that barely any of Mr. Willoughby's clothes remained, and the home gave the impression that somebody had recently packed up for a holiday.
"Here, sir,"
said Constable Rees, picking up a scrap of paper from the kitchen table. It looked like it had been torn from a larger document, and the only words visible were White Star.
"Are bapre,"
muttered the detective, slipping into Hindi for the first time since I had met him. I later learnt that this was an expression of great surprise and concern, perhaps the equivalent of the English "Good God."
"He has absconded,"
he shouted, crumpling the piece of paper in his fist.
"White Star probably refers to the White Star Line. Willoughby must be planning to take a ship and escape overseas. Constable, how do we reach the docks from here?"
Constable Rees led the way as we tore through streets that became increasingly grimy and dark the nearer we came to the docks. I knew we were close as the stench of fish began to reach my nostrils, and we heard the cries of fish porters, the chatter of stevedores, and the thumping of crates being loaded and unloaded.
"I hope we're not too late,"
Amarnath panted. We sighed with relief as we saw a huge ship still firmly moored, with the words White Star Line painted on its port side. An official-looking gentleman stood near the ship with paper and pen.
"Is that the manifest?"
the detective cried out, racing towards him. I was terribly out of breath after running all the way from Radnor Terrace, so all I could do was gasp and puff.
"I must see it at once."
He nearly snatched it from the shocked man, flashing his police badge very quickly.
"There, sir."
Constable Rees found it first.
"There he is, right at the bottom, Mr. Frederick Willoughby. There is a tick against his name," Amarnath said hurriedly. "Does this mean he has boarded the ship?"
He directed the question towards the official gentleman, who was looking rather flustered.
"Why, yes, sir. He arrived just a moment ago. He bought a ticket just this morning at the last moment. He was lucky to get a berth."
"Might I ask what's going on?"
"We haven't a moment to lose,"
Amarnath shouted.
"Madeleine, stay here and explain things to this fellow. Constable, we must get onto the ship straight away." "You'd best hurry, sir,"
the clerk said, panic in his voice.
"It sails in just 5 minutes from now."
I was glad to stay behind and catch my breath as Detective Amarnath and Constable Rees sprinted up the gangplank and onto the ship. Although I did not accompany them, I shall describe what happened next as best I can.
"The list said he's in berth 48, sir,"
bellowed Constable Rees over the sound of the lapping waves and the screeching seagulls.
"Where is berth 48?
Amarnath called out to the nearest steward, who, after a glance at Rees's uniform and the detective's badge, hurriedly pointed them in the right direction.
"Police! Open up!"
Rees hammered on the door of the cabin.
"Mr. Willoughby, we know you're in there."
Only silence came from inside.
"If you do not come out now," Then I suggest you stand away from the door, as I will be forced to shoot the lock off," warned Amarnath.
After a second, the doorknob turned and a sheepish face peeked out from the crack. The detective was stunned.
"But you are not Willoughby,"
he said in complete bafflement. The man looking back at him was none other than one of the thugs who had accosted us outside the music hall.
"No, I ain't,"
the man answered, looking worriedly at Amarnath's gun.
"He bought a ticket for me in his name so I could get away, see? He told me it was my only hope. I'm wanted under my own name. Here, ain't you that fellow?"
"Yes, I am," snapped Amarnath, "the one whom you did not succeed in robbing. It all becomes clearer now." Constable Reese disembarked and blew his whistle loudly, summoning 2 other policemen to the area.
"Please take this one away,"
said the detective, leading the thug down the gangplank and handing him over to the officers. He was so shocked by being captured and so concerned by Amarnath's gun that he put up little fight and was taken away in handcuffs, looking dazed.
"Willoughby is cleverer than I realised."
Amarnath bit his lip and slammed his fist into a nearby shipping crate in a display of anger that I had never seen from the detective before.
"It is my own fault for underestimating him."
He shook his head.
"And we may now have lost him. He left the White Star paperwork in his home deliberately to put us off the scent and send us running over here to the docks like fools. He must have known we were closing in on him. Meanwhile, he has fled elsewhere."
"Should we check with his bank and his office?" I suggested. "Might there be a clue in one of those places?"
"A good suggestion, Madeleine." He nodded. "Constable Reese, please flag us down a hansom cab as quickly as you can. We will have time to gather our thoughts on the way. After all, it is a mistake to think that moving fast is the same as actually going somewhere."
At the bank, our worst fears were confirmed when the teller said that Willoughby had closed his account that morning and removed all his money. The situation became graver still at Premier Mutual when we spoke to the manager, a Mr. Norton.
"By my boots and breeches,"
he expostulated when Amarnath asked him about Willoughby,
"I have never known a less grateful fellow. First, we let him work only 4 days a week. Then we allowed him as much time off as he needed after his wife died. And now? Now? What does he do?"
"What did he do?" Constable Reese asked.
"He strode in this morning with an odd smile plastered across his face and told me he was leaving. Just like that. No notice, no nothing."
"Leaving?" repeated Amarnath, concerned.
"Did he tell you why or where he was going?" "Not a thing. There's loyalty for you, eh?"
"Might we look through his desk?" the detective asked.
"He is wanted for murder, and we are looking for any possible clue as to where he could be hiding." "Murder? By the beards of the Benedictines! Of course you must look. He'd better not show his face around here again. No, sir."
He pointed us towards Willoughby's desk, which was a rather battered-looking old roll-top, and Amarnath and Reese sifted through the paperwork as quickly as they could. It all seemed to be of no importance, except for a creased document which caught Amarnath's eye and warranted a second glance. He read it aloud.
"Dear Mr. Willoughby, I enclose a cheque for my home insurance monies to cover the next 3 months. The reason for my payment in advance is an upcoming visit to my great-uncle and his family in America, so I shall be away for some time. My house will therefore be empty, so I trust you will amend my policy accordingly to reflect any higher or lower risk engendered by my absence from the property, and that you will inform me on my return of any changes to the premium. Yours sincerely, Mr. Rupert Alberforce, 87 Quartermain Villas."
"Do you think it is of some importance?" I asked, wondering why the detective was paying so much attention to the letter.
"Perhaps,"
he said slowly, before dropping it onto the desk and clapping his hands together loudly, seeming to have made a decision.
"I think it is interesting that he has recently been informed that the house of one of his customers will be empty. Constable Reese, do you know where Quartermain Villas is?" "Yes, sir." It's some way from here on the outskirts of the city, bit more countrified around there.
I began to understand. You think he could be hiding out there? I asked.
Yes, I think he might, nodded the detective. It would be a quieter place for him to lurk whilst we went off to the docks and tried to catch him there. Had we been just 5 minutes later, the White Star Line ship would have sailed, and we would have believed Willoughby was on it. He knew we would have made arrangements to follow it on a separate vessel, giving him more time to get away in the opposite direction.
I shivered at Mr. Willoughby's cunning. It was most alarming to know that he had almost outwitted Detective Amarnath, and that we had come so close to losing track of him for good. Amarnath's tone became more urgent as he instructed me to take a hansom cab back to Scotland Yard and fetch Napier, telling him to go to Quatermain Villas as quickly as he could. I was then to remain at Scotland Yard, which for once I agreed to, as I understood that my presence could jeopardise the operation, and there was a likelihood of violence if Willoughby was to be apprehended. I have chronicled the following events, therefore, based upon the details I heard later that day.
Quickly, Constable. We will wait behind these bushes,
Detective Amarnath whispered, gesturing to Rhys as they approached the empty house. They had arranged for a cab to drop them off a couple of streets away, so that Willoughby would not be alerted to their presence. As they studied the house, they noticed that a side window had been smashed, which seemed to confirm that their suspect really had broken in order to hide. They crouched uncomfortably out of sight, hearts pounding as they waited for Superintendent Napier to arrive. Willoughby might have looked frail, but his appearance belied the dreadful inner machinations of his mind. He had led them a merry dance thus far, and the detective knew he would stop at nothing to evade capture, so extra help was essential. At the sound of approaching footsteps, the detective put a finger to his lips to warn the constable to remain quiet until they were sure who it was.
Amarnath,
a voice whispered. It was Napier.
Come behind here,
hissed Constable Rhys.
I came as quickly as I could,
said the superintendent under his breath.
Miss Carmichael explained the situation. What's your plan, Amarnath?
I suggest that you and I go in through the front, Superintendent. Constable, you take the back to ensure he cannot escape. But first,
he fumbled in his jacket pocket.
Take my derringer.
He pushed it into Rhys's hand.
But what about you, Detective?
Rhys asked.
Do not worry,
he whispered back.
I have another one.
He pulled out an even larger gun, which he cocked in readiness for the task ahead. They all looked at each other, took a deep breath, and nodded. Launching themselves out from the bushes, they stormed towards the house. Constable Rhys hurried down the side alleyway, while Amarnath and Napier hammered at the front door. Suddenly, the sound of shots rent the air from the direction of the back of the house.
We have no time to lose,
Amarnath said, running at the door and kicking it soundly. It didn't give. Napier took a turn, ramming it with his shoulder as hard as he could. They ran at it together a third time and finally managed to force the door open. The two men hurried inside, following the sound of the commotion and a further shot. They both gasped as they took in the sight before them. Willoughby stood facing towards the back door, gun in hand, and pointed directly at Constable Rhys. Rhys tossed the derringer aside. The two shots expended. Detective Amarnath's mind worked at the speed of light to decide what move to make. If he shot Willoughby, it might kill him, and then he'd never go to trial. But if he didn't do something, he would kill Constable Rhys. A split second later, Amarnath aimed his gun up at the ceiling and pulled the trigger. With a deafening crack and the smashing of thousands of shards of glass, the hanging crystal chandelier cascaded to the floor, knocking Willoughby over and landing on top of him. Rhys ran inside, glass scrunching under his boots.
He just started shooting, sir,
he panted.
I didn't know what to do. Are you all right?
Napier asked.
Yes, sir, I'm fine. I'm not sure about Willoughby, though. What a nasty accident.
Oh, he's fine, Amarnath said, checking the fallen man over carefully, after brushing away the sharper chandelier fragments. "A little dazed, but I don't think he is badly injured. I did not know what else to do either." "Well, it was jolly quick thinking on your part." Napier shook his head, laughing with relief after the tension of the last few moments. "You really knocked the wind out of his sails, didn't you, Amarnath?" "Had we caught him at the docks, then that statement would have been most germane," replied the detective. "But I think it would be more appropriate to say it is lights out for Mr. Willoughby." Willoughby started to wake up, groaning a little as he shifted on the floor. Constable Reese aimed his boot at him, and he quietened down once more. "What was that for, Constable?" asked Napier. "I thought I owed him that much, sir." Reese gave a wry smile. "After he shot at me and his friend Fitcher tried to strangle me earlier, I thought a kick in the pork cutlets was the least I could do." When Willoughby had been patched up and brought back to Scotland Yard, I watched and listened from a distance as the detective interviewed him. "I demand to know why you have pursued me," Willoughby protested before Amarnath could even begin. "I suffered a bereavement less than a fortnight ago and have been manhandled like a common criminal. I have cuts and bruises galore after you dropped that chandelier on me, and I was lucky it did not stove my head in." "If you are an innocent man," the detective said unsympathetically, "why did you run from us and start shooting at a police officer? Why did you ask your crony to sail on a ship under your name? And why did you break and enter somebody else's home? Much as I do not wish you to have any help, it is my duty to inform you that you are entitled to have a lawyer present."
"Are you accusing me of a crime?"
Willoughby sneered.
"I am not a well man, and took fright when you and your police guerrillas came after me. I went to check on my customer's premises and found the window smashed when I arrived. I do not need a barrister."
"Very well," said Amarnath. "I am sure a jury would be very interested in your explanations, as well as your reasons for taking all your money out of the bank and leaving your job at the Premier Mutual. In short, Mr. Willoughby, I am accusing you of conspiring to murder your wife, Mrs. Ellen Willoughby, on Friday, the 26th of October."
"That is preposterous. I did not kill Ellen, and you know it. Perhaps I ought to make arrangements for legal representation after all."
"You are right, Mr. Willoughby. I do know it. You were not the one to deliver the fatal blows, but I have evidence that you planned her demise for at least 4 months, and that you blackmailed George Fitcher into doing what you could not and would not do yourself. You planned for an innocent man to be hung for your crime, while you sat smugly like a crate in the shadows. Do you know what a crate is?"
"No, I do not."
A crate, Mr. Willoughby, is one of the most venomous snakes in India. Their bite is not painful, so their victims believe they felt nothing more than a mosquito. Falsely reassured, they are dead within 8 hours.
I do not have to listen to this nonsense.
Mr. Willoughby curled his lip in distaste. He sniffed, and I could swear I saw 1 or 2 real tears trickling down his face.
My wife has been murdered, and I'm being strong-armed by the police. It is really too much, sir."
"I advise you to tell the truth, or other police officers here would be keen to show you the real meaning of the phrase strong-armed." The detective narrowed his eyes. "Do you deny, Mr. Willoughby, that you had anything to do with your wife's death?"
"I do deny it."
"Then what would you say if I told you I had evidence to say that you did?"
"You could never prove it."
"Oh? Then you might be surprised to know that Mr. Fitcher has already told me everything and signed a full confession. I have also gathered plenty of evidence to convince a jury." I held my breath as I looked on, knowing that the latter statement was not quite true. Amarnath was taking a risk, hoping that Willoughby would believe it and confess. Of course, it was fairly clear that he could be charged with assaulting a police officer and breaking and entering, but what we needed was to prove once and for all that he was a murderer. The change I witnessed next was beyond all imagination. The man gave a short bark of laughter, and his tears disappeared as quickly as they had arrived. "Well, well, well." He gave a mocking sneer, leaning back in his chair so that it tipped onto its rear legs, allowing him to swing back and forth. "You have done better than that wretch Holmes who swallowed everything I planned. I really must congratulate you, Detective Amarnath. Tell me, when did you first suspect?" "In truth, Mr. Willoughby, I sensed there was something wrong about your manner from the first time we met," Amarnath replied. "But good detectives don't make such rapid judgments, so I watched and waited, keeping my mind open. Gradually, I saw more signs, however small. Just a few days after your wife's death, you had the presence of mind to buy a new poker for the fire and reduce your bread order from the baker. On their own, they would not be enough to justify suspicion, but they began to mount." "How so?" Willoughby asked, eyes fixed rather unnervingly on the detective and seeming genuinely interested in the answer. "My assistant thought it odd that according to the tea lady at Premier Mutual, you take tea only at 11 and 1 o'clock and have done so for years. Yet you drank tea just before 6 o'clock on the night of the murder. Tea and traces of chloral hydrate were found in your wife's stomach." Willoughby clapped his hands together once, twice, 3 times in the slowest, most condescending fashion I have ever seen.
"Congratulations, Detective. Congratulations," he said. "I really didn't expect anyone to think of looking for it. It was the best way to get the old snaggletooth nice and quiet, ready for Fitcher to come and do his work with the poker. I tried it on her a few times, so I knew the right dose and how long it would take. The stupid old bag didn't even realize what was happening."
I shuddered at how callously he spoke, and truly believed for a moment that Fitcher had been correct to describe him as a demon dressed in the clothes of a man.
"Then, Mr. Willoughby, I began thinking more about your character,"
Amarnath continued.
"I knew from someone at the chess club that there was more beneath the surface in you than at first glance. In the game, as in life, you are a strategic man and are happy to watch and wait quietly in the shadows, cheating when you can get away with it. The evidence in this case has been very deliberately pointed towards an innocent man. Only someone with a mind as conniving and devilish as yours could have planned it so carefully, planting just the right items to arouse suspicion. It's a perfect crime."
Willoughby gave another short, sharp laugh.
"I got rid of her, didn't I? And if Grafton's cousin hadn't got involved and brought you in to investigate, nobody would have had any idea. That says a great deal about England's detectives, doesn't it, Amarnath?" "All it says to me, Mr. Willoughby, is that you should be locked away permanently. Any man who can practice his tears in advance of his dreadful crime is very dangerous indeed." "When did you work that one out, Detective?"
the murderer asked with a hint of surprise.
"I didn't realize it for a time, but the clues were there. One of your chess club colleagues noticed you had red eyes a week before the murder, yet the night before the killing you were in unusually high spirits. When I saw your tears appear on command just now, it fitted together in my mind. I confess I wouldn't have guessed otherwise. for I have never before come across such a lack of true emotion in any human being.
Well, Willoughby replied nonchalantly, seeming strangely unconcerned by his situation.
You will never fully understand my mind, even if you try your whole life. As for whether I am to be locked away, we shall see, detective. We shall see. I have just one or two questions for you, please.
Amarnath pressed, ignoring the murderer's bluster. I realised he wanted to learn as much as he could about the man's inscrutable criminal mind.
By all means.
Willoughby smiled with as much friendliness as a crocodile, clearly glad to have an opportunity to talk of his own genius.
How did you prevent your fingerprints getting onto the stolen items? You must have handled them in order to plant the porcelain cat and so on under Henry's floorboards. Yet Fitcher's print was intact. I wore gloves, detective. I expect that surprises you. Oh yes, I'm aware of finger marks. Not the scientific details, of course, but I knew I had to ensure that no trace of me would be found. As for the poker, I told that fool Fitcher to wear gloves too, for a discovery of him would lead eventually to me. I'm glad I took care, for although it would have been unnecessary if Holmes were the only detective available, you certainly became suspicious when you arrived. As it is, my finger marks are not on anything. You have very little against me except my own words. And there is no jury here yet, nor a written statement. Do not worry, Mr. Willoughby. I am very confident about the outcome of the trial,
said Amarnath calmly.
Just one more simple question, please. Why did you do it? Why? Because I have dreamed of it for years. Ellen was a blight and prevented me from enjoying myself as I wished. Her death allowed me to be reborn, a phoenix from the flames of my old and uninspiring existence.
He bared his teeth.
You ask me why, but the real question would be, why not? I could, so I did.
And am I correct? Amarnath asked, trying hard not to react to the killer's self-important speech,
in thinking that the name R.L. Sherwin means more to you than simply a pseudonym plucked out of the air for your devious plan. Oh, detective! You really are a clever chap, aren't you? How the devil did you work that one out?
It was 1885 when I killed him, and I remember it well.
It was thanks to my assistant,
Amarnath explained calmly,
for her father is a doctor, and poor Mr. Sherwin was brought to their doorstep in hopes of salvation before he bled to death in their front hall. My, what a fascinating coincidence, Willoughby marvelled. You would never have known otherwise. Of course, there's no evidence to try me for that now. Messy, really, using a knife. No, but I shall see that you are tried to the full extent of the law for your wife's death, Mr. Willoughby,
the detective warned him.
Just one more thing for you now, detective,
Willoughby said jauntily.
Yes,
asked Amarnath with gritted teeth.
No, I think not. On second thoughts, I'll leave that little point until later, when I shall tell you something else as a parting gift.
Shortly after the interview, Willoughby was escorted to the cells by the police, and plans were made for Henry Grafton's release. I hung back by the heavy iron door and caught a glimpse of the two felons behind bars, while Amarnath looked on with satisfaction as they were safely locked away. A shudder ran through me as Mr. Fitcher ranted and raved more than ever. I stepped back involuntarily as he lunged towards the bars and tried to bite at them. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he spat out a tooth which narrowly missed the detective. It looked as though he really had gone mad under the strain, as he had promised. Conversely, Willoughby was mocking and unrepentant, almost as though he were thoroughly proud of himself and his actions, and had no fear of the imminent noose. A gentleman suddenly pushed past me and strode towards the cells. The swishing of his coat-tails and the familiar smell of pipe smoke mingled with the remnants of burnt chemical experiments told me even before I saw his face that it was Sherlock Holmes.
"I was sent word and came straight away,"
he greeted Amarnath, wasting no time with pleasantries.
"I hear Mr. Grafton is being released, and you have arrested 2 criminals." "That is correct, Mr. Holmes," replied the detective. "I thought you would want to know as soon as possible. If you like, we could discuss the case so I can explain my findings. I would be very interested in your opinions, as this killer is most unusual." "I have a number of other cases to attend to now,"
sniffed Holmes.
"But it seems you have done well. I suppose that detectives, myself included, are not infallible. This was a particularly singular case, after all, and one which I admit you were better placed to solve with your knowledge of certain modern techniques."
As you once said yourself, Mr. Holmes, there is nothing more deceptive than an obvious fact. That was the Boscombe Valley mystery, I think, Amarnath remarked. "In any case, I hope there is no bad feeling between us. It was an honour to meet you."
"It has been pleasant to be introduced to you. I am sure that Dr. Watson would share my sentiments in wishing you luck in your future endeavours,"
Holmes said briskly. This was as close as he would come to a compliment, and I was pleased to see him shake hands with Amarnath in a manner which could almost be described as respectful.
"Ah, the famous Sherlock Holmes,"
a jeer from Willoughby interrupted them.
"How does it feel, Mr. Holmes? It was as much about ridding me of Ellen as it was about proving I could best the law. It certainly took a more astute detective to bring me in. I'd do it all over again if I had the chance. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Come on, tell me how it feels."
Holmes gave him a withering look, turned on his heel and walked swiftly away, not even pausing to tip his hat to me on the way out. Chapter 11. Learning to play on the black keys, the white keys, and the cracks in between. I simply don't understand how his face and persona just completely changed. I shook my head as I took my place around the table at the Rat and Rascal 2 weeks later with the detective, Edward Grafton, and the newly released Henry Grafton. Poor Henry had lost weight during his ordeal, and his face was pale and thin, but he had a new energy and a spark in his eyes that clearly displayed his relief that it was all over.
"Do not worry,"
Amarnath had reassured the Graftons as we entered.
"We dined here recently, and I can confirm that, despite the name, there really are no rats." "I am glad to hear it."
Edward gave a wry smile.
"To return to your point, Madeleine, it was a very eerie transformation indeed,"
Amarnath said.
"At first, Willoughby was indignant to be brought in, shedding tears over his wife's death. The next moment, when he realized it was too late to pretend, he was completely different. He sneered and mocked and showed no fear at all. He was proud of himself and his crime, in a way that is different from most of the criminals we meet."
"I hope there are not many others like him,"
Henry shuddered, taking a big gulp of whiskey.
"He was happy to see me go to the gallows, knowing full well I was innocent. If it hadn't been for you, Detective—"
He trailed off, unable to put into words what might have happened.
"Unfortunately, I believe we will see far too many like him,"
sighed the detective.
"As we move into the new century of industry and invention, it will give rise to a new and cleverer type of criminal than those we are used to. These people can mimic human behavior to show a veneer of normality, but behind the mask sits a destructive killer." These killers will come from all social classes, and they will not stop killing until they are caught or dead.
Perhaps like the ones you mentioned from America, I suggested. H. Holmes and the Servant Girl Annihilator.
Oh, yes, you never did tell us about them,
Edward added.
Well, it is still an unsavory topic for dinner time, but they might help you understand why these sorts of killers are different.
The detective agreed.
The Servant Girl Annihilator committed his murders in the mid-1880s in Austin, Texas, a rather up-and-coming city, as I believe the phrase goes. They were well known for their rather modern bicycles, velocipedes, they called them. Anyway, he killed 10 people, all black servant women, all murdered horribly with axes and daggers.
I leaned in closer, intrigued to hear about these ghastly crimes with which I was unfamiliar, having read only about crimes in England.
The murders were very violent, and the killer was never caught. It caused a lot of trouble in Texas and led to more racial violence, as everyone thought it was a black man who was responsible.
He continued.
How dreadful,
shuddered Edward.
What were your theories on the matter, Amarnath? I suspect it was someone with medical training, perhaps even someone from the local asylum, which was relatively new and unusually lax on security, as they prided themselves on using humane methods. Some people even thought it was one of the inmates at the full moon, but I'm afraid we will probably never know the truth.
How about H. Holmes, I asked. What was his sinister signature?
He began as a con man, using his social skills to profit from others. He eventually tricked some builders into creating him a murder castle in Chicago, and then didn't even pay the bill. He killed anyone who got in his way, usually by poisoning or asphyxiation.
It is hard to believe that such people exist, I shivered, as Henry and Edward nodded in agreement. It sounds so fantastical, like something out of a horror novel.
Yes, it is not easy to understand,
Amarnath said, fiddling with his buttonhole in his habitual way.
He had no remorse, and his objective was simply power and wealth through whatever murderous means were necessary. How can the police hope to catch criminals like these when they operate outside the realms of normal human beings?
Henry winced.
Ah, that is the difficulty, nodded Amarnath. These killers' paths of behavior are not predictable. To understand their minds and have a chance of keeping law and order, detectives will have to learn more and more how to play not only on the black keys and the white keys, but also on the cracks.
And Mr. Willoughby is one of those killers, I added, remembering the way his eyes took on such a dead, unfeeling look once he knew he had been discovered and could drop the act of the mourning husband.
He is,
Amarnath agreed.
Willoughby is a dangerous man who was born on a Wednesday and looks both ways towards Sunday.
I laughed at the detective's unusual but descriptive turn of phrase.
There is a little parable I heard as a child which helps us to understand,
he continued, eyes becoming distant as he remembered it. I thought I sensed a touch of sadness in him, and supposed he might have been thinking of his parents in happier times, telling him stories like this one around a cosy fire in his village. The Graftons and I laid down our cutlery and listened with interest.
Once, he began, a scorpion was walking along a riverbank. A fox strolled past, and the scorpion asked if he would carry him across to the other side. The fox refused, reasoning that it would be too dangerous as the scorpion could sting him. The scorpion replied, "Why would I do that? If I sting you, we will both drown." The fox considered his request and finally agreed. The scorpion climbed onto his back and the fox began to swim. Halfway across the river, the scorpion stung him after all. As the poison flooded through the fox's veins, he asked his killer, "Why did you do it? Now we will both drown." The scorpion replied simply that he couldn't help it. It was just in his nature.
We all thought about the unsettling story. "What a grim tale," I said eventually. "I've never heard anything like it before, although it sounds a little like an Aesop's fable."
"Yes, it has been around a long time, and I'm sure there are other versions," the detective explained. "But this one has stuck with me. You see, the fox could represent a cunning and wily detective or police inspector. Even they can be outdone by a new type of criminal, one who doesn't fit into the known patterns of the world. They simply cannot help themselves. When you encounter an adversary who by nature doesn't care about the consequences, it is almost impossible to beat them. The knowledge that they will destroy themselves through their actions is not enough to stop them.
In any case, Detective, I can't thank you enough for what you have done." Henry praised him effusively. "If it were not for you, I might have been hung already, and the real criminal would have got away with it."
"I am glad I could help you," Amarnath smiled. "What will you do now that you're free? You'll need to find somewhere new to live, I suppose."
"Yes. Edward has kindly allowed me to lodge with him while I look for new digs," Henry explained. "But I have had some very welcome news this morning. The owner of the chemist says I am to have my job back. He looked for another fellow while I was locked away, but couldn't find one reliable enough, so now he knows I'm innocent. He will have me as his clerk again." "That's wonderful," I said. "Perhaps you can now begin to forget this whole sorry affair and return to normal."
"I hope so."
He nodded vigorously.
"A clerk's life is a quiet one, but that's all I want after what I've been through. Since my release, I've become something of a local celebrity, and people have been giving me cakes and grapes and even cheered at me in the street. Thanks are due to you too, Miss Carmichael, for all your help on the case." "We are lucky too that Willoughby ignored all advice and insisted on representing himself in court, believing himself better than any trained lawyer," Amarnath added. "His true colours became clear to the jury as he spoke. And as he had admitted to the murder in front of a constable and myself, he completely, as I believe they say in his chess games, checkmated himself."
"Yes, even Fitcher was stable enough to testify in the end, which helped the case along," I nodded. "The detective also arranged for their handwriting to be compared to the letters sent to the burgled homes, and it was undeniably Willoughby's hand, even though he'd tried to make it look like Henry's. But there's just one thing I don't understand. Why did Willoughby and Fitcher go to the trouble of buying a third pair of shoes and pretending they were Henry's? It was one of the things which aroused your suspicions in the first place, wasn't it?"
"Yes," Henry nodded. "I had wondered that myself. Why didn't they simply apply the blood to my own spare pair of shoes? Surely it would have been easier." "I thought about that," explained Amarnath. "It was a bit of a loose end. I think it was another example of how carefully Willoughby planned it all. If he had gone upstairs to your room, Henry, and come down with your shoes, his wife may have been suspicious. It would have looked even more so if he had then come back into the house with them daubed in blood and taken them back up. If he bought a third pair and prepared them at leisure in the outhouse where Ellen never ventured, he could keep it quiet. There was always a concern in the back of his mind that Fitcher would fail to carry out the murder. He could have had second thoughts, or something might have gone wrong. When Willoughby turned the key in the door that night in the presence of the cabbie, he may really not have known for sure whether his wife would be dead or perhaps just injured."
"It makes sense now," I said. "If she had somehow survived, she might remember that she'd seen her husband creeping about the house with Henry's bloodied shoes and could have told the police. It would have looked rather suspicious."
"Good God."
Henry shook his head.
"He really left nothing to chance, did he?" "Indeed. You have had rather a lucky escape, Henry.
It was not luck, Detective. It was entirely due to you and Miss Carmichael. I really cannot thank you enough. Words can't come close, anyway, and I have nothing valuable to give, but I do have something to present you, if you'll accept it.
There is no need to thank us, Henry. That is what we are here for.
The detective reassured him with a smile.
Consider it a mere token, then, as a reminder of the case.
Henry insisted.
Do you recall the porcelain cat?
Yes, of course.
Amarnath nodded.
An excellent piece of evidence that secured Fitcher's fate and proved that you could not have touched it as your fingerprints were not there.
Well, the lady it was stolen from, a Mrs. Danbury Coates, said that even though it had such sentimental value, she didn't want it back, knowing it had been touched by a murderer. She said it just wouldn't feel the same. So Superintendent Napier gave it to me, Detective, as a little celebration of my freedom, I suppose. But I think you should have it.
He pressed the little white porcelain cat into Amarnath's hand and closed his fingers around it, so there could be no refusal.
Then thank you, Henry.
The detective nodded.
I shall keep it where I can always see it, as a memory not just of a case solved, but more importantly, of a friendship formed.
After we had finished another 2 pots of tea between us, we all shook hands once again and left most amicably. Amarnath and I had made 2 firm friends who we were certain to see around London in future for another music hall visit or dinner, although next time we hoped it would be in more light-hearted circumstances, with the case long forgotten. "There's another thing I've been meaning to ask," I remarked to the detective as we wandered back to Scotland Yard. Amarnath was due to start preparing some work for the next day when he would be officially back on the task of setting up London's fingerprinting bureau. I was walking with him as the office was on the way back in the direction of my home.
"What is it?"
he asked. "Emily Renfield," I said. "You asked me to go into the dress shop some time ago and ask if she was working there. Are you at liberty yet to tell me what it was about?"
"Ah, I'm glad you asked, Madeleine."
He winked.
"You are about to find out.
He studied his watch theatrically.
In exactly 3 minutes from now."
I looked at him in surprise, but he wouldn't say another word. He stopped walking when we reached a particular street corner and waited, still refusing to explain and almost certainly enjoying my confusion. After a moment, a burly figure appeared, and my heart skipped a beat as I remembered the last time we had walked the dark streets after dinner and were accosted by thugs. I breathed a sigh of relief when I recognised the figure as Eric Farnsworth.
"Raoul,"
he said, with what I thought was a nervous look in his eyes.
"Do you really think she'll come?"
I was just as surprised by his use of Amarnath's first name as by seeing him here at all.
"She will come, Eric,"
the detective reassured him.
"Do not worry."
Wondering just who on earth we were expecting, I peered around at the dim gaslit streets, the cold, foggy November air making me catch my breath. I suddenly noticed a figure standing under one of the lamps nearby, shuffling around as if uneasy. Then, as I watched, the figure began to walk hesitantly towards us, and as it got closer, I realised it was a woman. I strained my eyes to make out her face, almost hidden beneath a fur-lined astrakhan coat, and my mouth nearly dropped open when I recognised her as Emily Renfield from the dress shop. What was she doing here? "Father?" she said, shyly, heading towards Eric Farnsworth.
"Emily? It's you, ain't it? It really is you."
"It's me, Father," she said, flinging her arms around Farnsworth.
"Thank you, Raoul, and thank you, Miss Carmichael,"
he said.
"What this means to me, I can't explain it." "It was a pleasure. Any time, Eric, any time,"
said Amarnath, clapping his friend on the shoulder.
Shall we leave them to their reunion, Madeleine?
He suggested, so we continued on our way. What on earth? I said, as soon as we were out of earshot. Emily Renfield is Eric Farnsworth's daughter.
She certainly is,
the detective confirmed.
That night when Eric came to our aid against those thugs, you may recall that he and I went on to the Goose and Gander after you and Edward went home, where, by the way, there was disappointingly no goose on offer. He opened up to me about his problem. You see, when he went to prison for theft years ago, his wife turned their daughter Emily against him, and when she grew up, she changed her name, believing that being related to a convicted criminal would damage her prospects. She and her mother moved away, and she became known as Emily Renfield.
And you offered to look for her? I began to understand.
Yes. Eric didn't know who to turn to, and of course he didn't want to speak to the police after his past experiences with them. I couldn't promise anything, but said I would make some discreet inquiries. I used some of my connections in the police to discover that she was working in that dress shop, so I just needed you to confirm it for me.
And when I did, what happened next? I inquired.
I sent Miss Renfield a letter explaining that her father was out of prison and wanted very badly to see her. I was worried she would ignore it, but she agreed to meet me for tea, and I explained that Eric was not the terrible man she thought he was. We arranged the time and the place, and there they were.
That's wonderful, I beamed. Do you think things will go well between them?
I hope so,
he nodded.
Blood is thicker than water, after all. And now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, there's no reason things can't go back to how they once were. Family and friends are too important to give up on so easily.
Well, not only have you saved Henry Grafton's life and ensured the real murderer is brought to justice, I congratulated him, but you've also reunited an estranged father and daughter, all in the space of 2 weeks. Goodness, if I am ever to become a proper detective one day, I have an awful lot to live up to.
Ah, yes. I was planning to mention that.
Amarnath's tone changed, and my heart sank as I dreaded that he was about to tell me my services were no longer required, as he would now be busy working on the new fingerprinting bureau.
I have decided that I won't return to India immediately after I finished work on the new bureau,
he announced, and I looked up in surprise. Why not? I asked. How long do you intend to stay?
I have become accustomed to London and think there will be rewarding work for me here. I am not yet sure for how long, but Superintendent Napier has already said he would be happy to have me on his team.
That's splendid news, I said. But I imagine you will not need my help anymore in that case, I added sadly.
I said that the superintendent would be happy to have me, but I did not say I had accepted,
Amarnath said cryptically. But you said...
I said I was staying, but not that I would be working with Scotland Yard. I am thinking of setting myself up here as a private investigator. Of course, private investigators most definitely need assistance.
Do you mean...
Yes, Madeleine. If it all works out as I hope, I would like you to continue as my official detective's assistant, and chronicler, of course. I suspect you have already started writing up this case with the help of your thorough notes. That is, if that's what you want.
Absolutely, I said, hardly daring to believe what I was hearing. It's more than what I want. It's the only dream I've ever had.
Then I'm pleased to oblige.
He grinned widely. He went on to explain that he may not be able to pay me at first until he was turning a profit, and that I mightn't be needed every day, and so on. But the words flew over my head,
and I didn't care about the details because for me to be a real, live detective's assistant was incredible. I would forever have been grateful for the experience I had gained on the Willoughby case, even if it had ended there, but for my work to continue was more than I could ever have hoped for.
I suppose you will have to break the news to your mother and Miss Askew that you will not be working at the telephone exchange.
Amarnath chuckled.
I hope Mrs. Carmichael won't be too distressed.
I'm sure she will come around to the idea, eventually, I said doubtfully, but I think my father will be pleased. Do you know, his views have changed since all this started just a couple of weeks ago. I think he was really quite taken with you after you met, and since Henry was released and Willoughby and Fitcher found guilty, he has declined to invite Mr. Lancaster for dinner.
I do not like to think that I have caused any trouble,
said Amarnath worriedly, but with a little twitch of the lips, so I knew he was amused.
Anyway, I suggest you find something to keep you occupied for a month or so, until I have finished my work on the fingerprinting bureau.
Oh, I shall be thinking of your private practice the entire time, I assured him enthusiastically. To begin with, I could start viewing some premises you might like, and then I could prepare some advertisements, and I wonder if Henry would be willing to help with the clerking or bookkeeping arrangements when he has a free evening. Goodness, there's so much to be done. Detective, I shall have little time to waste, and that's before I even think of scouring the newspapers to see what crime is rife in London just now.
You are making me tired just talking about it,
laughed the detective, and I realised that in my excitement I probably sounded like Eleanor Askew.
But I'm glad you're pleased. Now, if you don't mind, I really must prepare some notes, as I have a busy morning ahead tomorrow.
I was so excited about my career as a detective's assistant that I could barely sleep for days. A day or two later, Detective Amarnath paid one final visit to Mr. Willoughby in prison, who was due to hang the next morning for his wife's murder, alongside George Fitcher.
It is a matter of courtesy, Amarnath explained. I am the one responsible for the fate of these two men, so the least I can do is look them in the eye before they are executed.
I was not sure that his visit would be welcomed, but I chose not to say so. I did not attend the prison myself, having seen quite enough of both the criminals to last me a long time. However, I could not have realised how unsettling a turn the proceedings would take, to the extent that Amarnath was disturbed by the events for quite some time thereafter.
"Oh ho ho! Come to gloat, have you?"
cried Fitcher, as the detective approached his cell. He sported 3 gaps in his teeth from his uncontrolled biting of the bars, but appeared to be in a slightly more lucid state that morning and able to speak coherently.
"You, sir, are a scoundrel and a mountebank. You said I mightn't hang if I helped you." "Mr. Fitcher,"
Amarnath answered calmly,
"I told you that I couldn't promise anything, and that it would be up to a jury. I simply said you had a chance. I am sorry it has come to this." "Sorry? He says he's sorry."
Fitcher hopped around his cell like an angry frog.
"The jackanapes says he's sorry, but I expect he'll make good sport out of seeing me swing. Oh, that he will."
"I shall not take the slightest pleasure in it," Amarnath reassured him.
"I am firmly against the death penalty, even for dreadful crimes like the one you and Willoughby committed."
At this, Willoughby roused himself in the cell opposite and casually wandered closer, hands wrapped round the bars and face pressed into the opening as far as he could, so that the metal contorted his cheeks into the grimace of a grotesque gargoyle.
"Well, well, detective,"
he sneered, eyes as dead and empty as those of a shark.
"Do you remember I promised to tell you something as a parting gift? I should like to tell you now. Come closer, detective. No, closer still, if you please. That's right."
He drew near to the detective's ear and whispered in an unnerving fashion. "Do you remember being accosted one night after a trip to the music hall?" he whispered.
"I remember it only too well, and I know that you arranged it," said the detective. "Don't forget, I saw one of your ham-fisted friends on the White Star Line before we found you, travelling under your name. Perhaps your mind is going, Mr. Willoughby. I knew full well then that you paid those thugs to attack us. And the letter bomb too. Why? If they'd done their jobs properly, you would have been dead. All three of you. After you came to Radnor Terrace and started sniffing around, I knew I couldn't risk having you walk around unchecked. When those two oafs failed, I hoped the exploding letter might put the frighteners on you. Or better still, do away with you completely. How does that make you feel, detective?" "As I said, I am not surprised,"
Amarnath replied, maintaining his composure as always and refusing to give the murderer the satisfaction of seeing a reaction.
"But as your plans failed, and I am standing here on the right side of the bars, and you are very much on the wrong side, it no longer matters."
"Oh, but that's not all," Willoughby whispered, his silky serpentine voice trickling like poison into the detective's ears. "I have one more thing to tell you."
"What is that, Mr. Willoughby? I am listening."
"You know about R.L. Sherwin and Ellen?" he said, a sinister grin creeping across his features and a demonic glint the only sign of life in those cold, staring pupils. "But you didn't know about the others, did you?"
"What do you mean?"
the detective asked, a feeling of foreboding clutching at his heart before churning down into the pit of his stomach. "I mean, detective." Willoughby licked his lips and smirked. "I have killed before, even before Robert Lyons Sherwin. He was by no means the first. You will never know how many, when, why, or where, and it will plague you forever. It will plague you forever, I tell you, detective, until the day you die." His voice rose louder and louder as he spoke, "and after I am hung tomorrow, you will have no way of ever knowing the whole truth." The detective broke away and walked decisively from the cells, refusing to say another word. Willoughby's admission had been almost enough to break his habitual calm demeanour, but his emotions eddied inside as the killer's words spun round and round in his mind like a tempest. "How does it feel, detective?" The chilling cry followed him until he was far, far away from the building. "How does it feel that you shall never, ever know?"
You've been listening to The Porcelain Cat, a Detective Amarnath mystery. Written by P&M Ganondran. Performed by Melanie Crawley. Copyright 2023 by P&M Ganondran. Production copyright 2023 by P&M Ganondran. Thank you for listening.